Welcome, everyone. This is it. You've been waiting patiently, and today we're going to look at 500 arguments against Christianity. So I've got Nathan with me here. Welcome, Nathan. Hey. So obviously this is in response to a stream, a couple of weeks ago now by Cameron on Capturing Christianity, where they looked at, I think it was 154 arguments for Christianity, or was it for theism? It was just for theism, I think, specifically, or generally, I guess. So not to be outdone, I spent a very unreasonably long amount of time setting up this PowerPoint, which we're going to work through today, with 500 arguments against Christianity. So a few sort of initial remarks before we jump through it. So we'll jump through it. It's going to take a little while to get through here. So the first is that this is obviously a very, very silly thing to do. As we just talked about, Nathan and I talked about on the last stream, it really doesn't matter how many arguments you have, because many of them are not going to be independent, and theoretically you can generate an infinitely large set of arguments anyway from any consistent set of beliefs. So it's about the strength of the arguments and how overall persuasive and coherent and explanatory your worldview is. So this is a way of illustrating how anyone can do this. So that's one point. The second point is that although the number of arguments is obviously inflated, and you'll see what I mean by that as we go through it, none of these are joke arguments. They are all intended to be at least like plausibly serious arguments. Now, that doesn't mean they're all good arguments. But hang on, can I make us bigger? Oh, no, Nathan disappeared. Sorry, Nathan. I can't make us both big, and that's fine. Although they're they're not necessarily good arguments, but none of them are just like jokey arguments. So they all are, in that sense, arguments that are either have been argued in the literature or are argued in popular discourse, or variations of those. So that's that thing. I thought there was one other thing I was going to mention, but I can't remember what that was now. So we might just walk through it. Any initial comments, Nathan, before we jump in?
Yeah, I guess the first thing to say is that this is entirely James, all 500 of these arguments, and the effort that's gone in to like they're not like James said, they're not just like really crap. I mean, like you'll see that there are some sort of repeated forms, but I guess that if that's like a criticism of what James has done here, that would equally be a criticism of Cameron and Chad's video, because there were a lot of repeated kind of forms of argument there.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's some actually quite interesting ones to get into and talk about here, I think. And I guess it's just to show. I mean, maybe it's a bit of overkill for the point that we're trying to show that the methodology is flawed in the first place. But it's just to show basically, like, if you're going to turn your truth seeking into like who's going to get bored first, that you know there's always going to be someone who is more pedantic than you out there.
Yes, and usually that's me. Like, because who would be crazy enough to actually do this? All right. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. So this is the largest collection of distinct arguments against Christianity that has ever been assembled
in the world.
I'm pretty confident in saying that, like distinct premise, conclusion, form arguments. If someone can find a larger collection, then I'd be very interested to know, because I don't think that that's really even like biologically possible, because this was a very silly thing to do. All right, so now how can I see the stream and flick through the slides at the same time?
Oh, you're going to have some professional window placement.
It's going to have to. I only have one monitor. I'll just have to alt tab back and forward. All right. So, also I have to thank Chad for the slide format. I've kind of borrowed the formatting that he used, because I think it's actually quite good. So
can we ask as well, which one of us is Cameron and which one is Chad?
Well, I guess I'm Chad, right? Because I'm the one who put the slides together, and Nathan.
I'm just here for the press ups.
Yeah. Oh dear. All right. So here's the categorization of arguments we've got. So just break this down a bit. We've got cosmological arguments, teleological arguments, ontological arguments, two types of theological arguments against theism in general, and then theological arguments against Christianity specifically, or like Yahweh and Jesus and so forth. We've got epistemological arguments, axiological arguments, or like moral type arguments, experiential arguments, anthropological arguments, biblical arguments focusing on specific on the Bible, historical arguments focusing on like the history of Christianity, and then a grab bag of leftover arguments. So lots of different categories here. And yeah, I do think that there are some good arguments in here mixed up with a lot of repetition and a few weaker ones. So let's make a start. We're going to start with the cosmological arguments. Okay, so it's actually quite large when I just wonder, is there a way I can not full screen this or something? I don't think there is. Oh. Because it's kind of hard to read.
Oh, you're on a Microsoft PowerPoint, right? So you're going to have different options. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you could display...
Maybe I can just flip back to the stream. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just get used to it. All right, so causal closure of the physical. So this I actually think is a good argument. And this is a point I've actually made before. If the physical world is causally closed, the existence of God generally is taken to imply causal effects from outside the physical world onto it. Then that's impossible if you believe in the causal closure of the physical. There just isn't anything that exercises causal powers outside the physical world. Of course, the theist is just going to deny one, right? But so the thing is, in developing these arguments, you sort of realize the many games that apologists play. Like someone like William Lane Craig, for example, would just say, sure, I can't prove that the first premise is true, but there's a lot of reason to think that it's more likely than not. And then you just appeal to all of our scientific evidence and no good evidence in favor of anything against that. And so Craig would say something like, so 2 is just the standard definition of what theists say. So 1 is the only controversial premise here. And there's lots of evidence to think that 1 is more likely true than not. Therefore, it follows logically and inescapably that God does not exist.
Yeah, I've just been reading like a popular level kind of like intro to physics book that talks about a bunch of topics, stuff like causal closure. There was a bit of talk about like reductionism, supersymmetry, stuff like that. And what's really interesting is the difference between the way that apologists represent the discourse about what our best scientists tell us about how the world is, and the different way that physicists actually like talk about it. Like there's a bunch of things that physicists will almost like take for granted and just be like, yeah, this is just what you'll get taught in like an undergraduate physics course. That like apologists will be like, yeah, only the hardcore dogmatic materialists are going to commit to this. No, I know like say the physical world being causally closed, there's some philosophers who are like not particularly dogmatic, but are going to like say, maybe, you know, this is maybe we don't actually know that this applies. Maybe like consciousness is like something natural, but it somehow has like downward causation and violates this principle or something like that. I mean, I don't know enough to make any kind of strong claim about that myself, but it just seems plausible to me, and that's kind of like all you need, right, to get the argument off the ground that like the premise is more plausible than its negation. And then
yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think that if you're going to argue along those grounds, you shouldn't use deductive style arguments, because it doesn't it's like combining probabilistic and deductive reasoning, which doesn't make sense. But I guess it's useful to realize that is what apologists do, especially, I mean, I know most about Craig, right, but he definitely does that, and others do in his following on from him as well. So it's interesting how easy it is to actually come up with arguments like that, where you can say like it's valid. Premise 2 is generally agreed to be true. 1 is the only controversial premise, and you can just say, well, it's more likely true than not. So boom.
It's like a sneaky shift, because you're presenting it as if it's like a deductive argument, so it's got that kind of certainty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so although I do think this is a good argument, I wouldn't phrase it like this precisely because of that, for that reason. And obviously 1 is not going to be accepted by the theist, right? But I do think that that is a reason not to believe in supernatural. All right, so now I'm going to introduce you to the structure of the different forms of the argument. So there's like a vanilla form, right, which is like this. But of course, no series of arguments is complete without a modal form of the same argument. So get used to these. There's going to be a few of them. So it is possibly necessary that the physical world is causally closed. Under S5, the physical world is causally closed, because if it's possibly necessary, and it's possible, then it follows that it is. And so if God existed, he would exert causal effects on the physical world. So that's just the same as the previous premise, the premise in the previous argument. So it follows that God does not exist. I should say here, this is a summarized form of the argument. When I sometimes say by S5, so some of the arguments I had to abbreviate the premises so that they would fit in, and I didn't want to reduce the size of the font too much. So really here, there should be another premise that says it is possible that the physical world is causally closed. And then you would say by S5, if it's possible, then it is the case. But for arguments like this, where it's modal, I just sort of abbreviate it by saying under S5. As long as you think it's possible, if it's possibly necessary and possible, then it follows that it's necessary under S5. So that's the structure of this argument. So sometimes I'll slot that premise in explicitly, and other times I'll just sort of enclose it in to say by S5. But that's what I mean there. So otherwise,
just to clarify, sorry, James, the theist isn't necessarily going to accept this argument, right?
Oh, well, so
necessarily,
it's just the same as the modal argument, right?
I was trying to make a necessarily joke.
Yeah, no, well, but the point is that if you, something like the physical world, for example, plausibly it is either causally closed or like that could be a necessary truth, that whether it's causally closed. So, if the theist, or to put it another way, if God exists, then he exists necessarily, and therefore the physical world is necessarily not causally closed. If God doesn't exist, then he doesn't exist necessarily, and so plausibly the physical world is necessarily causally closed, right? So that's the basis of thinking that it's necessary. And then so the debate just then takes a step back and argues like, well, is it necessary? Like, which necessary truth actually pertains? Like, so again, the point here is it's really just the same argument, but modal logic though. So let's make it another form. All right. Next one. So we've had the vanilla form and the modal form. There's also an inductive form. So inductive arguments are slightly different in form because they try to perform induction over a large number of cases. So in doing 500 of these, I may have been a little bit sloppy in some of them, but I generally try to make it actually work as an inductive argument. So here we've got every known effect has sufficient material causes. Sufficient meaning like it's enough for those causes to bring about the effects, that you don't need any additional causes. The God hypothesis, or like theism, asserts that God's actions lack a material cause because God's not material. And so because we have inductive reasons to think that there aren't any such effects, therefore we have inductive evidence to believe that there is no God. So again, it's basically the same argument, but reformulated in inductive form. So vanilla, modal, inductive. Now we've got an abductive argument. So abductive reasoning is an inference to the best explanation. So here, instead of reformulating it as an induction over cases, we're formulating it as a best explanation. So all causal phenomena that have been explained are explained with reference to natural causes. Best explanation of this is that all causes are natural causes. Or you could say the best explanation of this is that nature is causally closed, or something similar to that. If that's true, then atheism is true. Therefore, we have reason to believe atheism is true. Or theism is false.
Are Mormons committed to a material God? You're going to know more about that than me.
I mean, in theory, yes. I don't actually know a lot about what Mormon philosophers would say about this. I don't know how many of them have sort of published on this issue or thought about it a lot, but I mean, the idea is that God is material in a sense, but not in the same sense as the material universe. It's like a finer materiality or something. So yeah, I'm actually not entirely sure about that. But I don't think that, I think you could still use this argument to deploy against it, because it's not supposed to be a type of matter that we can describe scientifically.
Right, okay.
And so I think you could still use closure arguments against it. Not sure how a deist would sidestep some of these. If you're saying that, well, no, because we haven't appealed to miracles here. It's just the existence of God, right? So
yeah, I'm just thinking how, like ways that a theist could sort of accept the premises and kind of get out of it, like maybe like a pantheist could, if they're like God.
A pantheist could, like a materialist pantheist could, but that's a non-standard conception of God, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes I talk about theism to try to, I vary the conclusions a little bit, but like a standard conception of God, I think this does rule out.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, and the last form we have is a Bayesian form, because of course we need more Bayesian inference in our lives. So now because all the Bayesian forms are pretty similar, so I'll just, in the future, we'll go through this more quickly, but because this is the first time. So T is the proposition God exists, T for theism, and then here I've called it E, but the lettering varies depending on what it is. So here is the proposition all effects have material causes, right? So so that's taken to be asserted in this case, right? Because all known effects have physical causes. Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're positing as being the case. And the idea here is that the probability of all known effects having physical causes, given that theism is false, is much greater than the probability that all known effects have physical causes, given that theism is true. Because if theism was true, we might expect to, observe, or at least it's possible that we could observe effects that have non-physical causes, whereas that's much less likely if theism is false. And if you like, you could maybe replace that with naturalism to make that even stronger. But I think that the point still holds overall. If you consider those classes of theories, the probability would be much, much greater, which is what that means. Now, this second premise here is just saying that it's not the case that the prior probability of atheism is much, much less than the prior probability of theism. So this is adapted from, I think, a form of the fine-tuning argument that what's his face uses, Robin Collins, yeah. Where this is a similar form that he has. So we're not making a statement about what the prior probabilities are, just that it's not, the prior of atheism is not way less than the prior of theism. And then it follows from that the the posterior probability of atheism, given all known effects have physical causes, is a lot greater than the posterior probability of theism, given this observation. So this is saying that this evidence updates us in favor of atheism. So honestly, this is just a less transparent way of saying basically what we said in the previous 3 slides. But of course, if it's a Bayesian form, then it's a distinct argument, right? So that's the point here.
And Bayesianism means that you're extra big brain and
exactly, yeah. So it's it's super scholarly when it's Bayesian. All right. Moving on. So that was the causal closure physical. So the quantum gravity argument. So I actually think this one's quite interesting. Our best theories of the origin of the universe posit a quantum gravity realm where causation breaks down. If causation breaks down in the quantum gravity realm, then God could not have caused the universe, because there's not a cause outside of space and time. If God exists, he caused the universe to begin, which theists typically hold. Therefore, God does not exist.
Here's a question, though. Is this argument going to be inconsistent with the previous ones about physical or I guess you'd say whatever weird quantum stuff's going on is still physical?
Oh, you say that the causal closure of the physical. That's interesting. Yeah, you're probably going to need to talk there about what it counts as physical. So maybe at the point causation breaks down, you cease to call it physical as well. I'm not really sure about that. Because, physical is not really well defined. You could call something physical if it is in the, how to phrase this? If it's part of the system of cause and effect of other physical things, then it's physical.
Right.
So then a realm of quantum gravity outside of that maybe counts as non-physical. Although that would just be one way to define the physical.
Yeah. Sorry, red herring.
No, I was just thinking about that. It's an interesting question. Yeah. So the point here. Yeah. Sorry.
I was just going to say, in Chad and Cameron's video, they also had arguments that weren't consistent with each other, from different theologies and models of God and stuff like that. So I guess
some of these may well be inconsistent with each other. I haven't actually checked that.
But it might not be. I was just throwing that out there to derail the stream.
What was I going to say? Yeah. So the idea here is that if causation breaks down at quantum gravity realm, then it and the earliest parts of the universe are in temporally earliest parts of the universe are in that quantum gravity realm, then any events there don't have causes, and so it becomes impossible for God to cause the universe under that conception. That's the idea of this argument. So that obviously depends on your conception of causality and so forth. Now, of course, we've got the modal version of that. It's possibly necessary that causation breaks down and so forth. And we've got the Bayesian form of that. Now, not every argument has all the formulations, because some don't make sense. But pretty much all of them have at least multiple variations here. And And, a proposition like the universe had a quantum origin. Now, obviously, we don't know that for a certain, but I would say that's our best theory of, the ultimate origins at the moment. And so, you'd say, well, it's a lot more plausible than not. So even if Q is not taken as certain, you'd still say that observation or that proposition is evidence in favor of atheism over theism, which is what the Bayesian argument establishes. It doesn't say how high the posterior probability is. It just says that it's a lot higher than the posterior probability of theism, given the update based on this, because it's a conditional probability. It's just conditional on this observation. It's not saying what it would be if you condition it on all the other observations as well. All right.
I'm not mentioning that there's stuff going on in the chat, but I don't want to like derail us even more than I've already done. Just so as I don't know how much you want to comment on. Like, there's people talking about like how they're idealists and they can sidestep all of this by doing idealism, which like we're like the point of this is to parody what Cameron's doing and point out that it's bad methodology. People talking about like how their interpretation of quantum mechanics is going to get them out of the observer effects, debunk this. Like let's not go down the rabbit hole.
Well, I don't want to talk about observer effects. Idealism is interesting though, because we are here to talk about the arguments to some extent. We're not going to defend all the arguments. Like that, they didn't do that in their stream. I'm not going to do it in our stream. I'm just going to sort of talk through them briefly. Idealism is interesting though, because I'm wondering, I don't really know if that's even true, right? Because under idealism, there's still phenomena. And the question is, the question is the expectedness of that phenomena under different hypotheses. So, like traditionally, theism is a realist worldview, and so if you're a theistic idealist, I think you can still say. So, I guess there's 2 points here. First of all, the arguments are tailored towards a realist conception of theism, which I think is the standard form. But the second aspect is that I don't even know if you are like a theistic idealist that really changes a lot, because you could still ask, given theistic idealism, how would we expect things to be?
Yeah,
like
the God mind simulation would be a particular way. Yeah.
Would we expect that to be causally close within the simulation? Well, we wouldn't necessarily, right? Because God could intervene in the simulation. So I don't think that idealism really gets you around at least most of these arguments. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not so convinced about that. But I mean, obviously there are objections to these arguments, and we're not going to go through all the details of them. So that's sort of not the point here. Let's keep going. So this is kind of the classic, where did God come from? I don't think it's necessarily a good argument, but I thought I'd throw it in. Theists can't explain where God came from. If they can't explain where God came from, it's unreasonable to believe in God, so it's unreasonable to believe in God. This is persuasive to some people. I think that it's interesting that theists won't find this persuasive, well, obviously, but they do find this persuasive when it's reversed. Like if you say atheists can't explain where the universe came from.
Yeah.
Atheists can't explain where the universe came from.
Well, I think this is why this is such a good argument, is because it's basically going to annoy the right people who are going to say, like, well, that's just, the question, like, God exists necessarily, like, and then, you get them to, like, really, really strongly commit to something like that, and then just offer that about the universe and see the reasons for why they reject it, and then offer them back, but replace the word universe with God and go in a big circle like that.
A good point, CJ. Even a weak argument does add to the probability, so it's all important here. All right, let's see. And of course, there's a modal form because obviously anything about wait, hang on. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, sometimes the modal form is actually quite different. So this is quite a different formulation. It is possibly necessary that all persons have a causal origin. This is actually just, some of these are unique to me, and this is one that I just sort of thought up. It's possibly necessary that all persons have a causal origin. By S5, again, there's a premise here that I've sort of admitted. It is possible that one is true. Therefore, by S5, all persons have a causal origin. You can see there's a typo there. That should just say have a causal origin.
Necessarily.
God is defined to be a person with no causal origin. That's the standard definition of theism. So therefore, God does not exist. Again, like, well, if maybe there's some heterodox versions of theism that could escape this argument, but I think 3 is pretty standard conception of theism. So of course you could reject 1, but then you could say, well, it seems that there's a lot of evidence in favor of this. You could maybe make a conceivability objection if you think conceivability is an argument for points to possibility. So there's things to be said about that. And there's an inductive version of that. So every known person has a causal origin. The God hypothesis says that God is a person with no causal origin. Therefore, we have inductive evidence to believe that there is no God. Again, it's similar to how Craig makes these sort of arguments that, well, we have lots of evidence that all persons have causal origins, so it seems implausible to think that God's the exception to that. All right, and yeah, so that was the last example of that. Now, this one, yes, so some of these arguments are borrowed from the list of 100 arguments for atheism put out by
Filipe Leon.
Yeah, that's right, Filipe Leon. So some of these are adopted from there, actually, or taken from papers that he links to. All right, so I think this is one of them. I haven't put citations in, by the way. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say at the beginning. I've deliberately decided not to put citations in for these. So, of course, that means that they're all irrelevant and you don't have to believe any of them. So it's all right.
But that's just the futility of the atheistic worldview anyway. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Just two moist robots trying to get more and more serotonin and dopamine. Like, what? No ultimate meaning.
So this is sort of, yeah, I mean, a variation of the argument I just gave, essentially. But this is appealing to all concrete entities rather than all persons. All concrete entities have an explanation outside themselves. God is said to be a concrete entity with no explanation outside himself, so he doesn't exist. And you could appeal to all sorts of. You could appeal to philosophical arguments in favor of one. You could appeal to empirical arguments in favor of one. You know, you could do a big song and dance about that. Of course, there's a modal form of that. You know, it's possibly necessary that all concrete entities have an explanation outside themselves. Possibly, all concrete entities have an explanation outside themselves. So, by S5, all concrete entities have an explanation outside themselves, and therefore God does not exist. And there's an inductive form of that, which is the same thing again. All known concrete entities have explanations outside themselves. I should say a concrete entity is something that has like causal powers. So, like abstract objects are not concrete entities; they're abstract. So. Concrete entities would include physical objects as well as something like God or spirits that have any kind of causal powers or can interact with the world. Okay, so moving on. The atheistic kalam. Now, this one is basically just an inversion of the standard kalam. So the first premise is the same. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. But the second premise just denies that the universe began to exist, right?
So
it did not have a cause. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But if God exists, then the universe was caused. And so it follows that if the universe did begin to exist, then God didn't begin to exist. So really, you just have to defend premise 2 here. And then you would just appeal to philosophical or scientific arguments in favor of that. Now, the standards, like the philosophical arguments that are used for the kalam, would be against the impossibility of an actual infinite. But it seems to me here, you could just deploy arguments from the impossibility of a cause of the universe. Like, well, take the theories of causation. It seems that most of them don't make any sense of how the universe could have a cause. Like the universe is all of space and time, and causation is like something that happens in time. So how could it have a cause? So you could develop arguments along these lines to show that it's unreasonable to think that the universe could have a cause. So it's basically just an inversion. And theists are just. Theists only think about doing this one way, so they never think about the possibility you could just do it the opposite way.
Yeah, especially, I guess the interesting thing about that is, I mean, if you're a naturalist, you're naturally going to, I mean, trivially naturally going to deny at least one of the premises in their deductive argument, and then if you just like plug that in, but with the other premises, it's generally just going to like run the opposite way.
Yeah, well, that's one of the points to be made about these. I think it's really amusing that there are some people in the chat saying how terrible these arguments are. It's like, well, watch Cameron's stream. I don't think it's any worse than that. Anyway, so we're not defending the arguments. We're just sort of giving some thoughts about them. Anyway, so this is a modal version. So again, it's a possibly necessary version. Won't get over that. An inductive version. So this is similar to a form that we looked at before, but now it is framed in the context of an argument that the universe didn't begin to exist. So everything that begins to exist has a material cause, or maybe I could even say a sufficient material cause, but I don't think you need that here. The universe began. So again, obviously this is different from the previous one, which said the universe didn't begin, but this is a different approach. So it follows that the universe had a material cause if everything that begins to exist has a material cause. Now, the thing about this is that it's almost identical. The first premises here are almost identical to Craig's formulation of the Kalam, except I've added material in here. And it seems to me that anything that Craig will say in defense of his first premise, you could say in defense of this premise as well, like the inconceivability argument and popping into existence argument and the inductive argument and so forth. And so that gets you to a conclusion that the universe had a material cause, but God caused the universe without a material cause, at least ultimately. There was an ultimate action of creation that didn't require a material cause because God's not material. So from that, you get that God doesn't exist. All right. Oops, did I? Yep. Okay, next one. Argument from imperfection. So this is one that I'm increasingly interested in, actually. And I think it's called this because, I borrowed it from a paper, this particular formulation. So if God is, well, that's the idea. All of the specific syllogisms are my formulation, but the arguments are often borrowed from elsewhere. If God existed, he would have no reason to create the material universe. Theism holds that God created the universe for a reason. Therefore, theism is false. So, I mean, a theist could reject too by just saying that God created the universe for no reason. But I think that's non-standard and hard to reconcile. Remember, these are actually supposed to be arguments against Christianity. So if you like, you could just make it a specific argument against a Christian God by saying like Christianity holds that God created the universe. Sorry, go ahead.
I think in this case, when I've talked to theists about this, they're actually just happy to hold two inconsistent beliefs. So they'll believe that a model of God existed who's entirely self-sufficient, so has no reason to create a material universe. But then they'll also believe that, God desires a family or something like that. And they're just like happy to sit with that tension and not actually like draw out any contradiction.
Yeah, so I've heard Tia say something like that. It's in the nature of God to be creative or to
it's
build outside
it flows
himself
from his
like
creative nature, to create.
Which doesn't make sense because that would seem to be saying that there's something lacking about what he was initially, such that he has to move beyond that. I don't know how you can hold both of those. Anyway,
like if you think he desires a family or something, then it's like, well, how can you say that he's like self-sufficient because he's not got something that he wants there? Like, or I guess you could just define all the terms in like these. Well, when it's like divine self-sufficiency, it's like this special like.
Yeah, well, you just end up with a lot of words defined in very special ways that apply only to God when it just looks more and more ad hoc, I believe. I think causation's like that with the Kalam, actually. I think that the only instance where that brand of causation has happened is when God created the universe, it seems to me. But anyway, so I think this is quite an interesting argument. And of course, there's a modal form of the argument. It's possibly necessary if God existed, he'd have no reason. So that's quite natural there. And there's a Bayesian form of the argument, of course, based on the fact that the immaterial universe does exist. So if God is perfectly self-sufficient, then why did he make the universe? Okay, now this is an interesting argument. Quentin Smith's self-caused universe argument. So here's the idea. Quentin Smith here says that a collection has a cause if and only if all of its elements have causes. So you can say like a period of time has a cause if all of the elements, like instants, say, of that time period have a cause. And so the second premise then is the universe is simply the set of all spatiotemporal events, which is a pretty standard way of conceiving of the universe. Now, if there's a cosmic singularity, then every spatiotemporal event in the universe could have had a prior cause. So basically that's saying that this is an argument that's saying there was no first event of the universe. For every event that occurred, there was an event before that. So people know about the Grim Reaper's paradox. It's basically a variant, or it's the same idea here. So for this to hold, then time would have to be infinitely divisible, but I mean, it could be as far as we know. I mean, quantum theory maybe would say this, but we don't necessarily know that, and this is a philosophical argument anyway. So the idea here is that, if you imagine going back to the first nanosecond, well, you can have the first half nanosecond or the first half, what is it, a picosecond or whatever it is going down. And so each event before had a cause before that and before that, and there was no first cause. So what Quentin Smith is saying here is that every spatiotemporal event in the universe could have had a prior cause, and that means that the set of all events had a prior cause, but the set of all causes and events in the universe just is the universe, and so therefore the universe has a cause internal to itself. So this is the sense in which it's self-cause, and because God is outside the universe, if the universe is self-caused, then God didn't cause the universe. So if God is thought to have been the being that caused the universe, then God doesn't exist under this understanding. And of course, there's a modal form of that, naturally. Anything you want to say about that argument?
No. I was just thinking there was a similar argument to the sort of self-sufficiency idea that I can't remember if you put one in that was like it. That is from one of Oppie's books. And he just kind of throws it out there. Like, I think, again, he's talking about, like, if we think that this is a useful way of going about things, we can just create like random arguments. Like, here's an example. If God exists, God's the perfect ex nihilo creator of the universe. Our universe is imperfect. The actions of a perfect being cannot decrease the degree of perfection in the world. So if God exists, then prior to all creation, the world is perfect. Like running it kind of that, rather than from the self-sufficiency of God, running it from like the perfection of God and this world being imperfect to show that it can't be created. And
well, we've got plenty of teleological arguments coming up.
The evolutionary evil arguments and things like that.
Yeah, see, I think that there are some good considerations here that we've raised and will continue to raise. The part that's silly is the fact that we're just formulating them in slightly, like, subtly different ways and saying that they're like separate arguments. That's really stupid. But, like, of course, the whole point of this stream is to make that point, right?
Yeah.
And there's a whole industry of apologists doing this. And I think that actually Chad's stream or Chad's PowerPoint showed that, of how many papers there are publishing basically this, just slightly different forms of the same argument.
So if there's any universities watching that want to, give me and James tenure, and we can do this just all day.
Yeah, I know. We could just spend all day, every day coming up with just new arguments for the same thing. All right. Now, this is an argument that I pinched from, what's his name again?
Filipe Leon?
Filipe Leon, yeah. I was going to say something else that would have been very wrong. So, Filipe Leon, the argument for the existence of non-deity. So this is sort of related to the idea that God wouldn't create. So if the theistic God were to exist, he would create a world containing only gods. Or specifically, it's that if he were to create anything, it would be only other gods. So beings that possess most or all of his attributes. Well, I guess it couldn't be all, but at least most of his attributes, like moral perfection, for example. But of course, the existing world does not contain only gods, because there's non-god things that exist. So therefore, the theistic God does not exist. Again, premise two is obviously true. And the
premise two is always true, possibly necessarily.
Possibly. Yeah. So because the argument is valid, it follows logically and inescapably that the theistic God does not exist. And the idea of one here is just that, like, well, why would God create something that is lacking in perfections? Like, if he were to create anything, it would be something that has the perfections at least almost as much as he does, or as close to the maximum level as you can get without impinging on his glory or something. So, there's more discussion of this in the paper, but I thought this was kind of an interesting argument. Of course, there's a modal form of that argument.
So, there's some theists
and an abductive form. Sorry,
some theists would be able to deny it by, saying that we are gods and we become gods by donating to Joel Osteen and the prosperity gospel and those sorts of people. Or even that's the parody of Mormonism that's always given out, isn't it? The like, you get your own planet.
Yes, that's right. That's a whole other kettle of worms. Maybe one of these days we can get a Mormon apologist to come on and I can talk to him about that.
Well, we're just showing that, all of these other sort of candidate religions outside of Christian theism are just more plausible because they can, they can deal with
they can avoid these. Yeah, that's a good point.
These objections.
Yeah. So by the way, a lot of these I just talk about God, but if you want to be more specific, you can just replace it with Christian God if that's preferable, and so adjust the argument that way. Yes, that's the abductive form that contains many entities that are not gods. Best explanation of why there are so many non-deities is the world is not created. So we have reason to believe that this God does not exist. And of course, the Bayesian form, as always. All right, so those are all the cosmological arguments. Basically, to summarize those, they relate to basically the idea that the universe can't have had a cause, or can't have been caused by God, or wouldn't have been created by God in the first place, if a God existed. So now we're moving on to the teleological arguments, which relate to the design of the universe. And this is where you get into arguments from poor design. So hence the first one. If God designed the natural world order would be well designed. Many aspects of the natural world are not well designed, therefore God did not design the natural world. So it's kind of easy to come up with things that are not well designed. One of my favorite examples from the natural world is that I should have looked this up. Isn't there a nerve from the giraffe that wraps up right around?
Did you see Doug's stream where he talked to a Muslim who was in medical school about this?
No, I didn't.
I mean, I'm not saying the guy he didn't give a response that convinced me, but like some theists are obviously like aware of these like arguments, and they'll say, but like the same thing when I did my interview with Matthew Kolb on the idea of the brain, where there's like, like there are these nerves where like if you were designing it, you just go from like here to like here, and but instead it like goes around the heart and like comes at like But also
there's
think
a lot
like
of examples like that,
like cruciate ligaments that always snap in like people or like dogs and stuff like that. Like they're really bad design. People getting like CTE from like playing football, like heading the ball all the time and stuff like that. Like brains are not particularly well designed for our human existence.
The human retina is back to front.
Yeah,
like rods face back into the skull rather than forwards.
Yeah, and also like well. I mean, like if you think of dualism, and like occasionalism, where God lines it up, and it's like the idea that God's a deceiver if he if he's lining up like us getting like false perceptions of the world. But if you think of the way that the human brain is designed, like we're really prone to perceiving illusions in things. Like where for example, like I forget which part of our like anatomy it is, but it's to do with like the way that light falls on like a concave or a convex shape and stuff like that. So you can like create all these illusions where we like start inferring, like concave or convex when things actually aren't, and we get confused and form false beliefs. And so God's like sort of created the perceptual apparatus in us that does that. Unless obviously you can come up with like a story that, well, it wasn't like that. We had brilliant 20/20 vision that was perfect before the fall, and it's only because of sin. But
the fall is a get out of jail free card. But I mean, it doesn't really matter if it was caused by the fall or not, because God still created the universe that would have a fall in it. So I don't really see how that's never really made sense to me. Or it's like, well, Adam chose to do that, or Adam and Eve chose, but it's like, well, yeah, but God set everything up such that one choice would lead to everything else being screwed. So it's still bad design. Like, it's like if you put the Chinaware just on the very edge of the of your I can't think of words of the cabinet or the table or whatever. Yeah, and the kid comes in and bumps into it, and you're like, well, the kid shouldn't have been playing in there. Yeah, but you're the one who put it there and allowed the kid to bump into it so that it smashed. So it's still on you, right? It's still badly designed, if that's the case.
But like I guess like cataracts in vision, like hay fever, that's a big one. Like that's super inconvenient. Like literally allergic to the pollen that trees and grass are spreading around. What else can I think of? Oh, like toe bunions. Like you got to walk around and you start getting like ingrown toenails. Like you cut your toenail wrong.
Yeah,
and,
that's like super annoying.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can think of lots of examples of this. It's just not really that hard. There's many examples of this that are pretty hard to understand if God made the natural world well designed. And I don't think the fall is a very good objection to this. Of course, there's a modal form. It is possibly necessary if God exists, the natural world would be well designed. It is possible that if God exists, the natural world will be well designed. Therefore, from S5, then it would be well designed, and so forth. Now we have an inductive form of that. So just saying there are lots and lots of cases. Cases of poor design are unexpected if God exists. So we have evidence that God does not exist. The more cases we have there. Abductive form, there are numerous cases of poor design. The best explanation of this is that nature was not designed by an omni-being. So I guess you could still have a non-omnipotent God creating here, but at least the standard form wouldn't expect this if he was in charge. So therefore, reason to believe that nature was not designed by an omni-God. And a Bayesian form, of course. The observation that nature is badly designed is much more plausible under atheism than under theism. All right, the argument from abstruse design. I'm trying to remember this one. This was an interesting one.
Human discoverability.
I can't remember if this is one I borrowed or this is one I made up. There's too many arguments. They all mixed up in my head. Yeah, so if God designed the natural world, the laws of nature would be designed to aid in human discoverability. I think that this is an argument that I made to parody the argument from the design argument from Design for Discoverability, which I think is very silly. So the laws of human nature have not been designed to aid human discoverability, therefore God does not design the natural world. So premise 2 would be justified on the basis that the laws of nature are just extremely complicated and very hard to understand and very hard to discover. So it seems that if God wanted us to understand those, he could have done a much better job there. And premise 1 is basically, I mean, not every theist would accept that, but a lot of theists seem to be arguing that lately. So I just sort of said, well, if you think that, then let's stick that in and then see what we can infer from that. So that's what I call abstruse design. And of course, there's a modal form of that and an inductive form. So this is a slightly different version here. The laws of nature are extremely complex and difficult to discover, which I think not so many people would disagree with. If God designed the natural world for humans to inhabit, one would be unexpected. So we wouldn't expect the laws of nature to be so complex and difficult, because apparently God wants us to understand the regularities of the world and predict the consequences of our actions, right? Because that's important for free will. So we would expect it to be easier to understand the laws of nature. And therefore we have strong inductive reason that God did not design the world for humans.
The interesting thing I think about these arguments is, if you look at like the history of Christianity and a lot of the ideas that were like prevalent through like Catholicism, for example, that inheriting from like Aristotelianism, the idea that the intellect is like this special thing in humans that's God-given, and we can like investigate the world using the intellect to comprehend it. Well, look just how wrong their like physics and maths and philosophy was, like at the time that they believed that as well. Like we've made so much progress since then, and I think there's good like sort of skeptical arguments to be made from the fact of just like how wrong we were when we thought that, like, you know, God's given us this intellect and we can just like sit around in our little magisterium clique and figure out how the world works by, you know, reading a bit of the Bible and looking at the stars, which are angels or something.
Yeah, like that would be more expected under theism than what we actually observe, which is the idea behind this argument. An abductive form, so rather than making inductive, we're saying the best explanation of why the laws of nature are hard to discover and very complex is that they were not the product of an intelligent designer, because an intelligent designer would plausibly have made them easier and easy to understand. And a Bayesian form.
Oh, I'm thinking of one. Did you do an analogical one as well? Like, what's it like? You know, like means fitted together for ends. That they're like similar, like humans and minds and things are similar to like watches and stuff, that their means fitted together for ends. And then you could say like effects don't have like causes, so they're not actually caused by the same thing or whatever.
I don't think I have an argument like that.
No watchmaker parody. So we could up it.
Yeah, look, there's and I didn't even go full on. So I realized when I was near the end of this, I realized I forgot about all the prima facie arguments. So I think I might have like a couple that I put in. Yeah,
as I look at the world,
seems on the face of it
that God, where's God? I can't see God, so it just seems he's not there. I'm looking around.
Yeah, so I could increase the count by adding those as well. All right, let's move on. Oh, hang on. Yes, that was a Bayesian form.
But just like because they were like, well, we're doing 100 arguments, and then they upped it, and they were like, there's actually even more, and we're doing 500, but there's actually like way more. We're just
this is not all of them. Yeah, exactly. You can keep going. The naturalistic origin of life. So obviously this is a parody on the idea that God had to create life. So life originated through natural processes. Christian theism holds that God created life through supernatural processes. Therefore, Christian theism is false. So even if you think that God created life using natural processes, at some level, there's an idea that he was the instigator of it. So most Christians hold this at some level, right? And so I guess if you just deny that completely, then you could get around this argument. But a lot of Christians still make this argument. And so for anyone who believes that, then they accept premise 2. So then all you have to do is establish that life originated through natural processes. And that's the standard view in biochemistry and, cell biology and evolutionary biology and so forth. Although we don't have all the details of that, there's quite a few ideas on the table. And the idea that a miracle is required is certainly pretty fringe. So the overwhelming consensus of experts there is that one is true, right? So I think we have we're on very firm ground in affirming the conclusion of this argument here.
Appeal
And
to
of course,
authority fallacy, non sequitur fallacy.
so many fallacies. And of course, there's an abductive argument there. The best evidence indicates that life originated through natural processes. The best explanation of why we would have this evidence is that life did, in fact, originate through natural processes. And then so we have reason to think that Christian theism is false there. So this is saying, look, maybe it was a miracle, but look, as far as we can tell, all the evidence points to it being natural. So we wouldn't really expect that under theism. All right, now this is a famous argument of Richard Dawkins here, the ultimate 747 gambit. Complex, and this is of my formulation, so you could maybe reformulate slightly different ways. Complex natural processes require explanation. Theism explains complex natural processes by even more complex supernatural processes. Appealing to even more complex supernatural processes does not yield a satisfactory explanation. Therefore, theism does not provide a satisfactory explanation for complex natural processes. And I couldn't really, it doesn't really follow that theism is false here. I guess you could maybe reformulate it so that it does, but it's a bit hard to gather exactly what Dawkins was saying there. So I didn't want to make these arguments stronger than it was supposed to be. But at the very least, this argument is supposed to say that theism is unnecessary or it's a bad explanation.
But it's a divinely simple, complex supernatural process. You see.
Yeah, well, that's one of the counters, right? And then you got to look at divine simplicity.
But this is, I guess the reason why I'm saying like counters like that is it's just like basically inventing words and just saying saying that they are like more explanatorily virtuous. So it's like, we just have like divine parsimony on our side. We have divine fit to data. Like we, I mean that's a bit, that's obviously me parodying what I think is going on, but it's like to say that it's not much of a response. It's just like, well, I'll just invent a new like speculative thing about my God that actually, even though like you're right in what you're saying, that there's like all the, like there's all these individual supernatural moving parts, one for basically each counterpart natural phenomena that's apparently being explained here. Well, I can just say, well, it's all like one thing because it's like God and that's divine and like it's a mystery, and so it's really simple in a way that only God can be. Like, it's like,
yeah. So I think one of the aspects here that's important is that everything that God does is at least under many standard forms, everything that God does is supposed to be a free choice, right? So you could, each free choice is an additional postulate of the theory or a new element of the theory, because otherwise it's not free, like it's determined by prior factors. So that's libertarian choice, at least. So if you're saying, well, God exists, but then he did this and 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 this, those are all new things that you've got to postulate about God. So the theory becomes just as complex as the thing that you're trying to explain. That's not exactly what the Boeing 747 gambit says, but I think you could reformulate it in those terms, that God is exactly as complicated as what he is supposed to explain, plus any additional complexity that he has merely by existing. So yeah, I agree with the sentiment of this argument, even if the way that Dawkins phrases maybe not the best here, but this is just an inductive form of that, which I think is interesting in terms of explanation. All successful explanations of natural processes reduce them to simpler natural processes, and I think that this is just true here. And theism explains complex natural processes by even more complex supernatural processes. So it's not a good explanation, essentially. We've got strong reason to reject this as an explanation because it doesn't do what all other good explanations do. Like, there's no example of actually, I think I might have made that separate argument, but there's no example of any phenomena that's been generally accepted to be explained by a supernatural process.
Right.
All right, the cosmic waste of creation. So this is one you sometimes hear discussed sometimes. Most of the universe serves no purpose. God would not create a universe, the majority of which serves no purpose. Therefore, God did not create the universe. Very simple, elegant argument there.
Well, so here's the theist response. All that space, it's for us to explore. It's for people to...
Well, a lot of it's literally just empty space. Like, there's not a lot to explore there. It's just like space between stars and galaxies. Like, kind of empty.
Accelerating away at an even...
I mean, and you can just deny too by saying, well, if he felt like it, he could make a universe, the majority of which serves no purpose. But it's a bit strange, right? If you say, look, God created the universe for this purpose, or like, let's even put the universe aside. Say God created this house for a particular purpose. You go in the house and like one tiny room is dedicated to that purpose, and all the other rooms are just empty. You're like, well, it doesn't seem like he created it for that purpose, did he?
Yes.
It seems like it had little to do with that. So it's unexpected, I think. And that is, of course, oh, well, there's a modal form, possibly necessary, would not create a God which served no purpose. But then there's the abductive form. Most of the universe appears to serve no purpose. So we've weakened that slightly. The best explanation of why most of the universe appears to serve no purpose is that the universe was not created by a God to serve a purpose. Therefore, we've got strong evidence that the universe was not created by a God to serve a purpose. I don't see how you can deny one. And I think two is a better explanation of that observation than that God just felt like it or something. So I think this is actually a good argument. And a Bayesian form, probability of the universe appears mostly empty and to serve no purpose, is greater under atheism than under theism. Oh, and I threw in a prima facie here because I thought this was particularly suited for a prima facie. There's a few of those, but not so many of them. So most of the universe appears to serve no purpose. If most of the universe appears to serve no purpose, we have prima facie reason for believing the universe was not created by God to serve a purpose. So prima facie just means like on the face of it. So on the face of it,
to clarify,
like, yeah.
Well, to clarify why these are in there though as well is because the stream that we're sort of parodying here, there were quite a few of these prima facie, and yeah. was that did he talk independently about the principle of like seemings or seemings or real or something? I remember something like that. Possibly. And I thought it sounded like a quote from a Disney movie or something, like seeming is believing. So yeah. So a lot of these arguments were like, well, if it seems to be that way, then it must be that way, like, or that it is the best explanation that it is that way, or something like that. And you can just say that about like, you can argue pro and con about that because a lot of things seem to be different ways to different people. Like
pretty much, yeah. So yeah, again, source of the goose and source of the gander. All right, the cruelty of evolution. So this is another interesting one. The evolution by natural selection is a cruel and painful process. I don't think anyone can argue with that. Or maybe Craig, because animals don't feel pain or something. But God would not use a cruel and painful process to create life. Life emerged through natural selection. Therefore, God did not create life. So, of course, 1 and 3 are basically inarguable. So everything's going to hinge on premise 2 here. And I think an omnibenevolent God very plausibly would not use a cruel or painful process to create life. So I think that this is a very plausible argument. So again, if we use Craigian standards, how plausible is premise 2 there? I think it's a lot more plausible than not. And so we have reason to accept the conclusion here, given that 1 and 3 are basically indisputable.
Unless the Calvinists, of course, because it glorifies him most. In which case, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's worth eternal conscious torment, to be honest. Like to just say, like, wow, that guy's a dick and rebel. I don't think that the payoff, like justifies it, but it's still pretty strong, like I don't think I could really force myself if I was committed to like, the process which glorifies this God most is like all this horrendous, like horrendous struggle for existence between like animals that like emerging in intelligence as well, and then there's this weird stuff happening to them. Then I'd be like, wow, that guy is a dick. But did you see the Deflate video that was a response to Cosmic Skeptic's veganism argument about evolution and animals in nature?
No, I didn't.
So he was saying he was just saying, rejecting the idea that animals are actually suffering, and saying that the vast majority of life for animals that exist in nature is just happiness and playing and having fun. And he basically based it all off this one guy who was a biologist of some sort in the field, and like this quote from him saying, like, in all my work in the field, it just seems that animals in a state of nature are like enjoying themselves or whatever. And he was like, so Cosmic Skeptic here is completely wrong to assert that animals are suffering. Like, it's really, yeah.
That's a really strange argument to make. I mean, animals in a state of nature are mostly just playing around. I mean, it seems that they're often in a state of heightened alert because they're worried about being eaten or getting enough food or suffering various diseases. I just don't know how you get that from. Yeah,
but he's got that guy who's a field biologist, his quote that most of the time it just seems to him that animals are having fun. And
that's prima facie, I guess.
Seemings are believings or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there may be a naturalistic fallacy going on there as well, but that's interesting.
I guess we could respond to that separately at some point, but I just don't think that's true. Like even if I just go for like a walk around my neighborhood, like there's all these geese along the canal and they're just like fighting every day to like get like little bits of bread, and like there's all these ducks just constantly raping each other and stuff like that. Like it's horrible. Like from my point of view, I wouldn't want to live like these geese and ducks and and like rats as well. And I see like drowned rats in the canal all the time and stuff like that.
No, that's yeah. I think it's interesting.
Sorry, put a downer on that.
Yeah, let's get going. Of course, there's a modal form of that, so it's possibly necessary God would not use a cruel and painful process. Bias 5 and so forth and so forth. An abductive form. So the best explanation for the emergence of life via a cruel and painful process is that life arose spontaneously, or not designed by God, which is what I mean by spontaneously there. I think that's probably the strongest formulation of the argument here. Very strong reason to believe that life arose spontaneously, meaning it was not created by a God. And of course, the Bayesian form, same as usually is. All right, the lack of teleology in nature.
Well, a seed desires to become a tree. I've heard this one recently.
Who said that?
So I think it was like, the Aristotelian, the Aquinas, which is Teleology argument, which is kind of like, it's like that seeds and things have like a knowledge of what they're going to become because they like desire towards it, but they can't like have that knowledge in themselves. So they must have been like given it by God. I'm butchering the way that the argument's actually laid out there, but yeah, I think it was someone who was riffing on, well, not, they weren't parodying it. Someone who was like legitimately committed to this like Aquinas. Is it his fourth way? The fifth way is degrees of being. So maybe
I don't remember which way is which.
Yeah, it's the fourth or fifth way. And yeah, it's just that like there's like a knowledge in things that they couldn't have had themselves. They would have had to be like set towards that end by God, like a seed towards becoming a tree.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I guess it does depend here on how you understand teleology, which isn't really defined here, but it kind of just seems like all of the species is just doing their best to survive in an evolutionary sense. Like I don't, and in that sense, it's not clear that there's any directedness to it, which is what premise one's trying to get at here. It doesn't seem to be trying to achieve anything other than just like not go extinct. I mean, and I guess you could call that a teleology of a sorts, but that's not what I had in mind with premise one here.
It seems kind of, to me at least, it seems more like deterministic algorithm type thing, where like there's just like death if you don't fit the ecological niche, and survival if you do, and then you reproduce, and there's more like there doesn't seem to be too much more to it than that.
Yeah, and it just keeps going. That's the sense in which there's lack of teleology here. That's the sense of premise one here. And if God created the natural world, there will be clear evidence of teleology, which I think is plausible enough. And yeah, so God did not create the natural world, and Christianity claims that he did, so Christianity is false. And there's a modal form of that, as always, and there's a Bayesian form of that, as always. The argument from cognitive biases. Now, this is an argument that I came across as well, which I think is kind of interesting. So humans experience a wide range of cognitive biases to make our cognitive faculties often unreliable. I think that's pretty much established now by science. If humans are created by God, they would not experience such a wide range of cognitive biases. Christianity claims that humans were created by God. So yeah, exactly. So God wouldn't create our faculties in a way such that we would be regularly and consistently deceived in many different contexts. Not in every context, but at least in enough and a wide range. So I think that this is actually quite an interesting point here. And of course, you can make a modal form of that and an inductive form of that. So humans have a large number of cognitive biases which make effectiveness often unreliable. This is unexpected. Therefore, we have reason to believe that God doesn't exist. Christianity is false in this case. And an abductive form. The best explanation of why we have so many biases is that humans evolved by natural forces without divine guidance. Because if we did have divine guidance, you would expect that God would want us to be our belief-forming faculties to be more regularly and consistently truth-conducive. People were just talking before in the chat about how inaccurate a lot of Plato and Aristotle's metaphysics were, and the worldviews that you see discussed in the Bible and so forth. But it's just, I mean, God could have done that, but it's not really clear why he would have. And it seems that he'd want us to, again, if the whole point is to exercise your free will or whatever, then you want to be able to do that better by forming more accurate beliefs about the effect of your actions and so forth.
Who was the when prophecy fails and cognitive dissonance guy?
Festinger, yeah.
Festinger?
I think that's right. Yeah, Festinger.
Yeah, I'm just interesting. It's also interesting how how much cognitive biases do play a role in sort of like doomsday cults and like the origins of like religions and the end times coming, which is, you know, sort of what Christianity is an example of. Not that that has too much pertinence to this argument specifically. It's just an interesting side point.
Yeah, so I also think that that's a quite an interesting argument. And of course, there's a Bayesian form. Humans experience a large number of cognitive biases, more likely under atheism than under theism. All right, now this is another one that I picked up. The argument from revulsion against natural laws. I think this is Filipe Leon, or is it, which way is it? Is it Leon Filipe or Filipe Leon?
Filipe Leon.
Filipe Leon.
Yeah.
Because I know someone called Leon and I'm just getting them confused.
Yeah. It is, I don't even know, I don't know that much about him, but he's coming on my channel for an interview.
Awesome!
In a week, I think, actually. Yeah. So
yeah, that'll be fun. But anyway, I think this was his argument here. So he says, "I am rightly repulsed by various horrors of the natural world. If the natural world was created by God, I would not be rightly repulsed by various horrors of the natural world. According to theism, God created the world, so theism is false." So the idea he had in mind is, well, different aspects of the natural world. So I think, I'm trying to remember. So one of the ones that he mentioned, I think, is what is it called? Like the species that eat their mates during cannibalism. What's that called again?
Oh, the spiders. Like
there's a word for that.
I know what you mean. Why I've got like self-immolation stuck in my head, which is setting yourself on fire, like those Buddhist monks. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so there's filial, so sexual cannibalism is what that's called. There's also filial cannibalism, where adults eat their offspring in certain situations.
And then there's normal cannibalism.
As well as infanticide. There's also intrauterine cannibalism.
Oh, the other
multiple embryos are impregnated, but only one are born. The larger ones consume their less developed siblings as a source of nutrients.
I mean, the cannibalism one, I think we find naturally repulsive. And I don't know what our reasons are for finding cannibalism repulsive, whether that's just like, whether that's because of our culture, because some human cultures have been into cannibalism, or whether there's like an evolutionary thing there because like there's all sorts of weird diseases you get from like eating the nervous system of like your own species or whatever. But the other thing I'm thinking of are like all these goofy like parasites and that horrible wasp that like lays its eggs in, like the head of like another insect, or like bot flies, things that just lay their eggs inside of other creatures and then they have to eat their way out as like larvae. That's another example. They're all gross. Guinea worms, those sorts of things.
And intestinal worms as well. Those are just so disgusting. Yeah, so the idea here is that the argument doesn't attempt to explain why we find these repulsive, just that we are right to regard them as repulsive in whatever sense you want to appropriate or whatever you want to regard that, and that wouldn't be the case if God created the natural world.
Viruses that give you pneumonia in your lungs.
So I mean, you could make the fall argument here as well, but again, you could just push it back. Why did God create a universe on the teetering of falling into a situation where there's all of these horrific horrors? So I don't think that's a very good counter. All right, and that concludes the teleological arguments. So to summarize, it's basically a combination of like bad design, horrific design, painful design, and also the cognitive biases, or like why would he create us so that we're so confused and confusing laws of nature sort of thing.
But two ways those could have been bolstered, though. I think analogical argument parodies and like those Aquinas type arguments, which are appealing to like specifically like a weird understanding of what like things possessing knowledge to be like aimed towards an end, like like an acorn seed desiring to grow into a tree or whatever. And you could just kind of be like, well no, that's like our understanding of DNA and stuff like basically reduces that to a essentially mechanical chemical process, and so like it doesn't have like a knowledge in it where it knows it wants to become a tree, unless I guess you could say like, well, the DNA code encodes the knowledge or something. But I think there's something to be said of that, where you could just like like deny one of the premises, run it the opposite way, and get to the alternative conclusion.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, more arguments for the next version.
Yeah.
All right, ontological arguments. So these are some of my favorite, just because ontological arguments for the existence of God are, I think, very silly. And so like, it gives an opportunity for some interesting parody arguments. All right, the modal argument for atheism. It is possibly necessary that God does not exist. Bias 5, if it is possibly necessary that God does not exist, then God does not exist. Hence, God does not exist. Because obviously, I mean, so this is the standard conception of God's existence, right? It's necessary. So either God exists necessarily or he doesn't exist necessarily. So just as Craig does, I'll leave it to you. Do you think it's possible that God does not exist? Because if you do think it's possible God does not exist, then it follows logically and inescapably that God doesn't exist. Because that's how S5 works. Boom. Gasking's ontological argument for atheism. This is one that I really like. The greater the handicap of the creator, the more impressive the achievement. The most formidable handicap would be non-existence. Therefore, the greatest conceivable being is one who creates everything while not existing. This non-existent creator is God, therefore God does not exist.
What does it that Craig says there's a contradiction in this, right? That it doesn't exist and exists.
No, there's no contradiction, because we're not saying that God exists and doesn't exist. We're saying that he creates without existing.
The non-existent creator is God. So God doesn't exist. I see what you mean. But that's what I'm pretty sure that's what Craig says, though. He's saying that, like God exists in order to be the non-existent creator and doesn't exist. So there's like a contradiction. I think that's where he goes.
We're just predicating properties of the non-existent creator. You can predicate of non-existent entities, just like we do of Santa Claus, right? So there's no contradiction there. Well, nor is it contradictory to say that a non-existent God creates, because there's no logical contradiction between God doesn't exist and God creates the universe. Those don't logically contradict each other. The only thing you could say is that it's metaphysically impossible for a non-existent being to create. But then that's just begging the question against the non-existent God creation theist proponent, right? That's just question begging, because they're just saying that God doesn't exist and creates the universe.
So I think there's an interesting like meta point here about like the general dialogue between like theists and atheists and philosophers and stuff. And so there's this channel that makes clips from philosophy lectures, and there's one that thank you, V. There's one a Graham Priest one where he's talking about nothing, and it's like 5 minutes of him sort of like saying things that sound really silly about nothing, but then he's like, like nothing doesn't exist, nothing doesn't have existence, but I went to the fridge and there was nothing in the fridge. Nothing was in the fridge, nothing. But as I was like listening to this over time and going more and more crazy, I started to think that this actually does sound like when theists try and like describe God and like add predicates to it and stuff. It genuinely does seem to me like they're like creating like nothing, like they're just negating all of this stuff that we can actually point to and be like, like material, extended, did it, and they're just going, no, not that, and like it's like they've defined like a nothing to and even omniscience
and even omnipotence is often defined in as a negation, because they say it's the absence of limits on power or the absence of limits on knowledge. So
and it's
even
like
that's often defined in a negative term. Yeah,
because it's like impossible to like disprove nothing. Like they're literally just saying nothing. But I mean, I don't know how what I'm saying here is actually even relevant to what we're saying. But I think maybe this parody can like bring out some of those weird intuitions about what's actually going on in these theistic arguments. But,
yeah, I really like this argument for that reason. Baby,
V did this on purpose.
Yeah, and I made her a moderator too. Maybe I should take that back. All right, Platonism and divine aseity. So Platonism is true. Now, obviously, not everyone's going to accept that, but you can appeal to all the arguments of Platonism. You can appeal to the fact that it's the most popular view among philosophers. So there's,
indispensability of numbers.
Yeah. Lots of arguments to get. If Platonism is true, then necessary objects exist independently of God. That's just what Platonism holds, right?
Well, Neoplatonism, like a divine conceptualism, like some people might say that, right? So,
that's not a standard Platonism, though. Divine conceptualism is different to Platonism. But anyway, if necessary objects exist independently of God, God cannot be self-sufficient. And this is just what Craig thinks, right? Craig thinks that if Platonism is true, necessary objects exist independently of God. And Craig thinks that if necessary objects exist independently of God, God cannot be self-sufficient. So Craig agrees with premises 2 and 3 here. And I guess 4 as well. If God cannot be self-sufficient, he does not exist, because that's just the definition of God, right? So he just rejects 1 here. But you could argue that there's a lot of good reasons to accept 1. Therefore, follows logically and inescapably that God does not exist.
Yeah.
This one's good. I'm an arsehole. The best possible world would not include arseholes, therefore the best possible world does not exist. And God would only create the best possible world, right? So therefore God does not exist.
All is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. Wait, who is it? Who parodied that? Was it Voltaire? Is that?
Yeah, that was Voltaire.
Yeah.
That's Candide.
Yeah. Because that's Leibniz's theodicy.
Yeah, Leibniz's
is that
idea,
this is the best possible world. Yeah, and then the parody is like stuff that's happening that's like plausibly true, and the characters keep saying that as it's happening. Right? Is that?
Yeah, it's a very funny book where all of this terrible stuff happens, and you just keep saying, "Well, it's for the best," sort of thing. By the way, 69 viewers, nice. Oh, it's 71. Sorry.
That's almost as many as Cameron gets, on his live streams sometimes.
Oh well, good job, everyone.
And Braxton's got like 12k followers. He gets similar, like 100 odd viewers.
Well, the atheists are just more committed. Not that you have to be an atheist to listen, right? But so this is just possibly necessary that Platonism is true. Platonism is true. The necessary objects exist independently of God. Necessary objects exist independently of God. God comes up by S5. You see. This is abbreviated a little bit. Sometimes I have to throw S5 in the conclusion there, but you get the idea of how it works.
But by virtue of which Platonic form is Platonism true,
Well, any of them, right? You just need one Platonic form to exist, and then Platonism, and then this argument goes forward. So it doesn't matter. This is the thing. People think that if you can refute this or that Platonic form, or like, universals or particular forms of set theory, it does. Like, you only need a single Platonic object to exist, and then the argument goes ahead. So that makes it a lot stronger of an argument. All right. Platonism and divine society. Abductive. So Platonism is the best explanation of abstract objects, which a lot of philosophers agree with. If Platonism is true, theism is false, which people like Craig agree with. Therefore, we have good reason to believe that theism is false. Very simple argument there.
I was thinking of like a self-referential thing, like the Platonic form of Platonism as like a metaphysical theory or something.
Well, that's not a contradiction, though. It would be like the Platonic form that corresponds to the non-existence of the falsity of Platonism or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Argument from the contingency of minds. So I'm just trying to think, why is this an ontological argument? I think because it's an argument against his necessary existence. So all minds are contingent entities. God is a necessary mind, so therefore God does not exist.
Yeah, it's like an essence contains existence, but essence like
the opposite. Yeah. So to answer this question, you can see what number argument we're on in the bottom right corner. By the way, Nathan, you haven't been doing any push-ups. What's the deal with that?
Oh, I mean, I can
too
do
sick?
them.
Got to pull out the sick card.
how many are we doing? That's the question. You've not got
well, that's
super
up to
chats
chat.
enabled.
That's up to chat.
So,
I don't know how do I enable super chats?
I don't know if you can do it live, but somewhere in Creator Studio. And if you
I'll have
did
a look later, it's fine. You can save them up, guys, and donate them later.
Well, I was going to do the push-up. I was going to get people to donate through doing the push-ups. That's the.
Oh, I see. Well, let me have a quick look if I can. I mean, people keep complaining that I don't know what I'm doing, which is perfectly true because I'm still a bit new to this. Normally, I just leech off Nathan and he does all the work.
Let me see. I'll see if I can find where I do it in my YouTube studio.
Upgrade something.
Maybe under monetization tab, right? And then there's like.
Is this on YouTube or on StreamYard?
YouTube. So if you in YouTube in the top right, you click on your icon, go to YouTube Studio, and then go to monetization, and then there's a within monetization. There's a supers tab, and then you've got enable super chats as like a button or something that you click.
Oh, supers. See more.
I think it's just a button that's like disable super chat.
Oh wait, there's a tab here.
Yeah, so click on the supers tab. Oh, is it? Does it look reasonable to do now, or is it too weird?
Yeah, it should just take a second. You can entertain the audience while I'm fixing this up.
I don't know.
What's my company name? I guess it's just my name.
James Fodor Incorporated. Fodor Inc. So yeah, people. How many people have we got watching? So yeah, 71 people watching. I think when Cameron has like a big guest on, he gets about like 300 odd. because Doug gets about like 350 to 400 now, so he's kind of gets more than Cameron during his live streams. But Braxton generally gets about 120 odd viewers.
Well, I think I turned it on. People can let me know if that's worked. I don't know how long it will take to like.
Let me.
Show up.
I'll refresh the thingy, see if it's just there now. I can't see it right now, but maybe it'll pop in at some point in the stream.
Maybe because I created the stream before that, it won't show up now.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine.
We'll
sort
but if
it out.
Happens,
let's keep going.
I'll hold off the press ups till the end just in case, because then
he deliberately didn't tell me until the stream started, so he could avoid having to do any. Yeah. So in terms of premise one here, I mean, I think we've got very strong very strong evidence in favor of this, and you can probably make philosophical arguments in favor of that as well. So it's like, well, for any mind, you can just conceive of it not existing, right? So if the relevant mental combination of facets weren't in existence, then that mind wouldn't exist, so it's contingent. You can argue something along those lines, maybe. And of course, there's a modal argument. So it's possibly necessary that all minds are contingent. By 1 and S5, all minds are contingent. God is necessary, so he doesn't exist. And there's an abductive form. All known minds are contingent. God is supposed to be a necessary mind, so we have strong evidence that he doesn't exist. And there's an abductive form. All known minds are contingent. The best explanation of why all known minds are contingent is that all minds are contingent. There aren't any necessary minds, but God is supposed to be a necessary mind, so we have strong reason to think that he doesn't exist. And a Bayesian form, of course, as always. The no maximal being argument. So this one I think is kind of interesting. God is supposed to be the greatest possible being, or the maximally great being. But for every great being, there is a conceivable being sorry, how does I phrase it here? There's a conceivable being with at least one more greatness-making property than that being. Therefore, there cannot be a maximally great being. Therefore, God does not exist.
This is actually pretty interesting. Because of the way that like what's it called, ontological, like Anselmian ontological arguments try and like derive that contradiction from like, if it didn't exist, then you could conceive of one greater. And but that, I think that does implicitly depend upon like saying that there actually can be differences in people's conception of a maximally great being where you can like add properties to it or something. I don't know. That's yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. So in terms of premise 2 there, how would you defend that? Well, it kind of depends on what you think greatness making properties are, right? But you can always just say, well, like God has an extra one.
Yeah.
Or like God, I mean, you could look in terms of how great he is in terms of like, well, he created this many people, so you could create an extra one of them. But maybe you say that it has to be an intrinsic property, and that's an extrinsic one. But I think the only real way around this is to just say that all greatness making properties are non-quantifiable, so that you can't specify like how much of them God has, because otherwise, like, it doesn't really make sense. You can just always say he has more than he does. But even if that's true, you can just then add on more properties. Like, it doesn't have to be the quantification of them.
There's like physical. I mean, I guess there's like physical properties that you could predicate like greatness of, right? That I don't know if it would make sense. Would you say that God has to have them, even though God's an immaterial being? And then if you're like, well, God can't have them, doesn't that kind of undermine your maximally great? Like, because God isn't maximally great if he doesn't have a great pair of boobs, for example. Like,
yeah, I think that's.
Or is
that's
that
an example
I've
heard before? Yeah, but I mean, like, is God the fastest runner, for example?
Yeah.
Is that a greatness making property?
Yeah.
But could God have, or like, is God the best?
Is he a great stock trader?
Yeah.
Maybe this just
is he a great
undermines,
Age of Empires player?
Maybe this undermines just the like a realist interpretation of like greatness or something like that.
Maybe.
Like it's like, well, I don't know. There's always room for more discourse on all of these, but
yeah, I'm not really sure about this argument myself. I just think it's interesting because I don't know what a maximally great being means, to be honest. And I think this is an argument pushing against what that might mean. And of course, then we have to have a modal form of that argument. It is possibly necessary that for every great being there. So even if it's not, maybe we don't know if it's true, but possibly there could be for every great being, there's a possible being with at least one more greatness making property. So possibly necessary, there cannot be a maximally great being from S5. Necessarily, there cannot be a maximally great being, so God doesn't exist. and an inductive form. For every great being, there is at least one conceivable property. There's a conceivable being, at least one more greatness making property. So that for anything we know, you can always think of a way of making it better, essentially. So
someone's put an absolutely brutal comment in the chat. I don't think it should be shared.
Which one?
How long? 8:27.
I don't see anything about that.
It's right at the top of my comment stream. By how long?
How long? Oh, wait, no, that's not
my
it.
theory is that, and I'm not going to say.
Oh, by how long? I thought you said it starts with how long.
Yeah, the name of the person is how. Or sorry, the name of the soul is how long, and the person.
I
is
see. Yeah, well, I won't read that out because that is pretty brutal. But so I didn't mean to draw so much attention to it. I thought it was something rude or something. Well, I mean it is, but I thought it was something that might need moderating. The aloneness argument against classical theism. So yeah, I just thought this was interesting. So this is another one I found in my researches. So you'll see what we think of this. So possibly God exists without a non-God world. So that means God could exist by himself, like sans creation, just God. So that's saying it's possible. So God contingently has wholly intrinsic knowledge. This means that it is possible, like contingently, in some possible worlds, there is just God, and he only knows things about himself. He doesn't know anything about the world outside of himself because there is no world outside of himself. Now, whenever
you say sans, I always think of Comic Sans, the font.
Well, that means sans serif, right? Which is the little thingies, strokes on the ends of the letters. So that's So it's the same word, I guess, is the point. Anyway, whatever is wholly intrinsic to a being is either an essential feature of that being or an accident of them. So this was a tricky argument to formulate in these premises, but I think it's actually quite interesting. So I'll try to explain it here. So wholly intrinsic means it's just internal to you, like not dependent on something outside of you. So that's what wholly intrinsic knowledge is. God has knowledge only of himself and not of anything outside of himself because there isn't anything outside of himself. So anything that's wholly intrinsic to a being is either an essential feature of that being, meaning it's like critical to them and they always have to have it, or it's an accident, which means that there's no reason for it.
Right.
It just sort of happened as a brute fact or something like that. And the reason for that is because it kind of happened for a reason outside that being, because then it wouldn't be wholly intrinsic.
I'm thinking about transubstantiation. Sorry, as you're talking.
Okay, well, I don't know how that relates to this.
Well, I'm just thinking about the idea that like the essential properties of bread can change into God, but the accidental properties can remain the same. Yeah.
How could you change the essential properties of something? That would make it into something else.
Well, because it does. It becomes God. It becomes Jesus's flesh, right? The bread and the wine. It becomes.
Oh yeah, but then it's no longer bread, right?
Yeah, that's the point of it. Flesh and body.
Yeah.
The accidental properties remain the same.
Yeah. So that's actually.
I was just thinking about that as you was. Yeah,
right.
I was just thinking about that as you was.
Yeah. What was I saying here?
Sorry.
Yeah. So that's the idea
of to derail everything.
No, that's all good. Whatever is wholly intrinsic to a being is either an essential feature or an accident, which means there's no. So you can't. All that premise 3 is saying is that a wholly intrinsic property cannot be caused by something outside the being, because then it won't be wholly intrinsic. It would be from outside. That's the point that's being made there. Now, premise 4: no contingent property of God can be essential. The idea of this here is that God exists necessarily, and so all of his properties are necessary. And so there can't be something that is a property of God that is just contingent, because that would be inconsistent with his essential nature. So according to 5 here, so from all of the following, what we get is that possibly, because looking back to premise 1, that's possibly, God has an accidental property, and that accidental property would be his knowledge, consisting only of the fact of, let me rephrase that. His accidental property is essentially whether he has knowledge of things outside of himself or not. That's just an accident, meaning that there's no reason for it. Under, what was CT? Oh, classical theism. I think I had to just abbreviate there. Under classical theism, God is identical to his properties. So therefore, God is an accident. So this is an argument not against theism, but against classical theism.
Right.
And by an accident, it just means that there's no reason for God's existence effectively. or it's just a brute fact, not a necessary fact, which is supposed to be a contradiction because God is not, can't be an accident, right? So this is supposed to be a reductio against classical theism. This is not my argument. This is, I don't remember who, this is taken from a paper by a philosopher. So it's quite sort of technical. So maybe I won't try to explain it again because I feel like I just did the best job I could, but have a read of it. It's called the aloneness argument. It's kind of interesting. It's supposed to be a reductio against classical theism, which says that God is identical to his properties, which I think is a silly position anyway, because it doesn't really make any sense. But there's still a lot of classical theists around, so this would be an argument against that formulation. All right, let's move on here. So that was all of the ontological arguments. So often they were like parodies of the theistic ontological arguments, or attempts to deduce like contradictions in the nature of God or his necessity or something like that. Now we're moving on to theological arguments regarding theism. So these are basically aspects of the specific aspects of the nature of God that are supposed to be contradictory or evidence for their non-existence, but not about Christianity specifically. All right, the incompatible properties argument. So this is an old one. The properties of the God of classical theism are mutually contradictory. You don't really have to say classical theism here, I guess. You can just say the theistic God. If the properties of God of classical theism are mutually contradictory, God does not exist, so God does not exist. Now, obviously, theists are going to deny one, but... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, well, which properties are we saying are contradictory in this argument? Because it's going to, that is going to kind of depend on a particular model of God, right?
Well, yeah, and I think that's maybe why I threw in classical theism here, because
is it like the omni attributes?
It's more well defined. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember. I think I put some examples later on as to things that I typically put mentioned. Let me see if I can find that.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I've not thought too hard about the contradictory ones, but I certainly have thought about like either them just not making any sense to me whatsoever, like what omniscience or omnipotence even means, or the other thing is like inconsistent sets of beliefs. So, for example, like theists or classical theists will want to say that like God's omniscient, right? So he knows all propositions, but then they'll also want to say that there are souls with like qualia. But then, and they'll also want to believe that God is like distinct from the, because they're making like a creator-created distinction, so they're not pantheists. And then there's like an issue for this because they're believing that God's like omniscient, so he like has all of the qualia knowledge of your like private soul first-person experience, but then he also like isn't you, like a pantheist would believe, and so there's like some kind of like tension between all these like things that they want to believe about the way the world is. I don't know about sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say that I think it is quite hard to understand it, and we just mentioned this before, how all the properties fit together. But in terms of some of them that seem plausible, so one would be divine aseity and creation, or the fact that God has purposes, I suppose. Really any purpose, to be honest, would seem to contradict with the idea that he is self-sufficient, because I don't know how you have a purpose to, like, just being what you are you can't have a purpose to just be what you are. That doesn't really make sense. Like the purpose is always about doing or changing or making something, I guess. So
God being outside of time. So someone's saying like God being immutable and having libertarian free will, but I also think like God being unchanging, and like the idea that God made decisions to like create and stuff like that.
Yes. So immutability and creating. What else was I going to say? There was another one I had in mind. So God being, I was going to say God being a person, although classical theism, I don't know that they exactly accept that. But regardless, this would just be a different conception of God. So God being a person and God being timeless and or existing outside of space. Which seem to be pretty critical aspects of being a person, arguably at least.
Oh, another thing I've thought about, because they like to think about like thought being this like special thing that can't be like part of the physical, is that it seems to be like an essential property of thought that it is like tense, like it's like, like moving through time. And this is like Craig's main argument for A theory, is like a psychological interpretation of like the phenomenology of like our experience. And like, I don't know how it's possible to say like God has these like atemporal thoughts, because I just don't even know what that means. Now, there's not like a direct contradiction there, or maybe there could be. Like, you could say that thought can only take place in a tense sense, and God
Yes.
isn't with. Yeah, I don't.
Thought requires a succession of mental states, and
Right.
God doesn't have a succession of mental states, because he's atemporal. Therefore, there's a contradiction there. Yeah, I think there's a lot of possibilities here, depending on exactly how you understand these different attributes. So I just sort of, I didn't want to make it too specific to particular properties, but of course, if I wanted to, then I could make many more arguments. But I wanted to, just make it a bit generic there.
Yeah, we wanted to give the theists some escape, some room to escape, and
we are generous. Yeah, so there's a modal form of that, of course, because any properties that God has, he has necessarily, so you can just make it a modal version. And abductive form is a little bit different. So theologians have been unable to give satisfactory accounts explaining all of God's properties. The best explanation of why the theologians have been such failures is that they're actually just mutually inconsistent or incoherent, and so there's reason to believe that God does not exist. Now, theologians might disagree with one, but I mean, well, you can judge for yourself how plausible that is, I suppose, or how plausible their answers are. And there's a Bayesian formulation of the failure of the theologian's argument there. It's more expected that the theologians would fail under naturalism or under atheism, given than it is under theism.
I suppose, I think that I don't think I've come across like a proposed model of God where there aren't like some pretty big questions about how the hell that is supposed to work. Because you could have like an argument from the fact that theologians can't agree, in intra-theologian kind of like disagreement, in the sense that like there's all these different models of God, but then just assuming any given model of God, there are also like these issues of whether it even like coheres with itself or with what they're committed to believing about the world through science and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, particular models of God will be subject to further objections, right? But you can't use objections to a very specific model of God as an objection to the existence of God simpliciter.
Yeah.
Right.
A
few of the arguments, like maybe a couple of them are specific to classical theism. That's because that's a very like widely held one. But I try to avoid. Well, this is actually arguments against Christianity, but I tried to avoid arguments that were specific to a very particular form. There are a few there, but only if they're pretty commonly held views about God. So anyway, let's move on. Theological non-cognitivism. Now, this is also one I find interesting.
Which is what I happen to believe.
Interesting. Religious utterances such as God exists do not express coherent propositions for truth values. If the utterance God exists does not have a truth value, there is no fact of the matter of God's existence. Christianity says there is a fact of the matter, at least implicitly, because they say God exists. Therefore, Christianity is false. So any thoughts on why we should think that theological non-cognitivism is true?
So one of the when I began to become convinced of this, it was actually when I was reading Blaise Pascal's, what was it? Is it The Thing That Was Found Sewn in His Shirt, and then some other stuff that he's written, where he's talking about. So Blaise Pascal, who was famous like mathematician, did like some work on conical sections. Theologian, wrote the Pensées and what's it called? Pascal's Wager. That argument is like a hash of something that he said, and famously, where he was very devout in his religious belief, and when he died, he was found with like a thing sewn in his jacket that he kept around with that was dated, that was of a religious experience that he had, that was very powerful to him, and he clearly like suffered with depression, stuff like that. Like you said, he was familiar, obviously, with the kind of mechanical sciences, and said, like the vastness of these empty spaces like terrifies me, or something about the universe, but. This religious experience, he said, had, and I'm going to butcher the paraphrasing here, but it's something like fire, God of Abraham, God of Jacob, not the God of the philosophers, but like the God of Israel, my God. And as I was like reading this, I was like thinking. This isn't particularly an argument. This is just how I sort of became more convinced of this point of view. It's like I was thinking. Yeah, this seems to me like someone who is kind of depressed, right? And they're expressing their emotional kind of experience of the world, like their stance towards their existence and life, through using this token of language, God, as like an expression of like, in the face of this like mechanical and vast universe and like the depression that I have and stuff, here's how I kind of like feel about it. It's kind of like crazy and wild, and I have like this fire in my heart to try and live and stuff like that. And I thought, maybe that's actually what's going on here. And then I started thinking about my own experiences with religion and stuff, and what God had meant to me. And, you know, like I never saw this material person in the sky. It was more like this kind of like feeling that I had, like of experiencing a good poem, or, you know, like the start of The Lion King when they sing that Circle of Life song. Yeah, and it's like, you know, that like there isn't a circle of life, but it's just like, you know, like it's just this emotional expression of like, like life's like this beautiful thing or whatever. And I think that is the role that God might play in like a linguistic community. And you can begin to tie it into like these more sophisticated articulations of what might be going on there. But yeah, so a non-cognitivist is going to think that like, you know, people in church singing hymns and stuff like that, it's just kind of like the same as when you enjoy, you know, a good song and you're like, that's deep, bro, kind of thing. Like, it's that emotional disposition. And I think even religious folk, if they think about it, would be like, you know, like they'd say it's a heart issue. It's not the problem of sin. It's a heart issue. It's like, and then you begin to psychologically identify sin and what's gone wrong with like, with like trying to think about things in like in propositional terms, whereas like there's this really powerful like you know, like all the burning in the bosom, which is like this idea of God and triumph of the good over evil and stuff like that. And I think there's a lot to be said for that interpretation of religion. Now there's issues for it, because then you're going to talk to like Christian philosophers and they're going to say, no, when I say God exists, I mean these propositions, and and then the issue is going to be that you're going to say, well, I know your psychology better than you know yourself, or something like that. And it's going to be difficult to argue for, but I think, I kind of think there's something to it in terms of like what's going on there. Like, it seems to me like, I've ranted a bit about this one and perhaps not said much, but I think there's something to like theological non-cognitivism in terms of like, how the word God is used by like a linguistic community, which seems to be as this like emotional utterance expressing our like compulsion towards doing the right thing and like what we think is best, and trying to overcome difficulties in life and stuff like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with the way theistic language is typically actually used, which I think can make a good argument in favor of this. I think you've raised some good points there. And yeah, it does also raise further question about the difference between God and the God of the philosophers, which maybe aren't even the same thing. All right, of course, there's a modal form of theological non-cognitivism. Now, next one, argument from the physicality of minds. So we've had sort of similar arguments before, but this is a bit differently formulated.
This is from Unreasonable Faith, this one.
Minds require a physical substrate. God is purported to be a mind without a physical substrate. Therefore, God does not exist. Yeah, not this exact form, but I do raise this point against the plausibility of substance dualism. So all minds that we know do require this physical substrate. So there's a lot of evidence that you can give in favor of one. And theists agree with two, pretty much all theists at least. And so again, the argument is this same Craigian thing again. The argument is valid. Premise 2 is widely accepted. So everything hinges on 1. Premise 1 is more plausible than false. Therefore, it follows logically and inescapably that God does not exist. You see how easy it is to play this game? I can do this all day. We're only on 79 here.
I can do this all day. In fact, we are going to do this all day.
We are going to do it all day. Oh, dear. Modal, hang on, I'll tap back. Modal formulation. So it is possibly necessary that minds require a physical substrate. It is possible that minds require a physical substrate by S5, therefore minds require a physical substrate. God is brought to be mind without a physical substrate, so he does not exist. And again, so one is even weaker. This one is even weaker than the previous first premise. So it's even more plausible. Inductive form, every known mind is dependent on a physical substrate. Even substance dualists agree with this, because they agree that minds are dependent, at least human minds are dependent on a physical substrate. But But if every known mind is, and God is claimed to be one that doesn't have a physical substrate, we've got strong inductive evidence that there is no such mind. And finally, the abductive version. Every known mind is dependent on a physical substrate. The best explanation of why every known mind is dependent on a physical substrate is that all minds are dependent on a physical substrate, or minds require a physical substrate, if you like. But theism claims that God is a mind with no physical substrates, so therefore we have reason to believe theism is false. And of course,
you go ahead. This is another red herring. So if you want to comment on the
well,
argument,
I was going to say is, of course, we know what's coming up the Bayesian formulation.
I was going to say if something like substance dualism is true, doesn't it kind of make like the whole theology of like Jesus being the incarnation, being like God's kinesis or whatever, his kenosis, I can't remember, the emptying of himself, whichever the theological term is that they use, and dying on the cross and stuff, doesn't it make that kind of trivial? Like, let's say Jesus like knew that substance dualism was true. Well, he's just like, well, I'm just a soul. Like, I don't care what you like. If I knew I was like a soul, right? I wouldn't really care about dying. I'd just be like, yeah, do whatever you want with my physical stuff. Like, I'm just gonna go and exist in platonic heaven with the forms. Like,
so I'm going to push stronger than that. You've just raised an interesting point here. So if humans are souls, then God didn't become human, did he? He didn't become a human soul.
The person is that. Yeah.
God took upon himself a human body, but he didn't become a human, because a human is not a body, right? Or even an embodied soul. It's just the soul is the human. This is what some of the substantialists say, that you are a soul. But if a human being just is a human type soul, then God could not have become human, not fully human. He just took on himself a body, but he still had a divine type soul, presumably. I never thought of that before. Yeah, I wonder how they would fit that. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. If God really did become human, then it seems that like to be human is to have a human body.
And obviously there'd be like, like the suffering and stuff of Jesus' experience would still have happened. So they'd have that. But are they really going to say, I don't know. Like it just seems from like his soul's point of view, like what's actually going on. Like, so like, let's say after Jesus died on the cross, like what was his soul's experience then for a while? Was he just in platonic heaven? Was he, he was in Hades. What does that mean? He's in Abraham's bosom. What about those who are like sleeping? Those saints who have fallen asleep. What does that mean? Like, where are their souls? What are their souls doing? Are they just like God's actually? There's an even more like ad hoc thing.
They're just chilling.
Whereas, there's like a metaphysical process where most souls like, like they die and they're in like soul heaven or whatever. But for these souls who died before Jesus had died, who had to go to Abraham's bosom, those souls God has to switch off, and then he switches them on after Jesus has died and paid the price. That like it just is a big nonsense to me.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't explicit arguments here against substance dualism, apart from the ones that we've shown, like of this form. But I think, it does raise these additional problems about what happens to souls after death and how Jesus could have become fully human without a human soul. Or because then if you say, well, God turned his soul into a human soul, but then he can't be fully divine, right? Have to be divine as a divine soul. So
I suppose these are arguments from the physicality of minds, but then I suppose there's like arguments from assuming the non-physicality of minds, that you get all these like weird contradictions with your theology and stuff that don't seem to make sense.
Yeah, that's so Ro Jogan. That is the purpose of the stream. It is arguments against Christianity, although some of the arguments do have a conclusion that God does not exist. But if you prefer, you could just say that the Christian God does not exist if you think that that's sort of more consistent. Yeah. All right, moving on. There's even a prima facie. I forgot about this one. We haven't seen a prima facie in a while. So every known mind is dependent on a physical substrate. The fact that every known mind is dependent on a physical substrate yields prima facie reason, or prima facie evidence for thinking that all minds require a physical substrate. So therefore, we have prima facie reason to think theism is false. Interesting one there. All right. Now this is another one I pinched from Filipe Leon's list called The New Paradox of Omnipotence. So let me remind myself what this has. According to theism, God's omnipotence is an intrinsic property that God necessarily has. So that's standard theistic view. However, omnipotence cannot be an intrinsic property since it can only be defined in relation to external tasks. Therefore, theism is false. this was my formulation of his argument, so I think that he had more to say about it than this, but I thought it was kind of interesting. Super chats are on. Excellent. So looking forward to all those big donors to support. I'm just kidding. I mean, if you want to donate, feel free to, but that's not really the point of these streams. Although, if you want to make Nathan do push-ups, then that's a good reason to donate. Sorry. 1,000 years, this video response still will be the only trace left of atheism. Maybe. That would be interesting. If
After the rapture. People, Jesus will have returned and all the atheists in denial will just be watching, bad apologetics and these arguments. Like, it's not happening. It's not happening in denial.
Bad apologetics, episode 360. We're still not raptured. Oh, dear. So I think premise 2 is interesting here because if omnipotence is supposed to be intrinsic, how can you understand it without referring to anything outside it? Like, omnipotence is the ability to do all of these things, but those things are not internal to God. Any thoughts on this, Nathan? You could say no.
Well, not at the moment. I'm searching my I don't know if I've got COVID. My disease-riddled mind, both in the mental health and the viral sense.
Well, what about in the atheism sense?
Yeah,
or
in the sin sense,
agnosticism or non-cognitive as theism or whatever it is in the exact sense.
Omnipotence cannot be an intrinsic property since it can only be defined in relation to external tests. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe, because there aren't really any constraints on the kind of like speculative theology that theists engage in, I guess they could like come up that, with some description of like a state of affairs, maybe where it works. But I think I'm broadly in agreement with it, right?
Oh, but then the burden is on the theist to provide an account that avoids this premise here. And unless and until they do that, I think that we can hold firmly to the conclusion here.
Yeah. Exactly.
Paradox of omniscience. So this is an interesting one. It is impossible to fully know what it is like to experience something without having the corresponding first-person experience. Now, this is a premise that many theists will make because they use this as an argument for dualism or non-materiality of mind.
Right. Yeah.
Now, but God has never committed a sin, so therefore God does not know what it is like to sin. But theism claims God knows everything, therefore theism is false. I think theists will actually differ on whether God knows what it is like to sin.
This is like the I know I said panpsychism, the pantheism type thing as well, where it's like, there's this creator-created distinction, but God also doesn't know what it's like to be you, but there are some facts about what it's like to be you. Some irreducible qualia facts.
So I actually think this is a good argument, or at least, you could maybe tweak it a bit, but the fundamental point that's being driven at here is quite a relevant one. Because it would seem to maybe this is another example of inconsistent properties argument. So suppose you deny that God needs to, I haven't put that explicitly in here, but suppose you deny that God needs to have knowledge of what it's like to sin to count as being omniscient. But then it seems like that there's things that God doesn't know, which could actually be quite important. And so there'd be a greater being that does know those things. On the other hand, if you say that God does have that knowledge, then you might say, well, that detract from the omnibenevolence of God, knowing what it's like to do all these sins. Like, think about all the heinous sins that God knows what it is like to do. Like, that seems to detract from his majesty and beneficence, right? So, like, maybe you can draw out that tension that way. Or you could draw out the tension this way. Does God know what it's like to have gay sex? What do you think, Nathan? Does he know or does he not?
Jesus kept, a fair few guys around.
12 of them, I think.
Yeah. Have you ever seen what's the Andrew Lloyd Webber Jesus Christ Superstar? Have you ever watched that? I only watched it a couple of months ago because V really likes it as a musical. But I actually think as like from a historical perspective, it's pretty interesting. Like Judas is like kind of like, so Jesus is like this apocalyptic prophet And Judas is kind of like, come on, Jesus, it just started out as this and now it's gone too far. And it's all kind of like going to Jesus's head, like the stuff that people are like telling him. And but there's also quite a lot of like sort of like homoerotic tension there as well between the apostles as well. I think when people dramatize like the kind of like historical elements of the gospel narratives, there could be like scope for a lot of like homoerotic types stuff going, or like like at least a sexual tension there. Like you've got to imagine like 12 guys who are like sleeping together and stuff, and they're not like they're all I guess some of them are married, right? But are their wives coming with them? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there's stuff going on. Maybe I don't know. In terms of this is also one of the objections that Muslims raise against Christianity and the incarnation is the like does God know? Like God knows what it's like to like wipe his ass and stuff, and like God poos and stuff like that.
Not reading that one out. You can enjoy that watching the video.
I mean,
I know some people have said they want me to read out chats more often, but
I guess it's kind of crude, right? It's kind of crude, but I do think that doing stuff like this goes away to kind of like destigmatizing like being gay and stuff like that, because I genuinely don't think there's anything wrong with it. And if I were from first principles to try and figure out what a God would be like why would it be like a slur to be like, is that God gay? Like, like why would that be off the table?
Yeah, and not just that, but destigmatizes asking serious theological questions as well, that a lot of people just be like, oh, it's impolite to ask about that. Well, right. I mean, maybe in certain contexts it might be, but not in this sort of stream. So we're asking the question. So I think it's valid. All right. So paradox of omniscience. Of course, there's a modal version of that. The problem of divine hiddenness. This is a classic. If God existed and wanted mankind to know him, God's existence would be directly and trivially obvious to everyone on earth. Now, I thought a bit about how to phrase the first premise there, because you can phrase it in different ways. I decided to go with directly and trivially obvious. So by that, I mean something like as obvious as the fact that the sun exists. Like no one's denied that the sun exists, right? Because it's directly and trivially obvious to everyone. So that's my point, is that God's existence should be that obvious. But if you prefer to frame it slightly differently, then, there's different ways to frame that. God's existence is not directly and trivially obvious to everyone on earth. Therefore, either God does not exist or he does not want mankind to know him. And so that's the conclusion is inconsistent with Christianity, obviously, which states both of those things.
Premise 1, God exists. Premise 2, the Bible is God's inspired word. Premise 3, Romans 1:20 says that all people know. Yeah.
So just deny premise 2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like, you then ask how plausible is it that, like, think about the most implausible case of, the, Pygmy tribes of Central Africa in 2000 BC. Like, did they know that a theistic God exists?
But this is when they're going to say, well, God, in God's middle knowledge, he knows that if those people were to be born in evangelical America, they still wouldn't have believed. So that's why God chose.
So they're denying premise 1 then. But which premise are you denying? Which premise? Asking questions is an argument. You have to say which premise you're denying.
True. That's true. Questions on arguments.
Oh dear. All right. And so there's a modal form of that. It's possibly necessary that if God exists and wanted mankind to know him, his existence will be directly trivially obvious, and bias 5, so on and so forth. Inductive form. So this is a slightly different formulation. There are many clear natural signs God could have given to provide incontrovertible evidence of his existence. The absence of such signs is unexpected under theism, if by theism we mean a God who wants us to know him, of course. Therefore, we have strong inductive evidence that theism is false. So, I mean, you can think of any sort of natural sign that you might like to think of. I like to point out like a alignment of alignment of stars in a constellation, in words that say that God exists, or, craters on the moon, or
2001 Space Odyssey, like the monument or whatever. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, those could exist in every place, like center of civilization in the world. There could be this huge monument sticking out. Yeah, like there's so many things that he could have given, but we don't really have any of things like that. The closest we have is stories about him giving them in the past, in old books, and like that's pretty lame. So, I think that's evidence against a God who wants us to know his existence. Because, well, why wouldn't we see these sorts of things? and an abductive form. So the best explanation of the absence of such signs is that there is no God who wants mankind to know him. And therefore we have strong reason to think that theism is false.
Are there any books that do like an analysis of ancient scriptural texts through like the eyes of modern mental illness?
Don't know.
That would be interesting.
Possibly,
to read if there was. Yeah.
The closest I can think of is that crazy book that argues that in the past humans didn't have consciousness, and then when the Greeks were talking about, oh bugger, I can't remember how
is it the bicameral mind one, or is that
that's
different?
the one.
Yeah,
I can't quite remember, but maybe you remember it. But Steve's just better than I can.
Yeah, I know. Like God emerged as like self-talk to.
Yeah, that's right. People were thinking in their own minds, but they didn't understand what it was, so they thought it was God or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I mean, I just meant from like the point of view of like analyzing, say, like, you know, what people with like narcissistic personality disorder or like reports of like epileptic seizures and stuff like that, and like comparing the kind of descriptions of reports to like the kinds of things that religious prophets are saying about themselves, what their experiences are like and stuff like that. I think that could be pretty cool. But
yeah, that actually sounds like an interesting research project. It's kind of hard to do because like modern psychologists are pretty reticent to make any such claims on the basis of historical evidence. It's a bit taboo to do that, actually. So, but I think it could be interesting. And of course, the Bayesian form of divine hiddenness. God could have provided far more and clearer signs of his existence than he has. So that's unexpected, given theism, and expected under atheism. All right, now this is one I had a bit of fun with. So some of these are explicitly modeled as parody arguments of some of the ones from Cameron Street, and this is one of them, because this was used as an argument for the existence of God, and so I had to come up with a formulation against it. So if God exists, he has perfect knowledge of everything. No being with semantically indeterminate knowledge can have perfect knowledge of everything. So by semantic determinacy or indeterminacy, I mean things like, so if you have a heap of stones or pebbles or whatever, you could ask, well, if I remove a stone, it's still a heap, right? So, but then it seems to imply that I can keep removing stones and it's still a heap. But then it follows from that a heap of one stone is also a heap, which seems wrong. So the question is, when does a heap stop being a heap? And it seems that it's indeterminate, right? So that's an example of semantic indeterminacy. Or, you know, how many hairs do you have to lose before you become bald is another example of that. There's lots of examples of this. So the idea is, if God exists, he has perfect knowledge of everything because he's omniscient. But premise two, no being with semantically indeterminate knowledge can have perfect knowledge of everything. So God can't have semantically indeterminate knowledge. Therefore, if God exists, he must know of an objective precisification, which is a real word. I think I've spelled that correctly, for every case of semantic indeterminacy. And that means that precisifying means that you can say exactly when the heap becomes a non-heap, or when a hairy head becomes a bald head. That's a precisification. And it has to be objective because it can't just be like an arbitrary decision. So that's what I mean by an objective precisification. But there is no objective precisification for at least many cases of semantic indeterminacy because, well, I mean, that's the premise here, but plausibly, it would just be absurd to say that there's any objective precisification of some of these claims, like when a heap becomes a non-heap. So therefore, God does not exist.
You know, if God gave you a vision of a collection of grains of sand and adding one grain and it becomes a heap of sand, would you believe in God, James?
Well, maybe, but how would I know that it was a heap of sand, right?
Well, God would just show it to you in a self-authenticating way. Yeah.
Right. Well, couldn't he just show himself in a self-authenticating way? Wouldn't that be a bit easier?
Well, he'd show you by means of that he has knowledge of semantic determinacy.
Right.
Only God could have. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't actually think this is a good argument, but I think that it's at least as good, if not better, than the form of the argument they gave, which was an argument from semantic determinacy.
Right.
So that's why I've included it here. It's just an example. Like I guess you could say it's a parody argument, but it's still. I still think you could make a serious argument here. I just personally don't think it's very good, but it's pretty easy to do this. You can just come up with anything and then make it into an argument, pretty much.
Well, the reason it's difficult. The reason it's difficult is because, to be honest, we don't know either way what God's concept of heap is like. So we can't, like whether there is a God who exists that has a concept of heap, or if there isn't a God that exists, and so there's no existing concept of heap in God's mind, we just can't say either way what that concept is like.
Yeah, but if God exists, he has to have perfect knowledge of everything. That's what it means to be omniscient, right? So there are heaps, right? So he must have knowledge of those. And the argument here is that semantically indeterminate knowledge isn't perfect knowledge, right? So it must be determinate knowledge, which means there must be an objective precisification for all these cases, right? But there just plausibly isn't any objective precisification. So God can't have the sort of knowledge that theists say that he does. Effectively, that's what this argument is saying here.
Yeah, but doesn't it depend on a particular interpretation of vagueness? Like maybe there's like true vagueness of the world, right? But God has perfect knowledge of that vagueness, or
well, that would be denying premise 2, I think.
Yeah.
No being with semantically indeterminate knowledge can have perfect knowledge of everything. So you could say that like that just is all there is to know. But this argument is just asserting that is false. And you'd give some arguments for that. Well, you could imagine a being that had semantically determinate knowledge of all of those things. It seems that would be a greater being, right? So God's no longer the greatest conceivable being. Maybe that's one way to go.
Or maybe but the other avenue is just to say that God just does know which atom you remove from the table and it ceases being a table, or which
that would be the other way to go. That would be rejecting 4. But you could just argue that that's extremely implausible. You give all the thought experiments. We could come up with loads of thought experiments as to how implausible it is that there's an objective precisification. And of course, the burden is on the theist here to show that there's an objective precisification for every case of semantic indeterminacy. It only takes one counterexample, one case of semantic indeterminacy that can't be objectively precisified in order for this argument to go ahead.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course, there's a modal form of that and a Bayesian form of that. So the proposition here being that there is widespread semantic indeterminism that's unexpected if God exists, because it seems that God should know all these things perfectly without indeterminism. All right, so those are all the theological arguments about theism specifically. Now, I mean, a lot of those are sort of directed towards Christianity, but at least they're not very specific towards particular Christian doctrines. Now, here we're moving towards arguments that are directed towards specific Christian doctrines. So let's see what we've got here. The absurdity of the Trinity. This is an old fun one. No coherent explanation of the Trinity can be given. If no coherent explanation of the Trinity can be given, then God is probably not triune. I mean, you could delete probably if you want to really punch it home, but I just thought I'd put that in here. Christianity claims that God is triune, therefore Christianity is probably false. So, I mean, you could reject either of those premises there, but, I think actually most ordinary Christians would probably, well, maybe not, that wouldn't probably quite agree with one, but they'd probably agree that they don't fully understand the Trinity. So I think that you could turn that into a defensive one there. I mean, of course, you could just take all of the conceptions that have been given and point out their flaws, but that's beyond the project that we're attempting here. And the thing is that the argument for premise 2 there would be, look, if God was triune, then surely he could give a coherent explanation of himself that we could understand. He's omnipotent and omniscient after all. Coherent doesn't have to mean comprehensive. It wouldn't have to be all encompassing, but it should just be at least coherent and make sense, I guess is the point there. So that should be within God's powers and in his interest to do so. So that's the justification of premise 2 there.
Yeah, I think this formulation of it with the God is probably false is a better way of doing it, because there are like these sort of relatively obscure things that the theist can say to sort of defend their worldview. Well, that's going to be the case for all these arguments, but it's going to be like, well, the Bible just contains what's necessary for salvation. So why would it have like an explanation of God? God can explain the Trinity to himself. He just didn't need to, because that's not what the Bible's the manual to man of how to be saved.
Well, we've got some arguments from the Bible later on, so hold that thought. Yeah. The absurdity of the Trinity modal, so it's possibly necessary that Trinity is incoherent. It is possible that the Trinity is incoherent, so from S5 it's incoherent. According to Christianity, God is triune, so Christianity is false. Maybe I could reformulate that a bit better, because like, could something be true and incoherent? Plausibly not, but maybe that should be a premise. Anyway, I don't want to belabor that point here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of these could do with a little bit of improvement, but look,
there's 500
arguments in premise conclusion forward and tell me that you got them all perfect, right?
Let's assume half of them are wrong, right?
So
the likelihood ratio is.
Well, we'll get to that as well. We've got some fun at the end with likelihood ratios, so hold on to that thought, Nathan. Oh boy, do we have some fun at the end with likelihood ratios? Okay, in inductive form. So this is slightly different. tab to the wrong thing. Repeated attempts to explain the Trinity have failed. Have failed to satisfactorily explain the Trinity. If the Trinity is a coherent notion, we should expect that attempts to explain the Trinity would have succeeded. Maybe you could add by now, because they've been trying for a while. If the Trinity is incoherent, Christianity is false. I think that that's quite plausibly true. Therefore, we have strong inductive evidence that Christianity is false.
Especially if the knowledge of God is imprinted in everyone's mind, right? Then everyone's got revealed. Like, yeah. Then everyone, if it's like a like a trademark stamp that the creator's put in his created human intellect, then you'd think that we'd be able to describe this pretty fundamental aspect of our like intellect, the idea of God, the clear and distinct idea of a creator that we all have. I think
yeah, that's a good
describe
point.
It.
Oh, that's another type of argument I could have given. So many more that I didn't even think of. And there's an abductive formulation. So no satisfactory account of the Trinity has been developed. The best explanation of this is that the notion is actually incoherent. If the notion is incoherent, then Christianity is false. And so this is what we were saying before. If it's imprinted on our hearts and God's revealed stuff to us, then one seems implausible. And of course, the Bayesian form. Trinity cannot be explained. Or, I mean, yeah, if you prefer, no satisfactory account has been developed.
It's more likely on not Christianity.
All right, the absurdity of the incarnation. This is one that I'm pretty big on, because the incarnation is, I find, very difficult, especially from the theists who go on about, like, the laws of logic, which are immutable and objective, and you can't be, P and not P at the same time, but then somehow God is a man and not a man at the same time. It's just, so no coherent explanation of the incarnation can be given. If no current explanation of the incarnation can be given, God probably did not incarnate, and Christianity claims that he did, so Christianity is probably false. And of course, we got similar ones here. It is possibly necessary the incarnation is incoherent, because basically the incarnation is possibly a necessary event, so it's something that God, as part of his nature, would necessarily do it in a certain way. So that would be the sort of defense there for the modal form. Inductive form, repeated attempts to explain the incarnation have failed. If the incarnation is a coherent notion, we should expect attempts would have succeeded by now. So if the incarnation is incoherent, Christianity is false. So we have inductive reason to think that it is Christianity is false. And an abductive form, no satisfactory account has been developed. Best explanation of why they failed to give a satisfactory account of the incarnation is that it's incoherent, and so Christianity is probably false. And same thing with the Bayesian form. The incarnation cannot be explained, or no coherent explanation has been developed. Immorality of blood sacrifice. This is one that's been discussed a fair bit as well. An omnibenevolent God will not require a blood sacrifice in order to forgive sinners. Interestingly, most Jews and Muslims seem to agree with this. So so atheists are in good company here, thinking that one is true.
Well. Except like God, Yahweh loves the aroma of burning flesh that's pleasing to his nostrils to atone for sins and things like that.
That's a good point. Maybe I should have said human blood sacrifice there. To roll like that, but you see, I mean, Jews these days don't even do that. So
yeah, well, it's interesting you should say that, because there's a bunch of weird accounts of stuff that's going on in Jerusalem, and there are groups of Jews who are like doing random stuff, like rebuilding like the sacrifice. I forgot the term, like the table, basically. And there's like this weird like stone cube, for example, and they did some weird ritual where they like killed a sheep on it recently. And so there's like Christian accounts who are watching Jews who are doing this. These are Jews who want to like rebuild the temple, and they're like, these are the signs of the end times, that like there's this like sect of Jews who are like starting to do like sacrifices and stuff again. This is like the sign that the end times are coming and stuff.
Interesting.
But yeah,
where was
like
that?
Obviously in Jerusalem.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
That's a bit crazy. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
humans,
a lot of conceptions of theism have not required that God would need a blood sacrifice, especially human blood sacrifice, to forgive sinners. But Christianity claims that God does require that. And so Christianity is false. Where are we? And a modal form, so possibly necessary and omnibenevolent God would not require a blood sacrifice. Again, because it wouldn't be in the nature of an omnibenevolent being to require such a thing. And if it's possibly necessary and it's possible, then it is necessary, and so it is true, and therefore Christianity is false by the same S5 reasoning here. So abductive version, Christianity claims that a God requires blood sacrifice to forgive sins. The best explanation of why Christianity claims this is that the doctrine is not divinely inspired. if it's not divinely inspired, then Christianity is false, which I think Christians would agree with 3. And Christians agree with 1 as well. So it all hinges on premise 2 here, which I think is very plausible, that this is just such a bizarre and weird doctrine that even many theists disagree with. That the best explanation for it is just that it's something that humans made up and that God didn't inspire. So logically and inescapably, we have reason to believe that Christianity is false. And of course, there's a Bayesian formulation. Christianity teaches that God requires a blood sacrifice. Well, I think that that's most probable under the claim that Christianity is false rather than that it's true. All right, the immorality of the Mosaic law. So, I mean, I guess this is related to the previous argument, but it's a bit different because I was referring more to the atonement with that rather than the sacrifice in the Mosaic law, although you could maybe include that as well. But if the Mosaic law were divinely given, it would not be extremely immoral and barbaric. Or maybe if you prefer, if a law were divinely given, it would not be extremely immoral and barbaric. But the Mosaic law is extremely immoral and barbaric. But Christianity claims that the Mosaic law was divinely given, therefore Christianity is false. Yeah, I mean, I think that 2 is pretty much indisputable as far as I'm concerned. I don't feel the need to give examples of that. Just like read Exodus or Deuteronomy or whatever it is.
I think that's the one that a lot of theists would reject because they just say, well, when God commands it, it's good, and then you've got no standard, and then you'd be like, oh, so don't you think that kind of like, you know, like this war, this like killing these people, like burning the organs of animals, it's all a bit weird, right? And then they kind of be like, yeah, well, it was special revelation. They were really bad, so God couldn't just tell them what was good because it would have been so crazy a truth, it would have killed them or something. So he had to reveal to them the moral facts that they were ready for, and it's progressive revelation over time. So it's actually good. Like, it's a mess. But I think
I don't see how you can hold to objective moral standards if
and it changes over time.
That.
I agree, but there are thousands of hours of these debates.
Yeah, I know.
They debate, with like, yeah. I agree, it's inconsistent. But
you can make versions of this with any particular aspect of the Mosaic law, like stoning someone for not being a virgin at marriage, or for having bum sex, or whatever all the things are, all the purity rituals they had around like menstruation, and just so much ridiculously superstitious barbaric nonsense.
If you think she's been immoral, make her drink the mud water. God will perform an abortion if she's been unfaithful. It's weird. God then becomes against abortions later on. But,
just to clarify what we're doing here, since we are 2 hours in. So this video is obviously a parody of Capturing Christianity, as we said at the start. And I don't claim that all these arguments are good. I would say, however, that none of them are just joke arguments. They're all at least like an argument that I think one could run. And so I think that there are quite a few good arguments in here. There are quite a few bad arguments in here. And then there's just a lot of duplication, right? Which of course, we're trying to make a point about the fact that it's not the number of arguments that counts there. So it's sort of a mixed bag. Yep, but that's what we're doing here for those who didn't watch the start. All right, let's keep going. So the modal version. It's possibly necessary that if the Mosaic law were divinely given, it would not be immoral and barbaric. It is possible that if the Mosaic law were divinely given, it would not be immoral and barbaric. So from S5, it follows that it would not be immoral and barbaric, but it is. So Christianity is false. Inductive form. So this is slightly different here. There are numerous immoralities and barbarisms in the Mosaic laws. These are unexpected if they were divinely given. Therefore, we have strong evidence that Christianity is false. And best explanation of why, for the abductive form, best explanation of why there are numerous immoralities and barbarisms is that they were devised by man, not by God. I actually quite like this formulation of it, because to me, it just reading these screams out like primitive, superstitious people making stuff up to deal with their society the best way they can, and they know how to, rather than an omnipotent, omnibenevolent God divinely inspiring all of these things as the way that they should live. I just can't swallow that. Now, you could get around this, by the way, by just rejecting 3, by the way, and saying that Mosaic laws were not actually divinely given. But that would be, I think, a non-standard interpretation of the OT there. So I think that's the best way for Christians to go, but interesting to see whether many would. And there's a Bayesian form. So the fact that the Mosaic law contains immoralities and absurdities is much more probable under atheism than, not atheism, but under Christianity being false than under Christianity being true. The problem of hell. So this is a fun one. An omnipotent and omnibenevolent God would not consign finite beings to an infinite hell. Mainstream Christianity, because I know that there are some Christians who deny this, but mainstream Christianity claims that God does consign finite beings to an infinite hell, so mainstream Christianity is false. Any thoughts on this one, Nathan? It's being a particularly prominent one.
Mute myself. I got confused then because I was on the YouTube tab, and I could like see us in the same layout, and then I was like looking for the unmute button. Like I went all kind of crazy for a second. But Christianity claims God does consign finite beings to an infinite hell. Obviously, some people might reject that, but yeah, mainstream. I don't know what the percentages are. I don't know. Is there any like who's that group? It's not Pew. There's like a Christian organization that does they do like polls of what Christians in America believe.
Oh, interesting.
I can't remember. I think it's funded by like Gordon Conwell Theological, but they might have some data on it, so you could like say it was mainstream or whatever, and argue in favor of that premise.
What's your answer to this, Nathan?
How could those who are sincerely mistaken go to hell? Well, I think that the way that they're going to define God's justice in terms of some kind of necessity. So, like, if you've sinned against God, then like that you've done wrong. So, if God wasn't to punish wrongdoing, then He wouldn't be just. So, in order to be just, God has to punish. But then it's like, well, what if God has this like different intuition about justice, right? So he's kind of like, oh, they just didn't know, so they did it wrong, and it's not just. But I can't, because by virtue of my just nature, I have to punish them for their sin. There's
the Romans 1 objection, like no one is sincere.
Yeah, they do know. Yeah.
Everyone knows, not just about God, but about Christianity, at least in some sort of vague way, which I just think is extremely implausible. Another objection is middle knowledge. So God knows what everyone would do in any possible world, even if they had more evidence. So that's another objection to that. We should talk about the grounding objection to middle knowledge sometime, because I'm particularly interested in that. But
I mean, aside from that, even given God's middle knowledge, why would he, if he's like only choosing to create?
Nice, already at 110%.
Even if he's choosing to those people who wouldn't have chosen Christianity anyway are in like cultures and things where they're not exposed to it. Like, why does he even create those people at all? Like, if he's making those kind of creative decisions based on his middle knowledge, why not just create those people who would freely choose to?
And that's consistent with premise 1 here, right? Because there's many ways that God could not. I use the word consign deliberately because there's many ways that God could ensure that one is true by not creating those people in the first place. And consign is consistent with God actually like sending those people there actively, or the idea that like they put themselves in hell, because God still sort of allows them or delivers them up, or like allows that to happen. So that's consistent with the notion of consigning them. So however you think of that, I think that premise 1 can be deployed there.
I'm thinking of there's another kind of incoherence. So the way C.S. Lewis talks about this in The Great Divorce, his like fiction story about how there's a bit he has against universalism. So I mean, maybe I'm going to like go off on like a random incoherent rant again here, but he sort of, like there's this bus journey through this place, and he's kind of like describing like time's kind of weird, and like extended nature of beings is kind of weird. Like they're not, like the beings aren't quite real, but the hell place is like really real, and they can't quite like interact with it properly. It's all a bit dodgy. But then the people who are on the bus ride, they can actually move towards heaven and eventually like go to heaven. But the idea is that the people who are in hell are so like in love with their vices that they can't like choose heaven, even though like they can choose heaven, but they sort of don't because of their nature, sort of thing. And there's like this weird contradiction there where like hell is actually unpleasant for them, because they're like, oh, I hate how horrible it is here, and that I can't do this, and how nasty everyone is, and so forth. But I also love that more than changing and choosing otherwise to go to heaven. And so it's like there's like a contradiction between like it actually being an unpleasant place, but them liking it more than the unpleasantness of is it.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who like don't like the way they are, but don't want to change. But generally, you just say that that's irrational, and then you could ask, why would God make someone like that?
Everyone in hell is irrational. Yeah,
maybe.
Sort of.
But why doesn't God help them out? Like normally, if someone's in a circumstance where they're doing all these self-destructive behaviors and they know it's self-destructive, but they can't break out of it, or they kind of don't want to in some sense, like they want to and don't want to, sort of higher order desires or whatever. But generally, you'd say if someone's in that situation, you want to try to help them, do whatever you can to break them out of that cycle or whatever. And God could do that because he's omnipotent, right? He could change their hearts, whatever he does. But he's just like, these
objections to universalism, I guess this is my point, is it just doesn't really make sense with a good God. You'd think that everyone, especially given an infinite amount of time, everyone would eventually sort of migrate their way out of hell into heaven. And then there's going to be Christians who are like, yeah, that's great, you become a universalist. And it's like, yeah, but why think any of this is true at all, which is an issue. But yeah, I agree with premise one is what I'm saying there in a roundabout way.
Yeah, if I were to become a Christian, I would almost certainly become a universalist. I can't fathom the hell thing. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe that's my Mormon background, because Mormons don't believe in a hell in the same way. Anyway, so moving on. Of course, there's a modal version. So it's possibly necessary an omnibenevolent God would not consign infinite beings to infinite hell. From S5, an omnibenevolent God would not consign finite beings to infinite hell. So logically and inescapably, mainstream Christianity is false. An abductive version. Now, this is a slightly different formulation here. Mainstream Christianity teaches that an omnipotent God consigns finite beings to an infinite hell. The best explanation of why mainstream Christianity teaches this is that Christianity derives from man, not from God. So we have reason to believe that Christianity derives from man and not God. So I quite like this way of formulating things, because it's sort of like, well, why would it teach this?
Yeah.
It seems the best explanation
how are you
is
getting to there? Are you saying like it's from, like these kind of like jealous tribal primates who are trying to like control each other, or like what's the gist of two? Yeah.
Well, you could give different explanations, right? But it's something like that. It's something that humans would make up or like extrapolate from. It's basically an anthropomorphization of, if you do bad things, God will hurt you. But then you extrapolate God out to being omnipotent and omnibenevolent, and then hell to being like infinite. And then you're in trouble because there's a conflict. And then you try to come up with these gymnastic ways of working it out. It's basically thinking about in terms of, belief in God derived from a tribal Jewish belief, which was then changed by Christianity, then interacted with, Greco-Roman philosophies of, the greatest being and stuff like that, and then conformed into those terms. And then you just end up with a giant mess. And my explanation is that, look, the best explanation for why we find ourselves with these problems is that this is all humans making this stuff up and trying to make it make sense.
I think this is especially pertinent for Christian theism, because when you think about like the doctrines of hell, there's so much weirdness going on with like okay, so we're committed to like this Sheol thing, because that's talked about, and then we're committed to like this Hades thing, right? And then it's kind of like Gehenna, and then it's kind of and then you've got like a bunch of like Catholic innovation that's like put on top, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's actually kind of like Tartarus that Plato's that is describing it in the Phaedo. Why does this get introduced into like our theology? And yeah, it does seem like the best explanation of that is like this kind of like etymological tracing of like the cultures and the philosophies that various like people who are contributing to Christianity were embedded in, and then them trying to like synthesize what they were inheriting in the scriptures with like the most contemporary philosophy, and even like all these heresies about like, well, when Jesus died, like did he go to hell or did he not go to hell? Like where did Jesus go when he died for 3 days and stuff like that? Like they're also all like interpreted through the lenses of all these various like either Platonic or Jewish or whatever culture the person is in that's trying to argue for or against the heresy, like their particular model of like the afterlife and stuff like that. And it seems the best explanation of these models of the afterlife is basically the culture that someone's in. Like that's like the best predictor of it, and that seems to explain how we got them.
Yeah, it's exactly that idea. So I think that's quite an interesting avenue to take, and there are more arguments along these lines that we see going forward. And a Bayesian formulation. So
Which is, I find it funny how the Bayesian one is like literally just like the abductive one, but just in like symbols.
Well, that's basically what it is, right? It's just a probabilistic form. But I don't
Yeah.
know that this actually quite makes sense. God consigns finite beings to an infinite hell. Yeah, this is misformulated, because if that is true, then
yeah, because God would
atheism
have
can't
to be.
So
Yeah,
I think it should be
God would have to be
Christianity
true.
teaches that God. Yeah, there's a bit missing here. It should say Christianity
Yeah,
teaches that God consigns. So my apologies there. That should say Christianity teaches that God consigns finite beings to an infinite hell, which is a lot more probable under Christianity being false than Christianity being true, because it's man-made.
Yeah, God consigns finite beings to an infinite hell, and God doesn't exist. Doesn't quite.
Yeah, my mistake there. I did know that. Some of these mistakes did follow in. Nathan was supposed to read through all 500 and check that they were all sound for me, but he got sick or something, so that was his excuse for not doing it.
I definitely did it. I do it.
Oh dear. All right, the problem of the fate of the unlearned. So this one I sort of mentioned in chat as well. So if the Christian God created mankind to believe in him, all mankind would have knowledge of him. All mankind does not have knowledge of the Christian God, therefore Christianity is false. This is not exactly the fate of the unlearned per se, but it's a variation of that, where it's sort of asking, why doesn't everyone have knowledge of the Christian God specifically? So this is basically just like saying Romans 1 is just not true. Not everyone has knowledge of the Christian God. And I've said before, I don't think that is actually what Romans 1, that part is saying, but to put that aside. I mean, I think if God wants us all to know him, then we should have knowledge of him, right? Because he's omnipotent. So that's the basis of premise 1. And premise 2 is just, I think, a simple empirical observation. So I think this is a pretty strong argument, actually.
Yeah, either so middle knowledge, obviously, and then
middle knowledge would be the classic objection to this.
There just is that big question of like, why even create those people who he knew wouldn't choose him at all? Like, I just have no idea why. Like, why the hell do that? It's just so stupid. Just create people who will freely choose. Like, if you're able, because the theodicy is always going to be like, well, God gives people free will, so they choose. But giving God that middle knowledge means that he knows who will choose who will freely choose to, contingently freely to accept him. So why not just create those people? It's so utterly bizarre.
Yeah, interestingly, I think the best answer to this is just basically to say, which people have said in the past, that the existence of people burning in hell forever adds to God's glory and the joy of the people in heaven, right? That actually makes the most sense to me. Although I think it's not consistent with God's omnibenevolence. But if you just drop that, then a lot of these problems go away. So
it's also but this and you have to have a bunch of ad hoc like hermeneutics in the Bible then about like God wants all to be saved in like Timothy and a bunch of other places. Like it's like, well, it doesn't really, God doesn't really want it in that way. It's like, it just says that, but it means this. Like,
well, we've got about 130 arguments from the Bible coming up, so we will get there.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So let's keep moving. We will go a bit faster through some of those because there's a bit more. Yeah. There's a bit less variation in the structure. Modal version of the fate of the unlearned. I think we know what that is at the moment. Inductive. So there are numerous examples of people from the present and historically who did not know. Sorry, not of individuals, of peoples, like of the whole peoples and nations and civilizations who do not know of the Christian God. So, like, you have to say things like that the Olmecs in ancient Mesoamerica, or what are the original peoples of the in India called the Indus Valley civilization knew of the Christian God. Like, it's ridiculous.
Say, like Aztecs or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, those are even later on, right? So I'm go back really far, and people's well away from that area of the Middle East. So, sorry, I should just. Yeah, so I think that it's just really implausible that all peoples have known the Christian God, and so that's the basis of one there. That there are numerous peoples who have historically not known of the Christian God, and peoples who do not know of Christian God are unexpected because God wants us all to know him, right? So we have strong deductive evidence Christianity is not true. So I was asking a question here about the template of the modal argument. So I mentioned this before. I had to abbreviate the modal argument because otherwise the premises wouldn't fit, and I didn't want to reduce the font size so much. So when I say from S5, I'm sort of implicitly there's a possible premise there as well. So that I did mention that before, but that's a good observation. Okay, so where are we? Abductive form. So same thing. Numerous peoples from the present and historically who do not know of the existence of the Christian God. So that there's chain of islands off India that have those people that still attack any boats that.
Oh
go
yeah.
past
The
them.
Polynesian.
What are those islands called? No, it's not
Polynesia.
Polynesians. Those are it's in the Indian island.
I do know who you mean.
Andaman Islands, is that it?
I don't.
Yeah,
I
it's these
guess I'm not
ones.
going to get the name. I can't see your screen, by the way, if you're sharing.
No, I'm not. I'm just looking it up.
But yeah, I know the where like haven't people like tried to go there as well and got shot with arrows and stuff? Yeah.
That happened a few years ago. That was a prominent example.
And the planes as well, flying over, hit with arrows.
So, do we really think those peoples know of the Christian God? I don't think so. In the best
Sentinel Islands, someone said. Yeah, Sentinel.
Maybe there's multiple names for them. But so I think the best explanation for that is that Christian God just does not exist, or he's not interested in everyone coming to know him. But then that seems to conflict with what Christians teach. So we have.
I wonder what their religion is actually, because maybe they do worship Jesus, and we.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting counter. They actually do. They're all Christians, and we just don't know it. That would be a ballsy move, as they say. That would be an interesting move, and a Bayesian formulation of that. Unlearned people here. Many people have no knowledge of the Christian God is much more expected under the falsity of Christianity than under Christianity. So that's good evidence in favor of falsity of Christianity. Okay, the problem of many faiths. If God created humanity to worship him, there would not be many conflicting faiths, or like religions, religious traditions, and so forth. There are many conflicting faiths, and Christianity claims that God created humanity to worship him. So Christianity is false. So Christians are going to agree with 2 and 3. So it's all on the premise 1 there.
I think they'll reject premise 1 by saying God.
Oh, they have to.
Also, by saying God also created, Satan, and obviously Satan appeared to Muhammad as Jibril to cause confusion and test people's faith and so forth. But then we've got like why, and it goes on.
Oh, that's not really an answer to the question, or like an explanation as to why God would allow that. It's just saying that he did, apparently.
But it's like not that if God created humanity to worship him, we would expect conflicting faiths because God wants to like test people, right, by using the Satan and stuff like that. So like the conditional isn't true or something. Does that?
Yeah, so I think the justification for 1 there would be that God could still test us sufficiently by just seeing whether people would obey him or not. Just like he tested the Israelites as to whether they would worship him or worship the golden calf. So the golden calf was not produced because the Israelites stopped believing in God. They stopped trusting in him, right? Or they were afraid, or whatever it was exactly. They wanted to hedge their bets. I don't know exactly what it was, but they didn't just think that God didn't exist anymore, right?
Yeah. Why the hell did they do that? Like imagine you're in some tents at the bottom of a mountain, and you're like nomadic people, and like your leader just goes up a hill for a few days, and why would you build a golden calf? Like that story is just really implausible.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, but I mean, the idea could be, so maybe you could weaken this by saying, look, there could be different traditions, but they would all at least agree on the existence of God. They would maybe just say you should do different things, but we don't even have that. That's the sense in which there are conflicting faiths, because they don't even agree on like what sort of God exists. Like only Christians believe in the triune God, for example, and Buddhists don't even believe in any God, and the Hindus have all sorts of beliefs about different gods. So that's what I mean. They're fundamentally conflicting about what even exists, and that's just not like God could test this in many ways without having that level of confusion. So that's the basis of 1 there, or the justification for it. A modal form, we've seen those. Inductive form, many conflicting and contradictory faiths and faith traditions. The existence of so many conflicting faiths is unexpected if God created humanity to worship him. And so we have inductive evidence Christianity is false. Abductive form, the best explanation of the existence of many conflicting faiths is that all faiths are man-made. If all faiths are man-made, then Christianity is false. And a Bayesian form, there are many conflicting faiths, is much more consistent, I think, with the falsity of Christianity than with the truth of Christianity. All right, moving on. I think this is my own invention here. I'm kind of proud of it, even though it's a bit silly. But I think it's interesting. The argument from mereological nihilism. So mereological simples are things that aren't made up of parts, essentially. So it could be like an electron could be a mereological simple, or a soul could be a mereological simple if souls aren't made of parts. So it depends on what's in your ontology. But the premise here is that first premise is mereological nihilism. So to defend that, you would give arguments for mereological nihilism, which I think there are plausible ones for. Like, for example, if you think that there are composite objects, then you have to define the boundaries of those objects, and it often seems rather arbitrary. Like, so if the table is an object that exists, then what about the table minus this atom, or the table minus that atom, or plus this atom? And then you seem to be saying that there's all of these tables existing in the same place at the same time, but are slightly different, and it gets a bit weird. So that's one argument for mereological nihilism, which just says simples exist. But anyway, I won't fully defend that here. That's just the first premise there. So then, if minds are not mereological simple, sorry, let me rephrase that. That's not what it says here. Minds are not mereological simples, but rather simples arranged mind-wise. So this is just saying a mind is not mereologically simple. And this would be argued for on the basis of the fact that all minds that we know have all these parts to them, like different components. You have memory, and you have perception, and you have cognition, and you have decision-making. There's all of these aspects to them, and they have a temporal succession of events. None of these things are really consistent with them being a simple. Plus, you could throw in empirical evidence from neuroscience and whatever else. So I think you can give a lot of arguments in favor of the fact that minds are not simples. So it follows that mereologically simple minds do not exist. But if God exists, he is a mind that is mereologically simple. Therefore, God does not exist. Because God is supposed to be a mind who is a simple, like not made of parts, in other words.
Is someone like soaring near you, James, or am I going mad, by the way?
Soaring?
I can hear like a noise. It sounds it's not like particularly loud. I can just hear like this background noise that kind of sounds like someone sawing metal.
Now I'm worried.
maybe like birds chirping or something.
I can't hear anything. Hang on, I'm just going to listen to the stream now. I'm worried how distracting it is.
I have no idea what it is. It's definitely coming from my headphones. That's so
I can't hear
strange.
anything on the stream.
It isn't like it's not like a big noise. It's just like this subtle like background. It kind of sounds like birds chirping or something to me, or like so, like someone in the distance is like sawing a metal thing or something. I don't know. Maybe I might have just gone crazy.
Chat, let us know. I think Nathan might be losing his, but maybe it's my end. I can't hear anything. We'll keep going and we'll see how it goes. Oh, dear. It's my argument from mereological nihilism. It just like destroyed his brain. Of course, there's a modal argument. So it's possibly necessary that only mereological simples exist. It is possible that mereological simples exist. So, and blah, 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 blah. All right, moving on. The problem of the inefficacy of prayer. Now, this is a little favorite of mine. Nathan's going mad.
I'm going to mute you for 1 second and listen to the stream to see if I can still hear it.
Yeah, no worries. I'll keep going. So if Christianity is true, prayer would be an effective method of healing. Prayer is not an effective method of healing, therefore Christianity is false. Now, some Christians might disagree with one, but I mean, a lot of Christians, and it seems like from the Bible, that they would endorse one.
I figured out what it was. I've got another Chrome tab open, minimized, and it has like a duck video playing.
He's complaining about birds chirping, and it's literally a video playing. Oh, that's amazing.
Like with the volume like right next to the thing.
Yeah,
so
right.
there are literally like ducks in a pond quacking. Like,
oh, that's hilarious. I'm just imagining it. Nathan goes to ducks like everywhere I go, I hear these ducks. I just don't understand. Turns out he had this tab on like all week. He was listening. Oh, that's so good. You can't make this stuff up, folks. You can't make it up.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. So is this something that was ever like pertinent to you, Nathan, when you're a Christian, like the idea of prayer and healing and so forth?
I mean, I don't think I ever particularly believed in like faith healing and stuff like that.
Well, it doesn't have to be like the charismatic type of faith healing, but
yeah, not like that. But there are definitely a few weird times in my life where like when I was particularly having like bad depression, mental health episodes, and you know, like how Jesus always goes off in private to pray.
Yeah.
I would always think like, well, I'm going to model my life after Jesus, right? So I'm going to like go off on a walk to some secluded area. I'd fast as well. Like I'd fast all weekend and like go off on a walk into the woods or something and just like pray in the middle of nowhere and be like, I'm going to try and get close to God. This will help me deal with my depression. And weirdly enough, it never did like get better. And that used to really kind of rock me a little bit, because I was like, I'm sacrificing so much here, like starving myself and walking off into the middle of nowhere. And I'm literally getting like no result from it. And
well, you just got to do it more. And that's how monks were invented, right? Like pretty much literally.
And the other thing was also, like talking of monks, if anyone's ever read The Life of Antony by Athanasius, like also like the idea of obviously Antony didn't struggle with porn, but the idea of like porn and masturbation as well. Like I like every so often I'd like do that, and then I'd be like praying for like a day. I'd feel so guilty. Like I'd be like, God, take this cup away from me and stuff like that. And and it just never worked. And then I'd always be like, oh, I'm so sorry, God, did it, like really toxic and self-hating. But so I guess that stuff I just never thought like the problem was that it never counted as evidence against theism for me, I guess. Like there was like a cognitive dissonance thing where then like the fact that I was struggling would confirm to me that spiritual warfare is real, which would then confirm, like theism is true even more, even when theism predicted that. Yeah. So
if it works, praise God. If it doesn't work, praise God even more. Like it's This is this is the point here. So I guess you could even add this. It doesn't have to be healing. It could be other things as well, like spiritually and so forth. That's a good point. And someone mentioned the Temple. Oops, wrong button. The Templeton Foundation prayer study results. So people have actually studied this scientifically, and I think that that's quite interesting actually, because although a lot of people just kind of laugh at the idea of doing it, but like it does seem to me that if you really believe that prayer is an effective method of healing, that should be a thing that you can see, like that there should be more healings. It's a very basic point. Like if prayer heals people, then you should find that prayer heals people when you look at people being healed. Like, it's not really that an outrageous claim, but even if you don't want to appeal to that, you can just appeal to all the people who prayed for and they don't get healed and so on. So, I think that this is an interesting argument. Modal version, it is possibly necessary that if Christianity is true, prayer will be an effective method of healing, because that would be, a necessary part of God's nature and the way he interacts with humanity, and possible that it would be true, so forth. So, but by S5, prayer would be an effective method, but it's not. So therefore, Christianity is not true.
The other thing I'm just thinking about one of the ways that people that more conservative type Christians who struggle with the cognitive dissonance around prayer here, one of the ways they smooth over that difficulty is by like saying, well, where the demonic forces are more active, God's prayer and stuff is more active, which is like like in Africa and stuff like that. So there's like healing miracles there, but just in the modern world it isn't as much. But like when I've got a friend who's gone on mission to Africa, and like it's happening all the time there. Like that's kind of weird.
So secularism and Enlightenment thinking reduces demon activity. Is that the idea?
Yeah, and also reduces.
So therefore, it reduces the
speed. God also chooses not to act on as many prayers as well in sort of more secular societies too, for some reason.
Yeah, it's really, really strange argument that maybe that's another form of argument. Like there's a form that I have, anthropological argument for atheism, but it's a bit different to that. So we're thinking of more arguments on the go. It's crazy. Inductive version of the inefficacy of prayer. So numerous cases, including scientific studies. So that's one of the ones, science studies I mentioned there, in which a prayer has failed as a method of healing, or prayers have failed, I guess. If Christianity was true, prayer would be an effective method of healing. And so we have strong inductive evidence that it is false. Abductive argument. So there are numerous cases in which prayer has failed as a method of healing. Best explanation of this is that God does not perform healings in response to prayers, but Christianity claims that he does. So we have reason to think Christianity is true. I guess you could say, look, he only does it when you're sort of not watching or paying attention, but that seems a pretty ad hoc and weird as well. So, and there's a Bayesian version, of course. The fact that prayer is ineffective as a method for healing is much more expected under Christianity being false than Christianity being true. The argument from lackluster revelation. Now, this is one I quite like. If the Bible was inspired by God, it would contain much novel scientific and practical knowledge, maybe ethical knowledge you could add in here as well. The Bible does not contain much in the way of novel scientific and practical knowledge, but Christianity claims it was inspired by God, so Christianity is false.
Yeah, I'm thinking again. It's going to be look. The Bible is, what's the Chicago statement? There's like a quotable sentence or whatever. The Bible's good for all it teaches to do with salvation or something to that degree. So they're going to say, why would it contain? But it really does beg the question, not in like the question begging fallacy sense, in like it just is really questionable. Why God would like reveal all this like fake ass worldview stuff about like the sky being a scroll and the earth being flat and just weird stuff alongside his special revelation about salvation. It's like, fair enough, he might do that, but like why wouldn't he just like tell you the thing, and why wouldn't he just be like, oh, a guy called Jesus is going to come and die for your sins on a cross, believe in him? Like, why would there be all this like goofy stuff where you've got to like burn goats and their entrails and like march around a desert and eat like manna or like,
that's what I mean. Like, think of the Old Testament. Like, of all the stuff that God could have told them that could have been actually useful, it's nothing there. Like, there's nothing about the germ theory of disease.
But even if that stuff is useless, even if that stuff's useless because God is trying to teach you what you need to know to be saved, why doesn't he just go like, Jesus is going to die for your sins, believe in him? You're like, why doesn't he just tell them the Nicene Creed? Like, why does he also like tell them all these stories that are heavily influenced by ancient Near Eastern, like Mesopotamian gods and like flat Earth worldview and stuff like that? It's just really bizarre. There's
plenty more coming there, but also the idea here is that this would be evidence for God's existence, which is part of why we call it lackluster revelation, because God could have evidenced himself much better by providing these sorts of things that would not otherwise be known. But it's just not there. So of course we can strengthen the argument by you can have a modal version, but also an inductive form. So numerous books in the Bible lack novel scientific and practical knowledge. So you think all the people who wrote that ended up as books in the Bible, and just none of them have really anything that I would describe as novel scientific and practical knowledge, which would have been very important for the people. And the absence of such scientific and practical knowledge is unexpected if the Bible was inspired by God, because you'd expect them to be helping them with this stuff, especially in the Old Testament. Christianity claims that it was inspired, so we have inductive reason to think that it wasn't. And then there's an abductive version. So there's all this stuff in the Bible, right? But why doesn't it have novel scientific and practical knowledge, both for the people then and for our benefit now, is evidential? And the best explanation for why we don't find anything like that is that the Bible was written by men without divine inspiration, I think.
There's a problem with the predictions it does make as well, that they're very much of the nature we were talking about before, where like, if it does happen, praise God. If it doesn't happen, praise God more. Where it's like, well, at some point, Jesus, no one knows the hour, right? But it's like, at some point, Jesus is going to return. So there's at least this proposition, something like, in the future, Jesus will return and hail in the end of times. But it's like, how long would that have to not happen for you to be justified in thinking actually it was false? Because like, obviously it's kind of like, that in the decimal expansion of pi, there are 3 sevens or something like that. It's like, how many digits of pi would you have to find before you were like justified in concluding that you're never going to find these like three consecutive sevens? Obviously there's no amount of digits that you can find that's going to like actually like justify you, that is going to inform you that you're not, the next 3 digits you find aren't going to be 777. There's no like point in time where you can say, well, Jesus is obviously not going to come next. But it's like, shouldn't it reduce our credence? Like, shouldn't we be thinking, it's been 2000 years now and Jesus still hasn't come back? Maybe that was all just like, I don't know. Shouldn't it reduce our credence over time the longer it is? Like, I got Rob Rowe because he was saying, well, part of all this is like climate change and stuff. So part of like sin is climate change. So Jesus is going to have to return before humanity destroys itself through climate change or war or something like that. So I got him to commit to like, if humanity were to like destroy itself through like climate change or war, and Jesus hadn't returned, then he would like be forced to abandon Christianity, even though we'd both be dead. Which is like, but yeah, it's really weird. The kind of like the predictions that it does make are not like actually falsifiable ones. Anyway,
doesn't that restrict people's free will? So like, if people freely choose to destroy the earth through climate change, or I mean, even more dramatic, perhaps through a nuclear war, say, then it seems that Christianity's like, God would have to step in. It's like, oh, well, I've got to come back before that happens.
Yeah,
and so humans can't actually make that choice. That seems to be an odd instance where like, they're so worried about God preserving free will that he can't even make himself more obvious or have better predictions. But then there's this a very clear case where, like, you can't stop the Holocaust because free will, right? But then, I've got to jump in to make sure that they don't destroy themselves.
Right.
That seems strange to me.
And there's like a reductio in, like the same as like the murdering kids reductio to relocate them to heaven. And like, aren't Christians morally obligated to cause nuclear war in order to make Jesus come back and bring in the new heavens and the new earth or something like that?
Well, that's even better, because according to that, they couldn't actually do it, right? God wouldn't let them actually do it, unlike the murdering kids. They'd actually have to.
Yeah. Or they'd have to actually do it. So they'd have to like launch all the missiles, and then
but then it wouldn't actually happen.
Like, I'm coming back now.
Yeah, exactly. That's very interesting. It's like you're playing a game of chicken with God. It's like that's funny. Yeah, but I think when the OG Christians thought about the second coming, they thought it would happen in their lifetime.
I agree. Yeah.
So not 2,000 years later. If you told them that, they'd be like, you're crazy. So there's a Bayesian form of the lackluster revelation argument. Now, this is an argument that I discovered, again, from Filipe Leon, and I think it's a very interesting one. So we'll see what you think of it. The problem of eternally separated lovers. So no one who loves another can be perfectly happy if they know that their beloved is suffering in hell. Mainstream Christianity claims that there will be people in heaven who are perfectly happy and aware that their beloved is in hell. Therefore, mainstream Christianity is false. What do you think about this one?
Now, obviously, like, if you just present it in this form, a Christian is going to reject it. But I think in terms of like dialoguing with Christians, that this can be pretty effective. So especially if they've got like an atheist kid or something like that, right? You can say, well, you've got, like your son or daughter who has left the faith. Do you think you're going to be like happy in heaven while they're eternally suffering in hell? And I think it's going to be really difficult for them to honestly say that yes, they will. I mean, obviously, like the indoctrination and stuff can kick in, and they'll be like, they'll kind of like maybe say the words but not really believe it. But I think just from an emotional point of view, this can be pretty powerful for getting people to commit to, for getting people to at least like start just questioning some of those things. Like, but I guess you could. If I put myself in the theist's shoes, right, if I genuinely believe theism was true, then I'm going to say, well, this just begs the question against theism, because when I'm in heaven, of course, I'm going to be happy, right? Like God's just going to make the state of affairs so as I am actually happy, even though I'm just not going to be thinking about. And maybe I'll tell you a story about C.S. Lewis's Great Divorce, where there is this chapter where there's this woman who was a Christian and her husband was an atheist, and like, she comes down in like this elegant dress or whatever, and there's all like animals around her, kind of like a scene out of like Snow White or something. And he, like he's there, and what's the picture that's painted? Oh yeah, there's like a body, and then there's like it's holding a chain, and then like he's chained to himself or something, and like he talks kind of like demonic and stuff. And
you sure this wasn't a different video you were watching?
Yeah, no, this is in the Great Divorce, and she's kind of like, oh, you knew, and you're like, why can't you just choose the good or whatever? And he's like, oh, I don't like it here, but I just can't choose the good because I hate myself or something. And it's like the idea is like he's so chained to his vices that he just can't like go to heaven or whatever. And then because she's got like a super healthy attitude, it's like she's just kind of like, well, Christianity is true and I can't convince you, I'm going to have to move on. And she just goes off to heaven and he goes off to hell or whatever. And like, I guess you can be like, well, that's plausible, but I'm like, that just doesn't seem like reality. Like, if you actually love someone, I don't think you're going to settle for that.
That's the basis of premise one. No one who loves another can be perfectly happy if they know that their beloved is suffering in hell. I've heard one defense of this saying that God will like erase that knowledge of your loved one, but that kind of seems like God making God a liar, because like, don't worry about them, they're not really there, kind of thing.
And obviously some Christians are just going to say, like, watching them burn is just going to increase my beatitudes. It's going to be lovely. But then, like, I'm just going to be like, you're a monster. Like, your religion has like distorted your moral intuition so much because you've got to be committed to these theological propositions that like you've just become like you're awful human who like believes terrible things. Like, imagine now if we change that from heaven to like, in order to like implement the final solution to bring about heaven on earth, like our beatitudes need to be increased by watching the burning of degenerates in like death camps or something. Like, it's just so messed up. But Yeah,
or just erase the knowledge of the people who are left about the people that had to burn, just so that wouldn't.
Oh yeah, we'll just stick a needle in your.
This one is actually kind of a bit personal for me, because there's been a few Christians that I've known who are sort of quite close to, and they express this concern about it's painful to think about you going to hell and so forth. But I actually think that there's a massive cognitive dissonance there for Christians who have concern about like non-Christians, especially people like me who are just avowed atheists. And so they can either reject the idea, like they could reject their Christian beliefs, or at least, the ones about eternal conscious torment or whatever, which I think they should, because I think they should be universalists, but like they're not going to do that, right? Or they can just sort of convince themselves that, or like they could just like try to distance themselves from you and try to not care about you. Not necessarily like consciously, I'm saying, but it's just like, because of the dissonance, it's sort of easier for them if they can just sort of, like distance themselves from you in that way, or like emotionally distance themselves. And I feel like that might have been a factor in some of the experiences I've had, which like has been hard for me. So I think that this is like a particularly harmful, not this argument, but like this aspect of like eternal conscious torment can be quite damaging.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there's of course a modal version of that. Now, divine unfairness. So this is another argument that I've sort of reconstructed. I had to abbreviate it quite a bit because it was rather long, so hopefully I didn't abuse it too much. So A of those who died before the age of accountability, or whatever you said that to be. So under Christian teachings, those who died before the age of accountability are either saved or they're not saved. Now, if they're not saved, God treats them unfairly because they didn't have a chance to, follow him, right? But if they are saved, God treats everyone else unfairly because these people didn't have a chance to reject God either, right? So it follows God cannot treat everyone. I guess I could have phrased it. The way I phrased it here is God. God cannot treat anyone unfairly. Therefore, under Christianity, I guess you could say God cannot treat anyone unfairly. Therefore, Christianity is false.
You could put it in terms of like God is perfectly just, right? But there's nothing that anyone can do to be saved. It's purely by God's grace, which is completely unearned and undeserved, that people are saved. But then, like some people aren't saved, and this is like entirely the decision of God, who's allegedly.
That's a different argument to this. This is about the age of accountability, but you could follow that as well. I think that the people, so like Arminians are going to say that it is sort of up to you in a sense, but it's also entirely up to God. I've never understood that myself. I've had many conversations about that, but so that's a good point actually. I mean that follows straightforwardly from Calvinism, but I think it actually follows from Arminianism as well, at least the ways I've heard it articulated. Because it's like, well, you can't just decide to accept God. He has to like change your heart. But you have to accept that. But you won't accept that unless he changes your heart. But he can't change your heart unless you accept it. Like, it's just like, seriously, I've had this argument. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But that's a good point, actually. But that's not what this argument's trying to get at. It's actually just saying, like, if those, it's trying to get around the free will point by saying, okay, what about those who die before they can become accountable?
Okay, right.
So if they're saved, God treats everyone else unfairly. But if they're not saved, God treats them unfairly. So either way, he's treating someone unfairly. But God cannot treat anyone unfairly under Christianity. Therefore, Christianity is false.
Yeah. Now, there's going to be some people who are obviously committed to people who are babies and children, etc., being accountable and inheriting that original sin. And there's going to be some, there's those who are going to say that you just get relocated to heaven, and then that's where the.
What about the unborn?
Yeah,
like you can trace it back as far as you like. But like the point of this argument is that it doesn't matter which case it is. So if they're saved, God treats everyone else unfairly because they didn't have the chance. Because the people who were died before the age of accountability didn't have the chance to reject God. Whereas if they are not saved, then he treats them unfairly. Now, of course, middle knowledge is the get out of jail free for this one, because they would just say, well, he doesn't treat them unfairly because they would have rejected him under alternative viewpoints. I don't know if this actual paper that I adopted this from had a response to middle knowledge. It might have actually, but if it did, I'm not sure what it was. Modal form, there's a possibly necessary that God cannot treat anyone unfairly, which I think is actually quite plausible there. Bayesian form. H are the Christian teachings about God's treatment of those who died before the age of accountability. So it's sort of like, well, whatever the case is, it doesn't really make sense. So under those teachings, it's more plausible that Christianity is false than it is true. Now, this is another argument, the Holocaust of children, that I came across. And it's very, combatively or emotionally named. But I think it makes an interesting point. So if God created humans so they could freely choose to follow him, most would reach the age of accountability so that they could choose to freely follow him. But most humans ever born have died before the age of accountability, which is what the Holocaust of children refers to. Now, this includes both spontaneous abortions as well as children who die very young, and like high rates of infant mortality that have existed throughout human history. So if you add all these together, you get that most humans who have ever been born have died before the age of accountability.
Which also plays into the what we were talking about earlier with like evolution and the teleology and stuff like that, like human reproductive systems, which naturally, abort the majority of pregnancies.
Yeah, there's many aspects that make that true. I should probably rather than born, I should have said most humans conceived actually would have been more persuasive there, because that would include spontaneous abortions. But anyway, mainstream Christianity claims that God created humans so they could freely choose to follow him, which relates to premise one, so therefore Christianity is false. So this is a bit similar to the empty universe argument. Like if God created the universe for a purpose, then why does most of it serve no purpose? If God created humanity or humans to freely choose to follow him, then why do most of them have no opportunity to ever do that? It doesn't really make sense. Yeah. So that's the basic idea of this, which is why there's, of course, a modal version and an abductive form. So the best explanation of why most humans who are, let's say, ever conceived died before the age of accountability is that God did not create humans so they could freely choose to follow him. But that's what Christianity teaches. So that's reason to think that Christianity is false.
Did you do
Sorry?
a parody? Did you do a parody C.S. Lewis argument from Desire?
There's definitely one of those coming up. Yeah. It's one of my favorites. I think it's a good one, actually. So look forward to that one. Okay, and that ends the theological arguments against Christianity. So a lot of those relate to like hell, or like the incarnation and other points like that. I think Mosaic law was there as well. Now, epistemological arguments. Now, these arguments don't actually generally show that God doesn't exist, but they tend to show that it's not reasonable to believe that God exists. So they're slightly weaker in that sense. Okay, appeal to philosophical skepticism. So philosophical skepticism about the external world is reasonable given the knowledge available to humans. Philosophical skepticism will not be reasonable if God exists and want us to know him. Yeah. And Christianity claims that God does exist and want us to know him, therefore Christianity is false. So by philosophical skepticism here, I mean,
brains and facts.
Well, that would be one version of it. Or like evil demon would be one version. You could soften it a bit. You could just soften it as the claim, but we just can't know anything about the way reality really is, because Kant's noumenal and the phenomenal is one way to look at this. We only have our perceptions. We can't see what's behind that. So there's different ways of. That's why I was a bit vague on what exactly it is, because there's different ways you can take it. I just called it philosophical skepticism.
Yeah, but you can kind of frame it so as it kind of like forces Christians to adopt relatively implausible philosophical theories like direct realism and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the idea here is that wouldn't be reasonable if God existed and wanted us to know him. He would have given us ways around the skepticism that we don't seem to have. So it's actually an argument that Christianity is false there. Although you could weaken it and just say it's an argument for it being not reasonable to be a Christian. So this is a modal formulation of that argument. Now, presumption of atheism. This is one that's been controversial lately, I guess. Well, partly. It's kind of related to lacktheism is why I mentioned that. So it is most reasonable to adopt atheism as the default position, absent strong evidence in favor of theism. There is no strong evidence in favor of theism, therefore atheism is the most reasonable view to adopt. Now, obviously some Christians are going to deny too, but this is just arguing for a presumption of atheism, absent strong evidence to defeat that, essentially. So you could think of this as a prima facie argument, if you like. Prima facie, it's reasonable to be an atheist unless there's strong reason against.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of justifying one, you could justify it on the basis of Occam's razor, that it's simpler to be an atheist absent strong reason against it. Here's a modal form. It is possibly necessary that it's the most reasonable position. And it is possible that it's a necessary position, and so by S5 it is the most reasonable, and so forth. So you could justify this possibly necessary on the basis that a principle like Occam's razor will be a necessary principle. Like it's not something that would just happen to be true or false. It would be necessarily true. So it's possibly necessary, and they're possible, so that it's necessary. That would be one justification.
Yeah, but why would it be true, James? Why?
Well, I mean, different people would justify that differently, but you could just say it's a properly basic belief would be one simple argument in favor of that. Which I mean, a lot of people just think that it's plausible that other things being equal, you should try to you should not multiply entities beyond necessity. So you could take that as a basic belief. That would be one avenue. I prefer an abductive explanation of Occam's razor, but that would be a different argument. Now, this is a slightly different version, proper basicality. So this is basically appealing to a Alvin Plantinga, who talks about proper basicality of theism. So absolute clear defeaters, atheism is a properly basic belief. There are no clear defeaters for atheism, so atheism is a properly basic belief. Now, if you want to go full Craigian on this basis, you could say that actually atheism has intrinsic defeaters, so that whenever you see arguments in favor of theism, you just have intrinsic defeaters that defeat those arguments, and so you can never be convinced that
you can never be defeated.
Exactly. You've just got so many defeaters that you just defeat all the defeaters, and it's self-defeating or something. I don't know. And here's a modal form of that. So again, it is possibly necessary that atheism is a properly basic belief. So the argument from this would be just something like the proper basicality of atheism could be something that exists. It's possible that it could be something that's necessary, and so would apply to all like agents in any possible world, would have a properly basic belief that atheism were true. Again, this is just mirroring sort of similar Christian arguments for this sort of thing. Oops, wrong thing. Okay, explanatory impotence of theism. Now, this is one that I quite like. I don't really like proper basicality, but I do like explanatory impotence style arguments.
I'm sorry, I just unmuted myself to cough and then muted myself to talk. So,
nice.
I would just want to say that we are also on 156. We didn't mark going over the number of arguments.
Yes. Yeah, right. So they had 154, if I remember correctly. So we've already passed them, and we're not even halfway yet. So that's just weak source, 154. Unbelievable. Explanatory impotence of theism. So it's unreasonable to adopt a belief. It's unnecessary to adopt a belief unless that belief provides significant explanatory power. The belief God exists provides no significant explanatory power, therefore it is unreasonable to believe in God. So one is a pretty standard epistemological position, I think, that like that's what justifies beliefs is their explanatory power, broadly speaking. And so then two, you would justify just because it's not clear what God explains. And you could make an argument from the success of science, for example, in explaining lots of things, and it doesn't seem that God is necessary there. And then appeal to philosophical theories for morality or whatever else you might want to explain. And then the burden is on the theist to show that God has explanatory power. I actually think this is an instance where that's true. I think theists do have a burden to show that why we should think that God exists in terms of postulating his explanation there. So that's the basis of that argument there. Explanatory impotence of theism, modal argument. So possibly necessarily, it is unreasonable to believe unless it provides significant explanatory power. So you could justify that on the basis that that's just a necessary epistemological principle, that that's what it means to have justified beliefs in a sense. And then the argument would go forward from there. And in inductive form, there are no accepted cases in which God provides an explanation for any known phenomenon. So I actually quite like this one because that seems to be true, right? That there are lots of accepted cases where all sorts of natural things provide explanations for phenomena, but there just aren't any where God does. They're all contested. And it's just not obvious that that need be the case, because people could still disagree with lots of aspects of God's nature or whatever, or just not follow him. But it could be the case that there could be things that it was widely accepted that God provided explanations for. After all, that was true in the past, in like Europe and so forth. Everyone just accepted that God created the world and so forth, or almost everyone. But that's not true anymore. But if God existed, it seems that we would expect there to be some cases where God provides a widely accepted explanation and for a particular phenomenon. So I think that's inductive evidence that God does not exist. And then we've got an abductive form, the best explanation of why there aren't any very good explanations that God provides. It's just that he doesn't exist, and so he doesn't actually explain anything. And a base in form, there are no accepted explanations for which appeal to God, much more likely under atheism than under theism. Oh, somebody's throwing stuff in the background there.
V's making IKEA shelves and falling over and stuff like that.
Appeal to Occam's razor. When engaging in metaphysical reasoning, we should not multiply entities beyond necessity. There is no necessity to introduce God, so we should not introduce God. Very straightforward argument. And one is widely accepted. And so unless and until theists can provide a case where it's necessary to introduce God into our metaphysics, I think we should hold firmly to the logically and inescapably derived conclusion here that we should not introduce God into our metaphysics.
Oh, so someone says, by the way, are we going to timestamp arguments in this? I guess maybe we should timestamp the classes, but I
that's what I'll do. I'll give timestamps for the classes. I'll also share the PowerPoint and a Word document that just lists the arguments, so you can look through those.
You're going to have to go for that paid Google Drive to get these slides.
It's a big boy. Now, the consensus gentium argument. Do you remember that one, Nathan?
I actually can't remember it. What was it?
That was the one based on common consensus of
but
most people throughout history believe in God.
Oh, was that yeah. I
think that was what I was forgetting.
How I was trying to forget what the group was that they were saying like believed. I can't remember how they phrased it, but yeah, it was probably just the vast majority of people throughout history, I think. Yeah,
that was one of them. I think there may have been a couple of consensus gentiums, but that was gentii. But here's mine. It is reasonable to believe in something that is affirmed by the majority of relevant experts. I think that's a pretty plausible position there. Philosophers are the relevant experts concerning arguments for the existence of God. I also think that that's plausible. You wouldn't want to ask theologians because they don't actually, at least qua theologians, they're interested in talking about the properties of God, not whether he exists.
Yeah, they presuppose. I think they presuppose the existence of God, I think, to do theology, right?
But philosophers are the ones that, it's one of the presuppositions of theology. You have to presuppose God, right? Just the science of it adds its presuppositions, apparently. But
it's like a what do you call it? You know, like the King of France is bald, like the speaker kind of presupposes.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's not
whether exactly. Yeah, I think a lot of theology is like that. And so the most contemporary philosophers do not believe in God. So that's based on the Phil Paper survey, which I think that they're actually doing I know that they're doing a new version of that. I don't know when the results are going to be released. That'll be quite interesting. I'll probably do a stream on that, actually. But the original one from 2009 found, I think it was 75 or something %.
I thought it was like 71.8 or something in my mind.
Maybe that's right.
So 70
% of philosophers were atheists. Like, I think it was 15 or 13% were theists, and then others, there was like other. So yeah, it's clear majority. In fact, I think it is the second strongest majority in all of the positions that they asked for. The only one that was stronger was the existence of the real physical world, like realism about the world. that got a higher agreement, but only slightly higher than it's like 80-something% believe that there's a real world. So yeah, there's a strong consensus among philosophers that God does not exist. So therefore, it is reasonable to believe that God does not exist. There's an abductive form of that. So the best explanation for why so many contemporary philosophers do not believe in God is that the arguments are actually weak. If the arguments are weak, then we should not believe in God. Therefore, we should not believe in God. So one here is just an empirical fact. Two, I think, is an extremely plausible principle of belief formation on the basis of appeal to expertise. And three is just a pretty standard view about, evidentialism, essentially. We should have good reason for believing in it. So I think that all the premises are very plausible here. And there's a Bayesian form, of course. Most philosophers are non-theists. It's much more plausible if theism is false than if it were true. Because the evidence would be better. The arguments would be better. Now, there's another consensus gentium argument, the world history consensus gentium argument. Most people throughout human history have not been Christians. Most people throughout human history, if most people have not been Christians, it is unreasonable to believe that Christianity is true, because God would want most people to be Christians, and so there'd be more Christians around, presumably. Therefore, it is unreasonable to believe that Christianity is true. And there's an abductive formulation of that, and a Bayesian formulation of that. But we can move on. So Russell's teapot. This is a fun one. It is unreasonable to hold beliefs that cannot be falsified. Even in principle, I might add, even in principle cannot be falsified. There is no way to falsify, even in principle, the existence of God. Therefore, it is unreasonable to believe in the existence of God.
I always find Russell's teapot interesting. I do think it's a really good... it's always a really good one to point out in the discourse with theists when they're trying to force you to sort of prove there is no God by like assessing like every proposition that exists that's true and like ruling out that there's any that are about God and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, you can do the same thing with the teapot, right? And it seems like you're actually justified in not believing in the teapot, rather than like the default is you have to believe in the teapot until someone can show that there's no good reasons for believing in the teapot. But
yeah, man, and that's the basis of this argument here. That's just you hadn't finished.
Well, it's just there does seem something kind of like weird about it as well, in the sense of like like the issues that there are with like the Popperian falsification philosophy of science thing, where it's kind of like it's a good kind of heuristic, but it's not quite what's going on in science as well. Like I think there could be issues for the Russell's teapot thing in the same sense, where it's like, you don't have to only believe things that can be falsified or something like that.
But it doesn't have to be a naive falsification, that has like a critical experiment or something like that. It could just be falsified by any means in principle.
Okay, right. So that's what to clarify premise one. That's what falsified by any means in principle.
Which is interesting because Russell's teapot isn't even unfalsified. Sorry, it is falsifiable in that sense, but I mean it's just supposed to be an analogy, right? So, someone makes a good point here. Specific models of God can be falsified if they make predictions. Like potentially that's true, right? But it seems to me that most forms of Christianity are devised precisely so that they cannot be falsified. So like you give evidence that, like, I mean, this stream has been giving a lot of observations that, to me at least, seem to conflict with the hypothesis of Christianity. But there's always ad hoc explanations or ad hoc responses, right? And it seems to me, therefore, that maybe it's not actually falsifiable. Like if you don't admit any of these apparent falsifications. So that's the basis of that there, the argument there. And there's a modal form. Possibly necessarily, there is no way to falsify the existence of God. And that could just be based on God's properties, that there could just be such a being that cannot be, like you couldn't falsify the existence of a being that had those properties. Inductive form. Most widely held unfalsifiable beliefs are eventually discarded as unnecessary. God is a widely held unfalsifiable belief. Therefore, we have strong inductive beliefs that he will eventually be discarded as unnecessary.
This is where what's the word that this is what John Hick talks about, actually, the beliefs that are verifiable but not falsifiable, right? So like that there will be 3 consecutive 7s in the decimal expansion of pi. It's like it's not what am I talking about? Yeah, it's verifiable. Like you could find those 3 consecutive 7s, but if you don't know it, it's not falsifiable. Now, this is where John Hick says like Christianity is like that because it's eschatologically verifiable, in that, like, if the end times happened, or even if you died and go to like heaven or hell, like it's it's verifiable then, but it's not falsifiable in that, like, before the fact you could like you could like do some kind of modus tollens or whatever and figure it out. But I think they are disanalogous, like the kind of because there's so many, but like in principle verifiable but not falsifiable beliefs, that it seems that you're not justified in like believing. That I don't think I would say that if something is like verifiable but not falsifiable, you're like justified in believing it until it's been verified. I think maybe that's the sort of thing that's being drawn out by Russell's teapot idea. Like, yeah, of course it's verifiable in principle. I guess Russell's teapot is falsifiable there as well, but it's like it's not falsifiable just from our like current web of beliefs. Like we'd have to like empirically investigate the world in order to falsify it, I guess. Yeah.
So James Lebrando here. I think that's true, and I think that would lead you to just not making any assertions about God, or maybe even theological non-cognitivism or something like that. The idea, though, that is a failure of the nature of the proposition, not of the atheist, in terms of their failing to like assert that it doesn't exist, because it's just too unclear, basically, to say anything about something like
wouldn't
that.
It be falsifiable though? Like, I mean, like you'd find God. I don't know, like
God not existing, you could find him. Yeah, maybe.
Like God, like if you're saying God does not exist, that's just based off of everything we know. But then you could, I don't know, like you figure out like a complete physics and you get outside the universe and God's there or something, or you die and you go to heaven, or it seems falsifiable. I don't know. Maybe
maybe you're right. There could be an asymmetry there. Yeah. That's a good point. Evolutionary psychology of religion argument. So there's an evolutionary psychology argument against, or the evolutionary argument against naturalism. But this is a version against religion. So human religious belief-forming tendencies have evolved in a manner that is non-truth tracking. Now, that would be justified on the basis that most human religious or spiritual beliefs are false. I mean, they must be, because they're contradictory. And there's all sorts of animalistic and polytheistic and superstitious beliefs that humans have that I'm including here. So religious in a broad sense. So they can't be truth tracking in general, because there's so many of them are just wrong, completely wrong, and mutually contradictory and so forth. But if that's true, then it is unreasonable to trust human religious belief forming tendencies. Probably I should say like faculties there or something like that. But the basic idea there is that the way we typically go about forming religious beliefs seems to be systematically not very reliable, evolutionarily speaking. So human religious belief-forming tendencies are the primary justification for belief in God. So the argument there, instead of premise, or the justification of premise 3 there, is it's saying that most people don't believe in God because of precise theological arguments, but they believe in it just because, well, I mean, it's more like a probably basic belief, or an appeal to some sort of personal experience, or appeal to like some sort of theistic or moral sense or something. And those sort of belief-forming tendencies, which are specifically religious or spiritual, are the justification most people give. And even a lot of philosophers, like, for example, William Lane Craig, offers those sorts of things as the primary justification for his theism, not his philosophical arguments. And even many of those theological arguments actually appeal to those sort of intuitions about, say, causation or morality or something. So not every, like the ontological argument, I don't think is an example of that. So the ontological argument will be outside this. But even a lot of arguments appeal to these sort of human spiritual or religious tendencies. A clear example of this would be C.S. Lewis's desire argument. That's a very clear example that just specifically appeals to that. So the point is, though, that those are unreliable, and we shouldn't trust them if they're unreliable. Therefore, it's unreasonable to believe in God.
So here's to contribute another red herring. Here's what I thought about while I just quickly went to the toilet there, right? So if you're engaging in like speculative metaphysics, and you're like speculating that there's this thing that kind of like exists that we just haven't like got to yet, that's like outside of, say, like natural causal reality, a Platonic form or whatever, I don't know. I mean, it's the wrong sort of question to suppose that we'll like get to it when we sort of break out of the natural causal reality or something like that. But this is like, you're postulating this like speculative entity. Now, if you're taking the position that entity does not exist, it's always sort of possible that you kind of like, that you do find it, which would like, like you discover it somehow through thinking or something like that, which would falsify it, or God, like we discover God through like a complete sciences or something. This is what I was thinking about the way that they're not symmetrical. But then the problem is that if you're taking the position that speculative entity, speculative entity does exist, right? But then the person is saying, no, it's not, but it actually doesn't exist. You're always going to say, you can always just push it out into this like realm of the speculative realm is always like just beyond like the horizon of our knowledge or what we've currently discovered. And so it like never gets fault. That's like where I'm trying to say there's an asymmetry. I don't know if I didn't articulate that very well. But
yeah, and the idea there is that when you postulate something existing, you should be sure to postulate it in such a way that it could at least potentially be falsified. Yeah. If it's postulated in a way such that it never could be, then it's not reasonable to believe anything like that, precisely because it's unfalsifiable. Yeah, and that's where there is an asymmetry, because you could you could prove that it exists by just providing it.
Push it just beyond, yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas
that's a good point as well. Yeah. That's a good point. Okay. Inductive evolutionary argument against religion. So most of the cognitive mechanisms used to form beliefs in God evolved in a non-truth striking manner. And this is unexpected if theism were true. In fact, we'd expect them to be more truth-tracking. So therefore, we have inductive reason that theism is false, inductive evidence. And of course, there's a Bayesian form of that. Human religious belief forming tendencies or faculties evolved in a non-truth tracking manner is a lot more expected or more probable under atheism than it is on theism. Because you think God would, ensure that we're able to form these sorts of beliefs in a more truth-tracking way. Just like our other senses are presumably more reliably truth-tracking. All right, now this argument's an interesting one that I found, again, my researchers. The failure of the theistic philosophers, or specifically the evidentialist theistic philosophers. So evidentialist theistic philosophers have failed to produce arguments for the existence of God which have persuaded other philosophers, or at least most other philosophers. If God existed, evidentialist theistic philosophers would have produced persuasive arguments for the existence of God. Therefore, God does not exist. So this is saying, why are theistic philosophers so unsuccessful in persuading anyone? Because, you see, this isn't generally true. There are many philosophers who have persuaded other philosophers of their position. Like, I'm just thinking Hilary Putnam and Saul Kripke in their arguments about semantic externalism and externalist theories of justification have been quite successful in persuading other people. Quine, two dogmas of empiricism, was extremely persuasive. Likewise, there are lots of other arguments in free will and in philosophy of mind and other areas where particular philosophers have been very influential in persuading people, but not philosophy of religion. No one's persuaded by any of these arguments. So if God existed, why wouldn't there be better arguments for him, basically, that evidentialist theistic philosophers were able to come up with? So therefore, God does not exist. And of course, there's a modal version and an inductive form of that. So repeated attempts by theistic philosophers have failed to produce arguments for the existence of God, which have persuaded many other philosophers. In fact, do we know of any cases where a philosopher, someone who was a philosopher, converted to Christianity after being a philosopher on the basis of arguments?
Well, the only example I think they're going to go with is the Anthony Flew deism one, but I think that
yeah, but he wasn't a Christian.
Well, but even that, I think it's someone else. Like the book is marketed as if it's like, and yeah, there's like a lot of controversy about that.
Because it was quite old when that happened, and people are not sure of how much it was him.
Yeah, and how much is this guy who's writing the book and making stuff up? So I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, Augustine, right? Because he was
maybe
like because he had like
I guess so.
a rhetoric school and was a professor and stuff like that.
No, I guess that might be a counter example. That was quite a while ago.
I mean, there will be.
That wasn't on the basis of arguments, though, was it? I actually don't know. I thought it was because of how he felt about himself.
It was actually because he felt depressed, and his friend was talking about. He thought about the pear tree.
Who this is?
Yeah, he thought about when he stole pears as a kid. He went into the garden under a tree and cried, and he heard a child in the garden next door saying "Ecce tolle, ecce tolle," which means pick it up and read. He read a passage in Paul which said like repent and believe or whatever, and he did. So yeah, it wasn't actually on the basis of argumentation. But I do think, I think it's plausible that there could be like one, at least, or a number, though probably a small number, who were moved towards Christianity on the basis of arguments, but it definitely isn't the norm.
Yeah, well, we've got Hudson as a alleged counterexample. I can't verify that. I'm just looking.
In fact, the opposite seems to be the norm. It seems to me to be the case that more people, in fact, like go to seminary or whatever in order to, and then through like learning philosophy as part of their like seminary education and historical biblical criticism and stuff, they become atheists or at least leave Christianity, become agnostics.
There's quite a lot of examples of that.
And you could formulate the argument in that way, I suppose, that like, well, that wouldn't be expected under theism, right? That the more people come to learn about, the more people come to learn about Christian
that's
philosophy.
Highly unexpected.
Yeah.
And the best explanation for that is that God does not exist. And of course, there's a Bayesian form. The problem of alternative monotheism is also one that I came across in my researches. So there are numerous logically possible monotheisms, of which classical theism is one, or if you like, Christianity is one. Now, many of these models can explain the evidence. That is not very well articulated, is it? What was I talking about here?
I mean, you're on 179, so I can't really like.
I think, what evidence did I mean there? I think it just means the evidence. Oh, first super chat. Well, cheers. Oh. So saith the Google.
Yeah, but here's
Appreciate
what
that,
he's not
Mitch.
what he's not put in his super chat. He has not put what the conversion is between money to push-ups, and so I am under no moral obligation to do any push-ups.
Well, I'll let chat decide. So how many? What's the conversion rate between pounds sterling and push-ups? Chat, it's up to you. Reasonable answers only, obviously. Like, I'm not going to say it's 1,000 because that's just silly. But reasonable answers, maybe we can turn into peer pressure to get Nathan to do them. So we'll see. So the evidence, I think the evidence is just referring to whatever evidence we think supports God. So whether that's creation or fine-tuning or moral arguments or anything like that. I think that was the idea here.
You just mean like consistent with the evidence, or like
like the evidence we have, broadly speaking, whatever evidence that is that you think is explained.
Okay, 1 pound equals 1 push-up, but this is the problem: is that so I think something like 1,000 push-ups isn't off the table, but I think it would be unreasonable to demand 1,000 pounds of super chats. Like, so
I don't understand that objection. Well, we've got £10 sterling of donations, so that's 10 push-ups, right? So we don't need to talk about 1,000.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like in total, like to go with the crazy amount of arguments that we're offering, and because we're primate brains and we want to outdo what Cameron's done. Like he did, like what did he do? Like 100 push-ups in total or something? 150 push-ups?
150, yeah.
Yeah, because he did 1 per argument. So I'm saying, like, to outdo him, we do like 1,000 push-ups or something in total, right? Just to go like, whoa, we're so crazy. But then to demand £1,000 to do that just seems a bit ridiculous to me. Like, I mean, if I could get £1,000 for doing 1,000 push-ups, I'd do it. But like, I
don't know. I'm not demanding anything. I'm just, I just see what chat wants. Well, people saying 1-to-1, which seems fair to me. Anyway, I mean,
if people want 1-to-1 capitalism, we'll do 1-to-1.
You could just do a stream where you do 1,000 push-ups just for the sake of it. Like, there's nothing stopping you. All right. The problem of alternative monotheisms. Oh, wait, we didn't actually finish the argument. So, yeah, many of these models of God can explain the same evidence we have. At least some of these models explain the evidence better than classical theism. So that's a reason to reject classical theism. So a simple example of this would be just drop omnibenevolent, and already lots of arguments for atheism go away. Like problems of hell go away, problems of suffering go away. Maybe if you drop omnipotence, then problems of like poor design go away. So there are lots of alternative models of God that would have fewer problems. Even if you get rid of the Trinity aspect, then there are certain problems that you no longer have, right? So it explains the evidence better with fewer problems. So this is the idea here, that there's lots of better monotheistic alternatives, which are basically the same, but tweaked slightly so that they're more explanatory. And so if that's true, then we should reject classical theism or like Christian theism. And there's a modal version of that, of course. The modal epistemic argument for atheism. Now, this is a spoof of the Fitch-style proofs of the knowability paradox. That if it's possible that something is known, then there must be There must be there's someone who knows all propositions or something like that. So here's my attempted spoof of that. So the modal epistemic argument for atheism: if for any proposition P, if P is possibly true, then P is knowable. The proposition God exists is not knowable, which is obviously something that Christians might not accept, but the atheist may regard as plausible because, how could you know that such a being exists? Any argument that you give for God's existence, there are other ways of explaining it. There's other ways of accounting for the evidence, be it aliens or whatever else.
Or Benedicta is saying that using the modal and Bayesian versions is cheating / triple counting. But the point is that's what also it was good enough for Cameron, right? Was it cheating when he did it?
A modal formulation of an argument is different from the standard version as used in Cameron's stream. So that's why I'm using it. And Bayesian is different again. Bayesian reasoning is a particular form of reasoning. You think about the, who are they that do the Bayesian stuff? The McGrews.
Yeah. Sorry. I was like, I don't know. Like the Bayesians?
No, they publish all this Bayesian stuff, which is basically just the same, but Bayesian. So I don't think it's triple counting at all. Different formulation of the argument. Anyway, so what was I saying here? So that's the basis of justifying two here, that there's always other ways of accounting for any arguments or evidence. So you can't know that God exists. So if all propositions, if it's possibly true, then they must be knowable, but something is not knowable, then it's not possibly true. Therefore, the proposition God does not exist is necessarily true. Therefore, God does not exist. Now, I'm going to admit this is a silly argument, but it's no sillier than the use of Fichte-style proofs to establish that there must be a being who knows all truths, right? So this is just my riposte to those. Riposte. Okay, axiological arguments. So these are like moral arguments, and of course, the problems of evil are going to come in here thick and fast. So let's make a start. The logical problem of evil. God is perfect, perfectly good, omnipotent, and omniscient. If God is perfectly good, we would prevent all evil if he was able to. Obviously, that should say he would prevent all evil if he was able to. If God is omniscient and omnipotent, he will be able to prevent all of the evil and suffering in the world. But evil exists, therefore God does not exist. So this is pretty much the standard version of the logical problem of evil. You know, how does it go? If God is all-knowing and all-powerful, what does it go? I can't remember how it goes. There's a classic formulation from one of the Greek philosophers. I don't remember how it goes, but that's the basic.
What's he? Is it Euripides? Is he the guy? I can't remember his name. But yeah, but it's like if he's all loving, then he wouldn't do this. If he's all knowing, then he wouldn't do this. And if he's all powerful, he wouldn't do this.
And all knowing, then whence evil? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So that's basically the point here. And I think all those premises are quite plausible there. The modal formulation. So again, it's possibly necessary that if God was perfectly good, he would prevent all evil if he was able to. It's possible that if God is perfectly good, he would prevent all evil if he was able to. Indeed, I think even theists would agree with that it's possible. Well, I guess that's actually interesting because doesn't God freely choose to create a world with a certain amount of evil? So isn't it possible that he would? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. They'd have to reject one of these premises here. Inductive version. So there are many examples of apparently pointless suffering in the world. So this is quite different actually, because we're talking about apparently pointless suffering here. So some suffering you know serves a purpose, so like a greater purpose, right? But there are many types of suffering that apparently serve no purpose at all. Cases of apparently pointless suffering are unexpected if theism is true, because God would have eliminated all the pointless suffering and only kept the ones that served a purpose. So any example of apparently pointless suffering is evidence against theism. Now, even if maybe there's a reason for it, but if it's apparently pointless, then we still have a reason to think that there isn't a purpose of it. Just like if something's apparently designed, we have prima facie reason to think that it was designed, according to many theists, right? So this is just a parallel of that argument. And the more of these cases that there are, then the worse it gets, because you only need one example of suffering that was actually pointless to disprove God. And there's so many cases that are apparently pointless. So I think that results in a very strong cumulative inductive conductive case.
Yeah.
A cumulative inductive case there.
And it's I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Just ignore me, Karen.
And there's a abductive version. So apparently pointless suffering is prevalent in the world. I don't think anyone would disagree with that, or they shouldn't. The best explanation of one is the hypothesis of indifference, which is that to say that the world is the result of namely that the world is the result of benevolent actions performed by non-human persons. That doesn't make any sense, does it? What have I done here? The world is the result of benevolent actions performed by... I think there should be a not in there. The world is not the result of benevolent actions performed by non-human persons. That's the hypothesis of indifference, right? So the world was not brought into being by someone who was benevolently concerned about us.
Yeah, namely that the world is not the result of
benevolent actions performed by non-human persons. Yeah. There's a missing not in there. That actually reminds me, have you heard about the Wicked Bible, the version of the King James that was printed? I don't remember. Like it was a printing mistake, right? But
I think, yeah.
It was thou shalt, in the commandments, there was a missing not, so it said thou shalt commit adultery.
So I have heard of like there are like a bunch of quirky stories about when there were like various like competing translations and like printing outfits and stuff like that. Like when people were trying to establish like their politics based off the Bible, and like like different groups of people who'd have like a slight variation, and then they'd like produce like different laws and things based off of different stuff in the Bible with different arguments. But I can't remember the specific examples, but there were some of them like to do with like the Calvinists, for example, and the way that they wanted their government to be, and these other people, and then like people burnt. But I'm going to need to flesh that story out a bit.
Yeah, well, we've got our own spelling errors here, so yeah, that should be a not there. So that's the hypothesis of indifference, and of course, theism says that that's not true. But apparently, pointless suffering is strong evidence in favor of the hypothesis of indifference. So I think we have strong reason to believe that theism is false. And likewise, a Bayesian formulation here. So here we've got E being a compilation of all evils that have no known justification of greater purpose, and those evils are far more. The probability that we'd have those evils is much greater under atheism than under theism.
The other one I just thought of is like the whole like the whole theology of Satan within Catholicism, which is literally just the Latin mistranslation of the morning star.
I don't know a lot about the theology of Satan, so
yeah, so like Lucifer being like bringer of light or whatever. It was just there was this old the actual story in the Old Testament is there's like this old I don't even know how you refer to them. Urian, like there's a place called and from there, outside of the Bible, there's this old story about like what happens with the morning star. And I've got it in one of these books here, but it's at the bottom of a pile, so I can't be bothered bringing it out. But basically, like that is the original story. That the bit in Isaiah that made it into the Bible is like is like I don't know if you'd say mimesis or whatever, but it's like based on that. And then that is translated into Latin by Jerome. And then like later people are just reading that in Latin and going like, oh yeah, Lucifer, like, and this is like, like falling, like this theology of Lucifer's fall from grace and stuff like that, which is all just like made up based off of this story about what like Venus does in the sky that the Urians believed. Anyway.
Interesting. And we've got a prima facie version, which I think is particularly strong for the problem of evil, because there seems to be a lot of people have this sort of sense that prima facie it's unreasonable to believe that there's all of these pointless suffering that God allows, or that there's all of these reasons for this apparently pointless suffering that we just can't discern. Is I think gets implausible. All right, Schellenberg's new logical problem of evil. So obviously this is stolen from this guy here. So hopefully I did an all right job of paraphrasing it here. But theism holds that prior to creation, there was no evil in God of any kind. Theism holds that God created everything outside himself. I mean, I think those are pretty clear. God would not bring evil into existence, but evil exists. Therefore, theism is false. I think you've mentioned this, haven't you? The idea that God wouldn't make evils.
I was talking about a perfect being wouldn't create that which is imperfect or something, or couldn't contribute to imperfection, but does. But yeah, like similar.
I don't think free will really gets around this, because the fact is that God brought evil into existence, whether it was directly or indirectly, because he knew what was going to happen with everything that he created, and he allowed it to do that. So I don't really think that changes this. So I think theists are just going to reject three, but I think that you can. Sorry.
I think if you hold to God as a perfect being, when you phrase it in the perfect, a perfect being cannot create that, cannot contribute to imperfection or something like that. Like I think that you're more likely to get them to agree if you go down that route. But
interesting.
Yeah.
So the perfect being and maximally great being, like you could say, well, I can conceive of an even greater being than your God, which has all the same properties, but he just doesn't bring any evil into existence. Or it's in his nature that he would never bring any evil into existence, if you prefer it that way. So I think you can argue from on that basis. So I think that's quite an interesting argument. The argument from horrendous suffering. So horrendous evils are those which yield prima facie reason to doubt whether the participant's life could be a great good to them on the whole. So the idea here is that a horrendous evil is one in which you have some reason to think that, or prima facie reason to think that, given this evil, the person in question, their life can't have been good for them overall, because that evil was just so horrific, basically. So a horrendous evil basically is one where prima facie there's reason to think that it made the person's life so bad that actually would have been better that they never been born. Now, premise two there is that's really just a definition, but premise two is it is absurd to think God would allow horrendous evils, because why would he allow anyone to experience an evil so bad that their whole life would be like worse than not existing in the first place? But there are horrendous evils, quite plausibly. I think it's pretty easy to think of examples of that. I probably don't need to give some. Therefore, it is absurd to think that God exists. Arguably, anyone going to hell for eternal conscious torment would count as a horrendous evil, by the way. So, like, surely it's better that someone has never existed than go, if you believe in eternal conscious torment, right?
It's absurd to think that God would allow horrendous evil. Well, again, like the issue is always going to be like, depending on your theology, you know, the Calvinist just glorifies him most. Yeah, I just have become evil, which is literally, you know, I always quote. I need to memorize what the exact quote is, but in John Piper's in John Piper's book Desiring God, which is like an introduction to Christian hedonism, his version of Calvinism, like he literally says that like, you know, people are going to say talk about Auschwitz, but Auschwitz, it literally happened because it glorifies God most. We just have to accept this, like. And there's also a clip of James White saying that in a debate somewhere as well that can be dug out of the internet somewhere.
People laugh at atheists for apparently believing ridiculous things. Yeah, I think that's a classic example of a horrendous evil. Anyway, so horrendous suffering argument, there's a modal version of that, of course. An inductive version of that. There are many horrendous evils in the world. Case of horrendous evil are highly unexpected under theism, so we have strong reason that theism is false. And as an abductive version, the best explanation for many horrendous evils is the principle of indifference, which we mentioned before. Actually, I think I called it a hypothesis of indifference before, but same thing. Namely, that the world was not created by a benevolent being that was concerned about our welfare. And I think this is probably one of the strongest arguments for atheism, that the best explanation of horrendous evils is the principle of indifference, which is inconsistent with an omnibenevolent God. And a Bayesian formulation, of course. The existence of horrendous evils is much more probable under atheism than under theism. The problem of animal suffering. So animals experience immense suffering in the natural world. I guess there might be your zoologist who would disagree with that, but I think that's just a fact there. An omnibenevolent God would not have created a world in which animals experience immense suffering. Theism claims that he did, so theism is false. I think this is one that theists probably need to spend more time working on, because traditionally I think it's been something that's neglected. And of course, there's a modal version of that and an inductive form with the many forms of immense animal suffering.
Well, let's remember
an abductive
as well,
explanation.
So Deflate just deals with this by talking about this one guy who says that they're mostly having fun out there. Trust him. And then there's Craig, who read that book By Tooth and Claw, which says that there's three tiers of experiencing suffering. Humans are at tier 3, which means like knowing that you're in pain, but animals only get tier 1 and 2. So, you know, they don't really know what's happening to them. So it's not bad or something. I
mean, you can even agree with that, because pain in animals is, I think, different to in humans, at least in many types of animals, because of the neurological differences. But that's consistent with premise 1, right? So I actually deliberately didn't use the word pain here for that reason, because pain has a specific meaning for humans, but suffering is very general. So animals might not reach tier 3, but they can still suffer immensely, right? So plus you think of the sheer number of animals makes the quantity enormous. And so I think the best explanation for that is just that nature was not designed by an omnibenevolent, omnipotent God, or in other words, the hypothesis of indifference.
I'm also pretty sure. I mean, obviously, like it probably still fit into this categorization, not as like in the tier 3 suffering, but there is like I recently saw this week that some studies to do with like fish suffering, for example, and it's like they're gonna say, well, it's just an appeal to emotion, which is at some level. You know, it's kind of like in the abortion debate when they show like a picture of a baby and stuff, when you show like an animal screaming in pain or something like that. But I think I just don't know what's like wrong with you if you like look at that and you go, yeah, it's clearly not in pain, like it's fine. It's just like it's like what the
yeah, exactly. And yeah, it gets really ad hoc and implausible at that point. And of course, the Bayesian version. Draper's argument from pleasure and pain. This is from Paul Draper here. So pleasure and pain have a tight connection with biological functions. The best explanation for why pleasure and pain have a tight connection with biological functions is the hypothesis of indifference. theism holds that the hypothesis of indifference is false, so we have strong reason to think that theism is also false. So the idea here in terms of why this works, or like why the 2 is the best explanation, is that if theism were true, it's not really clear why there will be this tight connection between pleasure and pain and biological function, because God could just have set up pleasure and pain to really achieve any purpose that he wanted, including perhaps a connection with spiritual function if he wanted to, or just have them being these sort of separate things. Like, it's not really obvious why. Or he could have just made us to be like to have no qualia. Maybe he could have made us to be philosophical zombies, right? If you think that that's metaphysically possible. But at least it's not really clear why there's this tight connection, whereas evolution has a very good story to tell about why there's this tight connection, because they're directly connected to survival and the motivation of animals and so forth. And the reason this is relevant to the existence of God, of course, is because pain is extremely unpleasant. And so it's unclear why an omnibenevolent God would allow this tight connection between them when he could do it otherwise and not have to ensure that. So I think this is an interesting little argument here. Moving on.
I didn't see if you had moved on. I was like, I heard clicking, but yeah, it's okay.
Just trying to get the right thing. The good old Euthyphro dilemma. So this is not exactly an argument against the existence of God, but I've just formulated it so that it's an argument against at least many forms of Christianity. So many forms of Christianity, certainly not all, but quite a lot of them say that morality depends on God's commandments, which are fundamental. So this is like Craig says about morality, for example. A lot of people agree with Craig there. So any form of Christianity that agrees with Craig is going to be susceptible to this argument here. If morality depends on God's fundamental commandments, fundamental meaning that they're not nothing external to God caused them, or they're not dependent on anything outside of God, would be one way to think about that. They're not beholden to anything outside of God. If morality depends on God's fundamental commandments, then morality is arbitrary, but it's not arbitrary, therefore this brand of Christianity is false. Now, obviously there's arguments around that, but I don't really think they work. But I don't think we need to get into those here, so I think we'll just move on, because that, that could delay us another few hours. And of course, there's a modal form of that. Possibly necessary. If morality depends on God's commandments, then it is arbitrary. So that's a slight weakening of that bias 5. Christianity is false. All right, the evil God challenge. On the basis of the available evidence, an all good God is no more likely to exist than an all evil God. But if they're equal probable, then theism is not rationally justified. Therefore, theism is not rationally justified. This could be also in the epistemological category, but I decided to keep it here. So this is interesting because I think I've seen a few attempts by theists to try to, differentiate between an all good and an all evil God, and say why an all good God is more likely. I've not really found those very persuasive.
I'm trying to think.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm just trying to think of the ones I've listened to. I mean, again, some of these arguments, I actually think, rather than looking at them as like premise conclusion arguments, I actually think they're kind of like quite good, just like dialectical tools for like if you're talking to theists and stuff. So you can sort of like, you know, like when they're trying to make an inference to an all good God from the way the world is, and you're bringing up like the problem of evil, and they're going to have these theodicies and things, and then you can just sort of like, you know, turn it around the other way and say, well, let's say, you know, I inferred from the way the world is to an all evil God, and then I gave you like, you know, the good theodicy. It's like, you know, why the evil God has created the kind of goods in the world that we see and stuff like that. And I think that you can just rather than being like, here's why you're wrong, you can just say like, here's how, like, can't we just invert the reasoning the other way? Like, what, and then why do we go with one rather than the other? Aren't we being like inconsistent in the standards we're applying? So I think that that's the role that these arguments should play in discussion, rather than just, but yeah.
Logically and inescapably.
Yeah. But I agree. Like I've also not found like that. What apologists I think want to do is present this as if it is like this sort of like, you know, like it's just this purely academic like thing that atheists are putting forward in favor of atheism or whatever, and then they'll say like, here's these symmetry breakers because like goodness has the but again, I think the kind of like background beliefs that they're using to like establish these symmetry breakers are basically like based on like theistic metaphysics anyway, like, you know, like a classically theistic metaphysics rather than like an alternative. So
the one objection to the evil God challenge that or response, I guess, that I have heard was saying that basically appealing to moral internalism. So it's saying that God knows everything, and that includes knowledge of all moral facts. And under moral internalism, that implies that you're naturally motivated, you're necessarily motivated by knowing those facts to act morally or to like be moral, and therefore God will necessarily be moral. So that would be saying you can't be omniscient and all evil. Any omniscient being would be also omnibenevolent, right, according to that. I think there's a whole bunch of, I mean, you could just reject moral internalism, which I think is implausible.
Or like evil's just a privation of good type thing as well. So
yeah, that's interesting.
Work and stuff. But like, I think you're only going to really believe that in the first place. You know, like that's like a theistic conception. Like, I think at least of what good and evil are. So, what, you know, why accept that if we're actually starting from a neutral basis?
Good question. Yeah, this is the same font that was used in the slides, and the reason I was able to find it is because I just downloaded the slides,
you made the slides,
and changed them to my arguments. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it's a nice font, so I stole it. All right, where are we? And the modal form of the evil God challenge. So this is very suited to a modal formulation because it's possibly necessary that an evil anti-God exists. It's possible that an evil anti-God exists, and from S5, it therefore follows that an evil anti-God does exist. Argument from ordinary morality. I don't remember if I pinched this one or made it up myself, but anyway, God permits undeserved involuntary suffering only if it ultimately produces a net benefit for the sufferer. This is a standard theodicy here. Now, if that's true, and if God exists, then our moral obligation to prevent, this is an argument that I pinched, then our moral obligation to prevent undeserved involuntary suffering derives entirely from God's commandments. So that is the only reason you could give to why should we prevent undeserved involuntary suffering is because, well, God told you not to. Because it wouldn't be, you couldn't say, well, because it would help the person, because the idea is, well, it wouldn't. Because the only undeserved involuntary suffering that God would allow would benefit them anyway. So you're not actually helping them by preventing undeserved involuntary suffering. You're only doing it because God tells you to. But according to 3, we sometimes have a moral obligation to prevent undeserved involuntary suffering that does not derive entirely from God's commandments. Which is just to say that this is the principle from, as I say, ordinary morality, which says that, look, if someone is suffering from if someone is experiencing undeserved involuntary suffering, then at least sometimes, maybe often, you should help that person regardless of whether God tells you to or not, which I think is a very sensible, ordinary sort of moral conception there, and follows from this that God does not exist.
Right.
This is actually very interesting because I think that this can be used to object to Craigian styles of moral arguments, because if you're going to say that God only allows suffering, it's for the net benefit of the sufferer, and then you've sort of got to say, well, then why do we ever try to help people? Well, it's because God tells us to. But then you have to accept that the only reason we have for helping people is because God tells us to. But that's just extremely implausible. Just as implausible as Craig says as moral anti-realism. He just says it like, well, it's just obviously true that they're objective morality. I would just say, well, look, if you're going to accept that, it's just obviously true that we have obligations to help people who are suffering involuntarily, that have, whether or not God commands us to. Like, it's just irrelevant whether God commands you to. You should just do that, right? So I think that the argument's just as strong here as any Craig formulation of the moral argument, certainly.
I mean, I do think like a theist would probably... I understand that Craig seems to be committed to 3, but I do think that a theist would like looking at, if you presented them with the argument, would probably go, oh, well, you know, 3 is just wrong and run it that way. But, you know, I think that similarly to arguments that, for example, look at like God's commands in the Old Testament and stuff like that, what this does is it sort of like, you know, it puts in tension the idea that morality is to do with God and God's commands or God's nature or whatever in some sense, and our actual moral experience, which like, and they can kind of like come apart. I think that's what 3 is kind of drawing out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think this is clearest on a Craigian conception of morality, but I don't think it requires that, because it more hinges on one, I think. God permits undeserved involuntary suffering only if it ultimately produces a net benefit for the sufferer. Some Christians will reject that. The problem with rejecting that is it makes God seem really horrific, because basically he's using people as means to ends, right? You could say, well, it produces benefit for other people, but that doesn't seem acceptable. Like, you couldn't say, I'm going to torture this person because of, at least plausibly, a lot of people would say, no, you can't do that, right? It's a violation of rights or something. But apparently God does that. If one is false, God does that. Like, he tortures babies to, help other people or something, which would seem to contradict with omnibenevolence.
I think atheists could reject too as well. Like, they could say, well, some of them are from God's command, some of it's like natural law, some of it's like something else.
Yeah, I guess you could try to bring natural law into it, which would be moving away from Craig because he doesn't really accept that. But the trouble is understanding what conception of natural law would say that you should do something to help someone which wouldn't actually help them. Well, this is where the suffering is for their benefit.
I think theists who go down the natural law route, that like the same way that like a natural moral realist is going to like argue in favor of morality, they basically have all of that, and then they're just going to say that like, well, God's created like the natural state of affairs to be that way, to produce these like natural moral facts, because he's a moral God.
That makes sense to me, but the problem is when you bring in the fact that God only permits undeserved involuntary suffering if that produces a net benefit for the sufferer. See, the naturalist doesn't have that premise, obviously. But if the theist has that premise, then they have to explain why we have any moral obligations to help people at all, apart from the fact that God commands it, which is what premise 2 is about. Apart from God's commandments, it doesn't seem that there would be a reason, because when I see someone experiencing undeserved involuntary suffering, I know that that would only happen if it's for the net benefit. So I shouldn't help them, because they'd be worse off if I helped them. So the natural law doesn't seem to fit here, and it goes back to just divine commandments. Now, Craig might be all right with that, but the problem is that it just seems that we do have moral obligations which aren't entirely derivative from God's commandments, which is what 3 is getting at. So Craig would reject 3, and so he could avoid the argument here. But I was mentioning him because I think that it's just especially implausible to do that. But other Christians who would be less willing to reject 3, so they might try to reject 1 possibly, or maybe 2, but I'm not sure how you would do that exactly, which is, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it just seems to me that there is a problem here.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting argument. And of course, there's a modal form of that, and an abductive form of that. So the best explanation of why we have moral obligations to prevent undeserved involuntary suffering is that such suffering on net harms its victims. I think this is a quite good formulation of how an ethical like naturalist would think about this. That's the best explanation for why we have such an obligation, because undeserved involuntary suffering harms its victims on net, or at least in most cases. Whereas it seems that the theist is committed to saying that it never does. Unless you think God uses people as like means to achieve benefit for other people, which seems really nasty, especially because he's supposed to be omnipotent. So couldn't he find a better way of achieving his ends? So I think this is quite a powerful argument, actually, the abductive version. And of course, the Bayesian version, the probability of our moral obligations. Hang on. Let S be our moral obligations to prevent undeserved involuntary suffering. All right. Yeah. So the fact that we have such moral obligations is better explained, or is more probable under atheism than it is under theism. That's the idea here. Of course, if you're an error theorist, then you're not going to agree with that, but that's as it is. Now, the atheist free will offense. This is another fun one that I found in my researching. Not sure where Nathan's gone off to, but we'll power on. So an omnipotent God would be able to achieve all of his creative purposes without creating beings with free will. And that is basically just on the basis of the fact that he's omnipotent. So unless there's a logical contradiction, it seems that God should be able to achieve something. Premise 2, God creating beings with free will would introduce immense suffering and evil into the world. So that's typically the standard thing that Christians will say as being, the fall or an explanation for evil, is because, free beings chose to do that. So that's something that many Christians would agree with. Now, given 1 and 2, God would not create beings with free will, because 1 says that he can achieve anything that he would want to achieve without needing to create free beings. And 2 says that creating them would bring evil and suffering. So God has no reason to create them and a reason not to create them. So combine those together, he's not going to create them. See, if you don't have 2, you could say, well, maybe he would just create them for no reason, like no purpose. But 2 is saying that, look, he has an express reason to not create them because they would introduce evil and suffering. So again, 1 says that God has no reason to create beings with free will, and 2 says that he has a specific reason not to do it. Combine those together, God would not create beings with free will. But Christianity claims that God did create beings with free will. Now, obviously, Calvinists are not going to agree with that. But for most Christians who are not Calvinists, they're going to agree with 4 here. And therefore, Christianity is false. So to reject this argument, I mean, assuming you're not a Calvinist, so you accept 4, right? To reject this argument, I think you're going to have to reject premise 1, because premise 2 seems to be just obviously true to me, given the Christian conception of free will. So there would have to be some creative purpose that God could not achieve without creating beings with free will. But that just seems implausible to me, because God is supposed to be omnipotent. So I think that is a hard square to circle. The usual argument is that God's creative purpose is to make beings that freely choose to enter into a loving relationship with him. But there's no contradiction between saying that beings have the freedom to enter into a loving relationship with God, and saying that they never choose to do evil. So, like, there's not actually a contradiction there, but yet God seems to create beings with free will in such a way that they do choose evil, which seems to be the problem here. But it's also, it's unclear what free will even has to do with, more fundamentally, it's unclear what free will has to do with entering into a loving relationship with God. It's not clear that we freely choose to love someone anyway. So I think there's a lot of problems with that as a defeater here. Any comments on this?
I do always find it, I mean, I guess, so theists want to maintain that in order to love someone, you have to be like freely choosing to love them, right? Because they're saying that if like if you're under some compulsion to love someone, then it isn't genuine love. But I mean, I'm just not sure that that's right. Like, let's say there was like an area of my brain that could be like stimulated and it would cause me to love someone. And like you could stimulate that part and it would cause me to love someone. I'm just not, and I loved them. Like that just would be me loving them. Like it just saying like it's not genuine love because you're not freely doing it. Like I'm not sure that.
Well, what you described isn't really compulsion though, which was what I was thinking. Like if someone taps my the
patella
ligament under my knee, then I'm going to kick out, right? If I have a normal nervous system, but they didn't compel me to do that. They caused me to do that. It's different. Compulsion is a particular type of way you influence or affect someone. But there are many things that we do that are not compelled, but may, depending on your views, not be free. And reflexes are one of them. You just gave another example where someone's like stimulating you with electrodes.
I'm just laughing at a silly comment. We can come on to that in a minute, where someone's just come in spamming the chat and said that promoting atheism is immoral. Take Jimmy Savile as an example, who is a paedophile in the UK. Like, what the hell?
That's interesting. Anyway, I mean, if this guy converts on his deathbed, right, then he goes to heaven. So I'm not sure how Christianity deals with that either. Anyway,
he died, and that's when it all came out that he was like he was like a BBC presenter.
You don't know that he didn't convert on his deathbed, though. No one knows except God. So as far as we know, that could happen, and probably has happened for some. That is for some kiddie.
Sorry. Like it's like I'm exclusively here to completely derail like the arguments. Like I do. Yeah, I just think that like that a large part of these arguments, theists want to say like, well, just what loving means is to like libertarian freely choose to love someone, and like I just don't know that that's right. Like,
yeah, well then you do an analysis of what love is, and I think that's just not correct analysis of love.
Yeah, but exactly. And then we're going to just be kind of like a bit of an impasse though between worldviews.
Also raises certain questions like does God libertarian choose to love himself? Like that seems to imply that there's a possible world in which God doesn't love himself. That doesn't seem right. So God necessarily loves himself. So, but you can't libertarian choose something if it's necessarily the case. There's no possible world in which you don't, right?
The thing I don't understand is like in that conception of libertarianly freely choosing to like love in that way. It's like, so you're the first cause of your decision to love. But it's like, well, if there weren't all these like contingent historical facts about like how you relate to a person, or like like the engagements that you've had with them, and what you know of their character or personality, things like that. Like they give you reasons to love. So it's not like you're just like choosing as like the first cause.
Exactly.
Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've discussed this maybe this was actually someone else I was talking to this with about, but yeah, it seems to me that it makes more sense to say that someone loves you because of the reasons that you give them, in virtue of which they want to love you, right? Or like they love you because you're lovely, not just because they just libertarian choose to. Because then you could just like libertarian choose to love Hitler, but like, should you? Like, it seems that you can say that there are reasons why you should choose to love someone, and then it seems that it's I mean, I don't know how libertarians actually understand the relationship between reasons and choices, because libertarian free will seems to have no room for reasons. It doesn't make sense to me, but
it also
to me, the more reasons you give,
yeah.
somehow it does, but it doesn't, like, because you can just choose completely separately from the reasons. Like, reasons are not a compulsion, basically. And so, yeah, the love should be based on reasons, not just arbitrary choices that have no causal antecedents. That doesn't make sense.
And even and some of those reasons are like, you know, do clearly have like a neural basis or like a biological basis as well. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, obviously, like reductive naturalism or like reductive physics is going to say there isn't like something outside of that there can be, but I mean, like, there's going to be like important neurological parts of that, I suppose, that you just kind of can't get around, like parts of the brain or like oxytocin and things like that are just associated with love that you just can't get away from. And it's like, you know, like can you have love like absent those things as well? Like, aren't they like things that I don't want to say compulsion, things that or are a part of, like to say that you love someone sort of just means like that has to be a part of it. I don't know, like it just doesn't make the libertarian conception, well, you can't love someone if you're caused to, just doesn't make sense to me. It seems like God could have just created like a built soul of mine that just loved him.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, like why?
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't not be loving because
that's the basis for this. Yeah. It's just unclear why God can't do that, basically. It seems that it's an arbitrary restriction on his power, which is the basis of this modal form as well. It's possibly necessary that omnipotent God could just do all his purposes, achieve his purposes without free will, libertarian free will at least. And here's an abductive version of this. So beings exist with free will. The best explanation for the existence of such beings is that they evolve through mindless processes and are not created. So this is, you know, going to be a compatibilist free will, presumably. Although there are some naturalists who think that you can squeeze libertarian free will in there, but we'll leave that aside for now. Now, theism claims that beings with free will were created. So the point of this premise too here is to say that God wouldn't create beings with libertarian free will because they would bring evil and suffering into the world. That was one of the premises before, right? So that's the justification here. God wouldn't do that because he would have reasons not to, and he would have no reasons to, but reasons not to. But there are beings with free will, and so we use that as an argument against naturalism. Sorry, against theism, not against naturalism. I mean, you could use it as an argument against naturalism as well, right? If you want to use this on a libertarian sense, you could actually push that through and say, yeah, we have libertarian free will, but God didn't create us like that. So that's perfectly consistent with this. It can go either way, I think. And there's a Bayesian formulation of this, which is basically the same as the abductive, but with Bayesian probabilities there. All right, argument from personal autonomy. Now, this one I think is quite interesting. I say that a lot, but I think a lot of them are interesting. Oh, not all of them, right? Well, you know, the joke was that Cameron keeps saying, like, I want to learn more about this argument.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I've forgotten everything that happened in our previous, like, you know, like all the arguments and like all the little like idiosyncrasies and stuff like that happened. Yeah, I really need to look more into this one. There's a great book on it. Like.
Human existence cannot have immense meaning if humans are either in perpetual inferior subservience to God or consigned to hell. So that's sort of the two cases, right? Either in heaven or in hell. Human existence can have immense meaning, but Christianity claims that humans are either in perpetual inferior subservience to God, which is heaven, or they're consigned to hell. So therefore, Christianity is false.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the can you sin in heaven, or like the idea that a lot of what makes our experience in life now meaningful is like that there are. I need to stop saying like, because people have brought this up in the comments, but that there are challenges, say, and you know we overcome our challenges, or we face up to I know I said absurdity then instead of we overcome adversity and move towards goals, and that's what makes life meaningful. Whereas this idea of just like bliss in heaven doesn't really make much sense. It seems like it might just kind of become boring over time. It's not clear how it couldn't. Those sorts of considerations, I guess, are a part of this argument.
Well, yeah, I guess the idea is that, as I describe it, perpetual inferior subservience is not really meaningful.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can phrase that purely as an internal critique, or here as being refuted by the fact that human existence can have meaning.
Well, the internal critique. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Do you want to go and say? You can say something like useful now.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Derailers, like just also that Adam and Eve were also created in that state in the Garden of Eden.
Right.
They somehow got out of it. Like, what's gonna be different in the beliefs about Jesus? Well, there's beliefs about Jesus in heaven, so it people can't eat the apple in heaven. Like, what's the symmetry breaker there? How is reality metaphysically different?
Yeah, unclear. Wait, what's the difference between these two?
Internal critique.
Internal critique. Oh, that's right. This is just what we were talking about. Yeah. So so this is saying that we can have immense meaning. Now, this is not claiming that. This is just saying that Christianity claims that we can. So Christianity claims that maximal meaning is found by engaging in perpetual inferior subservience to God, but engaging in perpetual inferior subservience to God cannot be maximally meaningful. Therefore, Christianity is false. So again, you can think of this in terms of, you can think of a being that is greater than God, who would allow us to be to like eternally have lives that did not entail perpetual inferior subservience to him. Actually, this is what Mormons believe, that ultimately, humans can. Mormons believe in eternal progression, which I always thought is of an attractive doctrine. Not that they're always going to be in perpetual inferior subservience to God, but God will sort of help them to, keep progressing. And it's a bit vague as to what that means exactly, but at least the idea is that, that to be maximally meaningful, you have to be sort of going somewhere and building on yourself and so forth.
Yeah,
and that seems quite plausible to me. But Christianity, at least mainstream
Christianity,
more
plausible than eternally singing the praises.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
sounds kind of boring. Okay, so that's that version. The argument from the meaning of life. Now, this is one that I think I developed, but I think it's kind of interesting. So human life has objective meaning. Obviously, not everyone's going to agree with that, but I think it plausibly does. Human life will not have objective meaning if all humans were created merely to glorify a deity. I was worried for a second there. I thought I might have typed glorify instead of glorify, but there is an L in there, so it's all good. I guess the ones in heaven glorify God and the ones in hell glorify him. So it's sort of,
there you go.
Christianity claims that humans were created merely to glorify a deity. So this is another one of those merely things. You're just merely a soul glorifying your big, God in the sky. You're nothing more than kind of, what were we going to say?
That's one of David Bentley Hart's arguments against eternal conscious torment in hell, which is like that God's like greatness is like predicated on the suffering of people in hell. Like, so there's like this thing that's like greater than God, which is like the people in hell who have to like suffer in order for God to be great, or something like that. I can't remember how he like gets there exactly, but there's another way I could derail talk about this argument.
I can hear V turning an Allen key or whatever it is. It's very distinctive clicking. Oh, it's you. Wait, is that an Allen key though?
It's one of those, like screwdrivers where you can like twist.
Twist. Okay. How do I?
Wherever. If you click on me, there's like it looks like a person's silhouette on my thingy, and that'll make me go big.
That's what that does.
Yeah. So it's one of those. Guys. And you can
right. Yeah.
That's, and it goes the other way.
Sort of what I was thinking. So you said she was setting something up from IKEA, so I assumed that was her.
No, she is.
No.
There it is. I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Why would you do that to me? I look like a crazy person.
Well, we're the ones on the stream giving 500 reasons against Christianity, and you're worried about you looking like a crazy person? So this is a modal form. So possibly necessary human life has objective meaning, and then from S5 it does, and so forth. So that's that. Now, the problem of teleological evil. This one is also one that I found interesting in my research. So teleological evil is evil that in virtue of the natural... I think I'm missing a verb here. Teleological evil is evil that occurs or exists in virtue of the natural purpose or design of something. So predation is an example of this. So it's not just an evil that like happens accidentally, but like it's sort of built into the way a creature or a set of affairs is. So, you can't have tigers and lions without them eating other animals, right? It just doesn't really work. That would be a different animal. So that's the idea of teleological evil. Now, an all good and all powerful God would not create a world with teleological evil, because this is evil outside of like free choice, because the animals don't really have a choice there. It's a type of natural evil, but it's a very specific type that sort of like appears that it's built into the way that the creatures simply are. Christianity claims that an all powerful and all good God created the world with teleological evil, so Christianity is false. So this is the idea that, you know, like, what is it that like the lion will lie down with the lamb or something like that, and somehow the animals are going to be changed.
Yeah. Well, the lamb and the lion will lie down, and it won't like have desire to like destroy it. And stuff like that. But then the idea is that Jesus is the lamb and the lion. You see.
Yeah. Well, I think some people may interpret that more literally than others, but
But yeah.
So I think the justification for premise 2 there is just that, like, well, why would an omnibenevolent God or an omnibenevolent God would just not create a world where there are beings that in their very design must cause suffering to others, like a lion, for example? I mean, what's the deal with that? Like, it can't even live without causing suffering to others. It's not like something's gone wrong with creation. It's like, that's the way creation was apparently supposed to be, that lions eat other animals. Why would God make it that way?
I also think 2 could be phrased in terms of like perfect being theology again. So it could. So the problem is that then, you know, you leave the open theists and all of them with that. But fair enough, maybe that's true. But like a perfect being would not create an imperfect world by having it teleological evil in it or something like that. I think would.
Again, you can make a maximally great being argument there. So you could say, well, look, I conceive of a being that's greater because they are in their nature, they would never create teleological evil. So a lot of these arguments you can, I think, formulate in those terms. Now, there's a modal version. It's possibly necessary an all good and all powerful God would not create a world with teleological evil. Inductive formulation of that. So there are numerous cases of teleological evil in nature. Cases of teleological evil are unexpected under theism, but they're not unexpected under atheism. So we have strong inductive evidence against theism. And in abductive form, so the best explanation of cases of teleological evil is the hypothesis of indifference, which you mentioned before, that nature is not created by an omnibenevolent being. And that gives us reason to think that theism is false. And of course, there's a Bayesian formulation. If you take the set of teleological evils, then the probability of those is much higher under atheism than under theism. All right, the problem of genuine altruism. Now, this I came up with this on the basis of an argument from Cameron's stream, but thinking about it in terms of what at least some Christians say about the nature of morality. So an omnibenevolent, omnipotent God would fully and justly reward all good acts and punish all bad acts. Because that's what a just God would do, right? Like if you're a judge, you would try to do that, right? And a maximally good, maximally potent God, omniscient also, would do that for every case, right? They wouldn't leave any case where good was unrewarded and evil was unpunished. But if all good acts are fully and justly rewarded, then genuine altruism is impossible, because every act that helps others is self-interested, because it will be rewarded. But genuine altruism is possible, therefore God does not exist. So it seems to me that the theist who accepts 1 and 2 just has to deny the existence of the possibility of genuine altruism, which to me is just really implausible. Any comments there? Here's a modal form.
No real comments. I mean, I think, all of these arguments. I just want to respond to the chat, because I think we've got like new people coming in as we're kind of like
no worries.
So, you know, like some people are saying things like, you know, I just reject like premise 2 or whatever. Like, yeah, we agree. Like we the point of our parody, to reiterate for those who are coming in new, the point of our parody is to show that the methodology that Cameron's employing is just like useless for like having these kind of discussions about like entire worldviews that disagree. We can just generate arguments.
Yeah, someone mentions that Christianity doesn't actually teach 1. I mean, I agree with that. The reason I made this argument is because in the Capturing Christianity stream, they had an argument that basically relied on 1. And I was like, well, Christianity doesn't even teach that. So I'm just using that as
Yeah, exactly. This is the
But
irony.
I think it's also plausible that an all good God would do that, right? So that's another problem for Christianity. Like, well, why doesn't God fully and justly reward all good acts and punish all bad acts? That seems like a fully just God would do that. So there's sort of two angles to that. All right. So next one, God as the improper object of moral action. So actions, I think I adapted this from one I found. Actions with respect to a person can only be directly morally significant if they help, or if they at least can potentially help or harm that person. So there are some who would disagree with this, but I think this is quite a plausible principle here, that that's the basis of moral significance, is whether you're helping or harming that person, or at least actions that are with respect to a person, right? But no action with respect to God can help or harm God, because it can't really affect him in any way, because he's, perfect, he's self-sufficient. So there's nothing really you can do to help or hurt him. So no action is directly morally significant with respect to God. But Christianity claims that there are actions that we can do that are morally significant with respect to God. Therefore, Christianity is false. Now, I mean, obviously, theists are going to, Christians are going to deny three, I would assume. But the question would be how to understand the moral significance of an action with respect to God, absent ability to affect him. Because you could say, one possibility here I see is that you could say, look, an action is wrong because it hurts someone else, right? It doesn't have to hurt God. And that's fine. I would agree with that. The problem is that it seems that Christians want to say more than that. They don't just want to say that like there are actions that are wrong, but they want to say that those actions hurt God. That's the typical justification I hear for sin, right? That it's like it's somehow an injury to God, or something about his perfect nature, or something along those lines, right? So it's not just wrong because you're hurting someone else. It's wrong to God. Right. And that's the aspect that I'm trying to capture here. And I'm saying, look, an action's only wrong with respect to a person, or morally significant with respect to a person, if it helps or harms that person. But it doesn't help or harm God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
That's the idea here.
What about I mean, could the theist get out of it by committing to our moral actions help or harm persons, right? And God is just like this perfect observer, adjudicator, and that's what sin is. He's just keeping track of all those things. Can they get out of it that way?
So I think here, hang on. So I think that may be denying 4. I mean, obviously it depends on the terms here, but the way I'm conceiving of this is that, so Christianity says that there are actions that are morally significant with respect to God, directly morally significant. That's what I mean by direct.
So this is
not
this
in
is
terms
like
of them hurting other people. Yeah.
So it's going to be the same with all these. Like, there's always like a model of theism which like isn't necessarily committed to it. It isn't committed to all of the premises, and you can kind of get out of it. But yeah, like Craigian theism, for example, this would be like contra that.
Yeah, so that's the idea of this. It's directly significant with respect to God, not with respect to other people. And there's a modal version of that. Possibly necessary actions with respect to God could only be directly morally significant if they hurt God, and so forth. Now, here's an abductive version, which is similar but framed rather differently. So Christianity claims that many apparently victimless actions are morally wrong. Masturbation, gay sex could be examples of this, right? Now, the best explanation for why Christianity claims that these apparently victimless actions are wrong is that these claims are derives from men, not from God, right? And basically, these are men from superstitious and pre-modern times who come up with these different rules to try to control sexuality. All the stories you can tell about where these things came from. But the idea is that, look, if these are God-given, then there wouldn't be all of these things that are supposedly wrong, but that don't actually hurt anyone. So that's the idea of that the best explanation for why these things are supposed to be morally wrong is that they're not really. They're just people saying that they are. But obviously that is premise 3 that conflicts with what Christianity says. So we have reason to think Christianity is false. All right, the problem of natural inequality. So this is one that I adopted from one of the papers that I found. So the distribution of natural talents and abilities is morally arbitrary and hence unfair. So natural talents and inabilities. This is like sporting ability, attractiveness, intelligence, charisma, all of this sort of stuff, right? I mean, everyone knows that the distribution of this is highly arbitrary and most people would agree morally unfair. Interestingly, certain types of Hinduism would deny that because they think it's based on past karma, but I don't think Christians can appeal to that. But if God existed, the distribution of natural talents and abilities would not be morally arbitrary, because God is in control of everything. Everything would happen for a reason, and he would have morally sufficient reasons for distributing talents in the way that they would be. But since that's not what is the case, then God does not exist.
Maybe middle knowledge as a, I don't know, he knows if he'd made, you would have been a worse person if he'd made you a great basketball player or something. You've got to make it not arbitrary in some sense. You've got to appeal, to get out of this, you've got to appeal to something about God's decision which is non-arbitrary, and maybe his middle knowledge. But then, I mean, how do you know that he actually has middle knowledge of that?
So there's a problem with that, though. Suppose you say that the distribution of natural talents and abilities is not morally arbitrary, and can be justified or is fair, right? Then you seem to say that, look, when anyone who has a disability, there's a morally sufficient reason for that. Specifically, not just specifically about not whether it's just like a suffering, but in terms of the equality, like you're saying, it's fair.
They did something they did something wrong in their possible world lives.
You're basically appealing to what they would have done in a possible worlds to justify the fairness of that. So I guess it's sort of an appeal to a version of the problem of evil, but it's pointing out a specific aspect of it.
But surely, I don't know, there's got to be a possible world where, for example, they chose Jesus as God, and I don't know, and that would be better, right? Why didn't God instantiate that those states of affairs where I don't know, it just gets too weird when you start introducing middle knowledge and counterfactuals and stuff like that.
I mean, I think there's lots of problems with middle knowledge, right? But all of these arguments will have potential responses. That's not, we acknowledge that at the start, so that's not really the point. The point is to put the arguments out there and say a bit about them, not to discuss them all in immense detail and consider every objection.
I think this one is fairly plausible. It does to me seem arbitrary, the kind of difference in kind of cards people are dealt, and that seems to me to be, I mean I guess the when we get into the probabilistic kind of formulations or the abductive formulations, that's going to be more along the lines of what I'd go for. That's just more expected under naturalism and unguided evolution than it is an omnibenevolent being doing it.
Yeah. Here's a modal formulation of that and inductive formulation of that. So we've done many cases in which natural talents and abilities are distributed unfairly. I think that's very plausible, but this is unexpected under theism because you'd expect God to be fairer. So I think there's inductive evidence against theism. And an abductive version, the best explanation for the unfairness of the distribution of natural talents is the principle of indifference, which again says that humans, or the natural world more generally, weren't created by a guiding intelligence who cares about us. And so best explanation of that is principle of indifference. So we have reason to believe theism is false. And likewise, a Bayesian formulation. Probability of the unfair distribution is much higher under atheism than under theism. The problem with social evils, this is one that I found that I thought was quite ingenious. So they define a new category of evils that's not a natural evil.
Theoretic interactions.
So a social evil is an evil or suffering that is brought about by game theoretic interactions between many individuals. So it's not a natural evil, and it's not a moral evil because it's not brought about by anyone abusing their free will. It's brought about by people using their free will appropriately, but still leading to bad outcomes collectively. So the tragedy of the commons is a classic example of this. Everyone is, or the prisoner's dilemma. People are trying to do the right thing by themselves or their family, but things just end up bad across the board. And things like this can happen even though no one is aware of the fact that this is happening. So that's the sense in which they're not moral evils, because no one even necessarily knows that this is why things are happening.
So just to draw this out, you're saying, are you saying there are states of affairs where individuals will make the morally right decision, but that collectively leads to a state where there's some kind of equilibrium reached that's a negative state of affairs?
Yes, exactly. That's the idea.
Yeah.
And the world is suffused with social evils. So I just mentioned some of them, like prisoner's dilemma, or what was the one I said? Tragedy of the commons type failures. But if theism is true, the world will not be suffused with social evils. Therefore, theism is false. So the whole point of this argument here is to try to get at the fact that social evils can't. yeah, social evils are an attempt to get around free will theodicies. Even plausibly ones that attempt to explain natural evils by positing a fall or something like that, because social evils don't even really seem to be a thing that would just be like brought in by a fall per se, because it's not about the way nature is. It's more just about certain.
They emerge from the.
Yeah, they're highly emergent, I guess. So I mean, you could probably still come up with theodicies for it, but it's at least, I think, a novel attempt at drawing out a particular type of evil or suffering, which I think is interesting. So, of course, there's a modal version, like always, an inductive formulation. So cases of social ills are I don't know why I said ills instead of evils. Not attributable to free will are unexpected under theism, but we observe many of them, so that's inductive evidence against theism. Abductive forms, the best explanation is the principle of indifference, which conflicts with theism, so we have reason to believe theism is false. And a Bayesian formulation, as it normally is. Now, the problem of authority and the duty of non-interference. This, I think, is actually a really powerful argument. Again, not all of the arguments here are that good, but I think this one is. So, if a harm is within an authority's jurisdiction and seriously imperils the well-being of the governed, the authority owes it to the subjects to intervene. I think that's quite a plausible principle there. That's basically the duty of an authority figure to intervene in area of their jurisdiction. Now, obviously, everything's under God's jurisdiction, and there are many evils that God fails to prevent, or harms that he fails to prevent, even when the conditions are met. But if God existed, it would not fail to perform his duty, therefore God does not exist. So basically, why doesn't God, prevent evils that are within his jurisdiction and that seriously imperil the well-being of the governed? The Holocaust would be a good example of this because of how clearly the Jewish people are within God's jurisdiction. I mean, everyone is, but like, because they're the chosen people, right? Very clear there. And the fact that obviously how seriously that imperiled their well-being. So the idea is that the authority would actually have an obligation of the subjects to intervene. And I think the idea here is that it tries to get around the idea that he may have morally sufficient reasons to do otherwise. Because like, well, that's kind of not good enough. Like the authority has an obligation under this conception here to intervene because of the fact that they are an authority figure within a particular jurisdiction. Now, of course, a lot of Christians are not going to accept the idea that God can have any obligations towards us, but this is trying to argue that that's not plausible because of the way we think about authority figures. You're just going to have to, I think the response here is just going to make ad hoc arguments about, well, yeah, that might be true for earthly authorities, but God is different.
Yeah, I think so. What I think maybe the theist would go for on this one is the idea that God is acting within his authority's jurisdiction, whatever, by dying as Jesus on the cross, and he's eventually going to come on the clouds to set everything right on the day of judgment. And that's, so he is acting on behalf of, but yeah, I mean, you've got the whole question of why he's letting all this stuff happen in the meantime but it kind of reduces to the problem of evil a little bit there, I think, where he knows about stuff happening, he has the power to stop it happening, and just doesn't.
Yeah, again, this is a variation on the problem of evil, but I think that it's an interesting variation there, which focuses on the fact of God as an authority, and is getting you to think about like, well, what sort of things do we expect of an authority, and whether you think that the way that God has intervened or not intervened is sort of consistent with that. So that's why I think it's quite interesting there. And of course, there's a modal form and an inductive form and an abductive form. So numerous instances in which God fails to intervene to prevent serious harms. Best explanation of that is that there is no God. Because otherwise you just have to say, well, look, he has reasons that we don't know about. And I think that that's not as good an explanation. So I think the abductive form is the best formulation there. And there's the Bayesian formulation. All right, the moral psychology argument for atheism. I keep tabbing to the wrong.
Oh, right, like sentimentalism.
So human moral judgments are susceptible to various psychological biases. So we mentioned these before. But this is a bit different to the previous argument because this is focused on moral judgment. So a perfectly benevolent and omnipotent God would not create humans with such defects in moral judgment, because the whole idea is that we're supposed to be free agents, right? And God wants to see how we use our free will.
Yeah.
If you're an Arminian, at least. So,
because Because then you'd be making objectively morally evil actions that you thought were good because you're naturally distorted cognition.
Yeah, exactly. So theism claims that God did create humans this way, so theism is false. And again, there's going to be a modal version and an inductive form based on the fact that there are many human moral judgments are subject to cognitive and psychological biases and defects. And this is unexpected under theism, so we have reason to think theism is false. And abductive, again, the best explanation for why we have all of these moral defects is that God didn't create humans, or at least didn't create them to engage in moral judgment. But that's what theism claims, so theism is false. And of course, there's a Bayesian form. All right, that's done with the axiological arguments. So now we're moving into the experiential arguments. Now, there's only a few of these, but I think they're kind of fun. So let's see. The argument from this is my term here. I think it's amusing. The argument from atheistic existentialism. Many people perceive on sincere reflection a profound sense of cosmic emptiness and lack of meaning. If God existed, many people would not experience a profound sense of cosmic emptiness and lack of meaning on sincere reflection. Therefore, God does not exist. So this is just exactly the opposite of people experiencing God in their lives. This is people experiencing profound sense that there isn't anything out there, even when you appealing or praying or meditating or whatever you do to try to reach out to whatever it is.
So this isn't even inconsistent with the other. There was an argument earlier where one of the premises was there is objective meaning, but there could be objective meaning and just we wouldn't perceive it, or that generally people don't perceive it because there's some issue. So they could be taken consistently together, these ones, even though not all of our arguments are consistent together here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, certainly not all of these arguments are mutually consistent, but
this one does seem to be with that.
Yeah.
Because that's yeah.
And there's a modal form of that. It's possibly necessary.
It's going off. Sorry, it's going off in the chat and it's really. I'm trying not to get distracted by the craziness of.
Well, this is how things go, right?
It's always when it's either the Maverick or Enigma conjecture. Whenever one of them turns up.
Many people feel the absence of God from their lives when they need him most. So this is a variation, but it's noticeably different here. Cases when people feel the absence of God from their lives when they need him most are unexpected under theism. Therefore, we have reason to believe theism is false. This is probably one of the stronger reasons why people actually deconvert, I think. And I think it's quite interesting because, I guess theists can just say, or Christians can just say that 2 is false, that they have reasons for why that would expect that. But again, that just strikes me as a bit ad hoc. You would expect that God would be with people when they need him, right? And so many people don't experience that. So I think that's unexpected and is evidence against theism.
Yeah.
Or that form of theism, at least. And an abductive version, the best explanation for why so many people feel the absence of God from their lives is that, well, there is no God, or at least no God that wants to be with them in their lives. So we have reason to think that there is no such God. And the Bayesian formulation again. Got to have that Bayesian formulation, right? That just makes everything better.
We're over halfway. We're 251.
Yes, we've just ticked over to halfway, and we will speed up a bit because, well, you'll sort of see why when we get to the biblical arguments. So the philosophical ones require a bit more discussion. So we're getting there. The argument from the desire for atheism. Oh, this is one you mentioned before. Whether I parodied C.S. Lewis's desire argument, and I really like this formulation. So I was thinking how I could parody it, and I think I've got a good way here. So humans have by nature a desire to not be held accountable for their actions. I think most people would agree with that. No one likes to be held accountable. Everyone wants to sort of get away with things or not be held accountable for their mistakes, right? Now, all desires are such that they can potentially be satisfied, as we know from C.S. Lewis, right? So if God exists, all humans would be held accountable for their actions, which would contradict with 2. So therefore, it follows that God does not exist.
Nice. I mean, I think this is basically. I think the interesting thing is that C.S. Lewis would actually be committed to premise 1. So because he wants to run.
I think 1 is quite plausible.
But that's the interesting thing, right? Is he's going to say if we all have a desire that. If we all have a desire, then that indicates that there's something that can fulfill that desire, right?
Yeah, that's partly how I come up with 1, because I was thinking about C.S. Lewis and thinking this is the sort of 1 is the sort of stuff that he says, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So he would agree with 1, and he argues for 2, and I mean, 3 is just what Christianity says, right? At least to some extent, that there's going to be a judgment, right? So I think
Yeah,
C.S. Lewis is committed to this.
So I think he would actually be committed to this, but he'd have like a contradiction then, because he'd be like, well, from my desirability, I'm proving all sorts of like contradictory claims, like all over the place. So this could actually be a good argument, though, in the sense of like a lot of the arguments, they're not neutral, and someone's going to reject some of the premises. But I think this would actually be using this one, you could actually show a contradiction in what someone believes if they're committed to the desirability argument.
I mean, I've always thought that was such a silly argument, right? And I think this is a silly argument too, because premise 2 is just dumb, but it's just an attempt to show that that's silly by this parody version, and quite a number of the arguments are like that. And of course, there has to be a modal version because why not? So possibly necessary that all desires are such that they can potentially be satisfied, and an inductive version. So most natural desires are such that it's possible for them to be satisfied. So we have inductive evidence that God does not exist because, well, if most desires are like this, then why not this one, kind of thing. And of course, I think I didn't. Oh, the heading should have been changed there. It's not the argument for poor design. So that's a heading error there. But yeah, this is the best explanation of why we have this desire is that it is possible for this to be satisfied. That's just, again, borrowing from C.S. Lewis there. And a Bayesian formulation. All right, argument from ugliness. This is, I think, one I pinched from someone or other. If God designed the natural world would not be full of ugliness, but it is full of ugliness. So God did not design the natural world. No worries. Thanks, Trevor. Is a regular here, so appreciate that. Now, this is obviously a spoof on the argument from beauty, right? It's, well, why is there all this beauty if God, if the world wasn't created by God? Well, you can just say the same thing about ugliness, right? And it's interesting if you try to think about all the examples of ugliness that there are in the natural world. We mentioned some of the like horrific things, but you can just think of so many insects that are just really ugly, and like spiders. Ugh, who likes And I'm trying to think. Maybe this was. I can't remember if there was a different argument, but I read somewhere that someone gave the example of one of the Roman Caesars who was when they, I don't remember who it was, but they were at the end of their life, they were very sickly, and like apparently they like soiled themselves or something like that. And yeah, so one of the Caesars was like, "Oh, I've soiled myself," because they became incontinent. And
this isn't coming to mind for me.
No, well, the claim was that this single instance of them experiencing that, the Roman Caesar, kind of undermined all of their like previous majesty and like elevated status, because it's like just so demeaning and gross, right?
Well, I know that there was an argument, I think, that Aristotle gave against Platonism, which was the idea of like Platonic form of like poops and stuff like that. That it just, like in Platonic heaven, there's like these forms of like poops and things, which
it's a bit odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea is that there's just all of this like horrible, gross, disgusting, nasty stuff that seems to make the world pretty gross. And why would that be there if God created the world to be beautiful? And of course, you can give a full argument there, but I don't think that's a very good counter there. And of course, there's a modal argument. It's possibly necessary that God's nature would be such that he would not make a natural world full of ugliness, so we shouldn't think that he made it. Inductive. There are many examples of ugliness in nature. Unexpected if God exists, so strong reason to think that he doesn't exist. Abductive. Many cases of ugliness. Best explanation for ugliness is that nature was not designed by an omnipotent being, so we have reason to believe that it wasn't. And of course, the standard Bayesian formulation from all of the instances of ugliness. Argument from atheistic natural science. This is another one that I pinched. So various aspects of the world causally. Does that say casually? That says casually, doesn't it?
No, that says
that's causally. Sorry, it's too long. Yeah, I looked at it. I'm like, does that say casually? No, it is causally. One of those words. It's fine. Yeah. Various aspects of the world causally give rise to non-inferential belief that God does not exist. So the point here is not that people come to the belief that God does not exist through inference. It's that there are just certain things in the world that can give you non-inferential belief that God does not exist. And this could be examples of heinous suffering, or it could be horrific evils in nature, or anything of those sorts. Anything that causally gives you a non-inferential belief that God does not exist would be an instance of that. Or God not being for you when you most need it, like anything like that. So the idea that you don't infer it, you just sort of, it causes you to believe that. That's the idea here. Now, if God does not exist, these causal mechanisms are reliable belief-forming processes. Because, well, they're pointing you to the fact that God does not exist, right? A belief is warranted when it is formed by a reliable belief-forming process. So obviously, I'm spoofing off Plantinga here, because that's what he says. So therefore, if God does not exist, a belief in God is, belief in God, maybe I shouldn't have said is there, maybe it should be can be non-inferentially warranted, given these aspects of the world that give rise to non-inferential belief that God does not exist. So this argument here is a variation on Plantinga's, warranted Christian belief.
Yeah, I'd just be careful on 3 because Plantinga defines warrant a bit different from reliable. It's like cognitive faculties that are aimed at truth, performing in a true environment or whatever. But you can, it's pretty inconsequential. Like you can just swap it out, like reliable.
Yeah, or we don't have to use exactly the same definition that he does. I can't remember if this was specifically spoofing Plantinga or just external a series of justification more generally. But anyway, obviously I can't afford to put all that in the premise here, but you can fill that out as you like. So that's the idea of this argument here. And of course, there's a modal form of that. It is possibly necessary that God does not exist. Such mechanisms would be reliably belief-forming processes. So you can be non-inferentially justified if God does not exist in believing that he doesn't.
Oh, here's how because I always forget how he frames it. So a belief has warrant for a person S only if that belief is produced in S by cognitive faculties functioning properly, which means subject to no dysfunction, in a cognitive environment that is appropriate for S's kind of cognitive faculties, according to a design plan that is successfully aimed at truth. And he does define design plan to also include like evolution and stuff. Not.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I think you could, with slight modifications, use that as well. But no way I'm going to put all that in the dot points.
Yeah.
All right, anthropological arguments. We've got 97 viewers at the moment. If you can call in your mums and grandmas, it'd be nice to get to 100. That'd be cool. But
like
thanks
the
everyone
video
for
as
joining
well
us.
if you're watching.
Yeah,
like it, help promote it in the algorithm, share it around.
Button.
Share it around. Make sure this makes its way into the Capturing Christianity Facebook group because that's what we like to see.
Yeah, I mean that's there's a purpose of what we're doing here. A mixture of good arguments and also just trying to show the point that it's not the number of arguments that matters. All right, argument from meager moral fruits of belief. Now this is one that
Paul Draper.
Yeah. So according to Christianity, this is my formulation, but it's his basic argument. So according to Christianity, persons who accept Jesus into their lives will experience a moral transformation. Oh, we somehow just went up to 100. I don't know, like a bunch of people just opened up new tabs.
Law of attraction. That's it. We can conceive, believe, achieve.
Yeah, there you go. Persons who accept Jesus into their lives are morally almost indistinguishable from those who do not. So I say almost there because like there are obviously some differences. They're less likely to believe that homosexuality is acceptable. But I mean in terms of the broad sense of like how charitable they are or how kind they are or how just they are and caring and things like that, there just isn't a big difference. Now, I actually think that this is one of the strongest arguments against Christianity because it appears reading the New Testament, like reading Paul, that one is just very strongly asserted that is exactly what Christianity claims will happen. God will change your heart, not decide to sin anymore and all this stuff. But I just don't see evidence for that. So I think that it's just sort of falsified in that sense. And of course, if you prefer, you can make an inductive formulation of that. So the vast majority of the cases, persons are not morally distinguishable from those who don't accept Jesus into their lives, which is unexpected if Christianity were true, and an abductive formulation. So the best explanation of why people who accept Jesus are not generally morally distinguishable from those who do is that Jesus does not morally transform those who accept him. But Christianity claims that he does, and so we have reason to believe Christianity is false. What do you think about this line of argument as I show the Bayesian formulation? Nathan?
I mean, I think that again, it's going to be like the theist can also like account for these things. Like they're going to say, like either they weren't a real Christian, the Holy Spirit left them, or
I'm not talking about people who leave Christianity. I'm talking about people who are Christians.
Yeah, but they're not real Christians, the ones you're referring to.
Well, it's almost all Christians, I guess, is the point. Yeah, then, you can, of course, say that. There's just like hardly any real Christians.
Or what's another line I've heard? We don't know how bad they really would have been if they hadn't become a Christian.
Oh, yeah, I have heard that. That seems really weak to me, but you can't refute that. You can't like prove that. That's
you can't. There's nothing you can really do about it. But I guess the point just is that all of these sort of like alternative explanations that the theist is kind of offering are just relatively like implausible, or they've got all these like extra entities in their theory, like the Holy Spirit that's entering and leaving people and stuff like that.
So this is what you were saying
there.
here, that just because they're indistinguishable doesn't mean that they didn't have a moral transformation. So
Exactly.
I mean, you can do a before and after case, which is a bit harder to do, but I would still contend that you don't see that evidence. But also, I think it just introduces an ad hoc implausibility that, like, only the worst people, because the idea is that the transformation is supposed to be very significant, not marginal. So if the moral transformation is very significant, like, all Christians just have to be pretty awful before they became Christians, I think, Christianity.
Some Christians do actually commit themselves to the position that Christians don't sin after they've converted. Not all. Like, this is a pretty is it heterodox the right word position? Yeah. Like Jesse Lee Peterson is one of those Christians who like says, like, he'll actually have, it's really quite funny, he'll have Christians on and they'll be like, oh, you say you're a Christian, do you sin? And then they'll be like, yeah, of course I still sin. And he'll be like, well, you didn't convert then, you're not a Christian. Like, whereas, and the ironic thing about what he's offering there is that he's a pretty horrible person, and I'd probably define the way he conducts himself as sin a lot of the time. But what the hell was the other thing I was thinking? Yeah, just in general, that even if you look at like churches and like, you know, like sexual abuse scandals, people being like bullied into or out of relationships and into like lifestyle choices and stuff like that, it seems like the church might even be like a worse place for a lot of like moral action than just like the general like the general population at large anyway.
I think the fundamental point here is that Christianity seems to make very strong claims about the moral change that Christianity brings about, and there seems to be just no evidence that should be detectable, right? And I just don't find and this is like this is an evidential point, but it's also a personal point, or like in terms of people that, you know, I've known who make these claims about themselves and the world, and then you don't see that manifest, and it's like I just don't understand that. So
and then all they do is like talk about Jesus and try and bully people into having those beliefs. It's like, how about you do something actually moral with your life? Like,
yeah, pretty much until you're going to go to hell. All right, so we've got to throw in Hume's argument against miracles here. So we could spend a day just talking about this. So I'm just going to run through it just because it's got to be in here. So a miracle is an event that violates the laws of nature. To be justified in believing in a miracle, we need more evidence for the miracle than for the laws of nature. But no miracle claims can ever be, or if you prefer, you could just say have ever been, better evidence than the laws of nature. Christianity claims that there have been miracles, so therefore belief in Christianity cannot be justified. Basically, all premises there, apart from 4, I suppose, are going to be disputable, but I don't really go into that now. I just thought it needed to be included here.
You're just misdefining miracles. You just don't understand them. Hume's an idiot.
Yeah, well, we could do a whole lot on that another time. Here's an abductive version. So the large majority of miracle claims are due to people being lying to people lying or being mistaken. But Christians claim that Jesus was miraculously resurrected. So I think Christians are going to agree with 1 and 2. Given 1, the best explanation for 2 is the claim that the claim? Hang on.
Okay.
I think this does make sense. I'm just not reading it properly.
For 2 is the claim that
No. It makes sense.
Is that the
given
claim
1, best explanation for 2 is that the claim arises. I just not well expressed yet, but it does make sense. The claim arises from people being lying or mistaken. So the claim that Jesus was miraculously resurrected. Yeah.
Is that
just should be rewritten, but it does technically make sense. Yeah. Anyway, so obviously Christians are going to generally reject 3 here, but I mean, this is what my RHBS model attempts to show, that that's just people being mistaken is just a better explanation for 2 than Jesus being miraculously resurrected. So therefore we have reason to believe Christianity is false. So I think that is a good argument. You do need more to justify 3, but fundamentally I think that's a good argument. Now let's go Feuerbach. He argued for a divine projection theory, which I think is kind of interesting. So I thought I'd put that in here. I don't know that this was exactly supposed to be an argument against the existence of God, but I think you can kind of use it for that. So
I forget. I actually even think. Oh no, I'm thinking of Schleiermacher, who might have been a student of Feuerbach.
I don't know.
Or Feuerbach was a student of Schleiermacher, one or the other. Because there are a lot of like liberal Protestants who subscribe to Feuerbach's point of view, I think. But
interesting. So his basic idea, as far as I can understand it, was that humans find satisfaction in God because of his anthropomorphic properties. Because I think the idea of this is something like, if God it was totally other, like so different from us, then it's hard to understand what would be satisfying about that. Like you talk about, a Heavenly Father, you talk about his justice, you talk about his knowledge, him caring about us, all of these things that are anthropomorphic in nature. And those are the satisfying aspects of it, right? Especially when you bring the incarnation into it, which is not even anthropomorphic, it's just explicitly human. So that's where the satisfaction in God comes in. And a Christian could believe that as well. Like that's not expressly anti-Christian. But two is, right, so the best explanation for the anthropomorphic properties of God is that God is a human projection. And this is where the divine projection aspect comes in. So if it is the case that humans find satisfaction in God because of his anthropomorphic properties, then there's two explanations for that. Like, well, humans are created in God's image, and so that's why we find satisfaction in him. Or we just projected a God who has the properties that would satisfy us. And the claim is that the human projection argument is a better explanation because it explains more closely why the fit is as good as it is and why God is so anthropomorphic and other things like that. So obviously there's more work to be done there, but that's the basic idea of how this is supposed to work.
Well, this is what I'm trying to.
As an argument.
This is what I'm trying to find in this book, which was like a compendium of things put together by John Hick, like the main arguments for and against theism. And there was a bit in here about Feuerbach. Yeah, here we are. Let me see if I can find any highlights that I put in. I didn't put any in on Feuerbach's account. God as a projection of the human mind. Ludwig Feuerbach was perhaps the most profound of the 19th century atheists. His influential book, Das Wesen des Christentums, published in 1841, appeared in an English translation. Yeah, I didn't highlight anything, but I mean, I guess I could look into exactly what he's saying here. But God, maybe. To enrich God, man.
I'm not claiming that Feuerbach argued this exactly, by the way. This is an argument that's developed from his idea.
I was just wondering if I could like contribute anything by finding like some key, like if I'd highlighted some like key phrases,
yeah,
and
right.
I could be like, here's Feuerbach saying. But yeah, I mean, basically from what I recall, and this was like a year and a half ago, whatever, that I read that, it was basically like, yeah, we just psychologically project like these attributes about ourselves onto the world. And
I think that's it should be a serious concern for theists, because I mean, you can't prove that it's a projection, but I think like if I was a theist, I would be quite worried about that. And of course, there's your Bayesian conception, which is our conception of God being anthropomorphic, according to this, is more plausible. Or more expected, I guess, if atheism is true than if theism were true. All right, here's the Marxian style argument. Religion is the opiate of the people. Belief in God has universally, and I think that's fair, universally been used by political leaders as a form of social control. If God existed, he would not allow forms of belief in him to be abused so consistently, so God does not exist. Now, of course, a lot of theists are just going to disagree with too, but you could argue how plausible that is. There's a modal form and there's an abductive form. So the best explanation for why so many political leaders have used belief in God as a form of social control is that God does not exist. Or maybe you could reformulate that as saying that because God, like beliefs in God, were developed for the purpose of social control. So there's such a nice fit between them.
I wonder what Marx would make of the modal form of the opiate.
Interesting, yeah. If only we could ask him. I guess we can ask him when we go to hell, because I assume that he's going to be there, right?
Oh yeah. Well, did I ever? I don't know if you've come across it. Have you ever come across Richard Wurmbrand?
Nope.
He was a Protestant pastor in communist, I forget where, like Poland or somewhere, like, or Hungary.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And he's written a book called Marx and Satan on how the communist regime was actually satanic and how Karl Marx was like a Satanist. So and there are some interesting points that he raises. So like Marx, for example, did make a play called Ulanem, which is an inversion on Emmanuel. But then like Wurmbrand is saying all these things like, like what Satanists do is they do like these inversions. And, if you're into like modern Beyonce songs and Eminem songs and stuff, they do inversions as well. And then, like it becomes one of these conspiracy theory type things. And the guy went through he was tortured by the communists. Like he had his feet beaten and stuff like that. But yeah, how did I even start this? Yeah, basically that he's convinced that Marx is like actually satanic, like that his worldview is like actually like Luciferians trying to influence the world. And he said like in communist wherever he was that loads of Satanists used to like do black mass and like steal bread from Catholic churches to do like rituals. And I don't know like how true any of this is, but yeah.
Because I mean that would be just as opposed by atheistic communist regimes as Christianity would, you would think, but I don't know.
Yeah,
that's weird stuff.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Argument from the demographics of theism, which I think was mentioned before. So if God created humanity to know him, then religious beliefs would not be strongly culturally dependent, specifically like theistic religious beliefs, but they are strongly culturally dependent. So we have reason to believe that theism is false. Well, that just says theism is false, but then the modal form, is the standard modal form and the inductive form. Which I quite like here, every religious tradition is strongly culturally and historically localized, which I don't know of any exceptions to that. Obviously, Christianity is probably the least, but it still is localized. Like, there's not a lot of Christianity in India, for example, or in China.
Well, I guess you can point out, even in the places where it has spread geographically, like it's generally it's not like South America is predominantly Catholic, let's say, because the people accepted Catholicism. It was because Spanish people...
they're all converted. They're all converted
Spanish,
voluntarily. They just accepted it was because of the Cosmological Argument was so powerful.
It's because Spanish people who were Catholics killed everyone and then made it into a Catholic country. Like, yeah. So... and the abductive form, the best explanation of why every religious tradition is strongly culturally and historically localized is that none of them are divinely inspired. Because again, I think this is actually a good argument, right? So if religion were divinely inspired, there's no reason why it couldn't be inspired across highly diverse parts of the world at the same time. But if naturalism is true, or like just atheism really, and religions are man-made, then that would be basically impossible. You couldn't have diverse, like the same religious tradition in completely different parts of the world when they weren't even in contact with each other or that didn't derive from the same source. So this is a fairly clear case where like one thing is basically impossible under atheism and another thing is quite plausible and maybe even quite possible and potentially even more plausible under theism. And of course, what we see is the version that is possible under atheism. So I think that this is evidence in favor of atheism, and the Bayesian formulation, of course, gives us that in probabilistic terms. All theistic traditions are culturally and historically localized, and that's more probable under atheism than under theism. The Pascal anthropological argument. Why is this Pascal? Yeah,
I'm trying to remember why this was in here. No.
Is there a wager?
This is not the argument. This is the template that I used, and I forgot to update this one. Oh dear,
okay.
That means that we're one argument short. Well, it's okay because we inserted others as well, so we just add an extra prima facie. Yeah, so this is actually not what it's supposed to say. That was my mistake there. I'll see if I can look that up at some point. All right, so we're moving on to the biblical arguments. So this is everything about the Bible. So we'll try to move through this a bit faster because many of them should be a bit more obvious as to what the direction is here. So if God is by the Bible, it would... Sorry. This is the argument from competing theologies. So if God is by the Bible, it would not contain conflicting theological doctrines and viewpoints, but it does. So Christianity is false. I mean, there's heaps of examples from this, from disputes between like Paul and the other disciples through to like competing conceptions of God in the Old Testament, and differences between the New and the Old Testament. Actually, I'll mention that later. But I mean, whenever you have Christians disagreeing about what the Bible says, pretty much this is what that's referring to. So there's a modal form of that, an inductive formulation of that, and an abductive formulation of that, and a Bayesian formulation of that. Lack of perspicuity of Scripture, which I quite like, especially for those who make a strong claim that the Bible is clear and unambiguous about all important points of doctrine, which seems that it would be true if God inspired the Bible, but it just seems that the Bible is not clear and unambiguous about all important points of doctrine. Take any point of doctrine that any Christian says is important, and then find other equally apparently knowledgeable and devout Christians who are saying that that is not what the Bible says. There's almost no exceptions to this. and so many things where like it is unclear, like the nature of salvation and the nature of the atonement and free will and creation and all of this stuff. Like it's all unclear.
Or if you phrase it, it's sort of like a priori type thing. Like it's like if you got rid of like all Bibles and Christians somehow,
That's
like
interesting. Yeah.
tomorrow, like how would people be able to figure out like Christian theology about like Jesus and salvation and stuff like that through him? I mean, and then even, I mean, I guess you've got like, even with those things, it's not exactly clear what the necessary and sufficient conditions are for being saved and stuff like that. But I think there's an argument it's not quite this one, because this one's saying if God inspired the Bible, but I think there's an interesting argument to be made in terms of like, like if you got rid of that special revelation, like none of these truths are actually like there in the world, which means it's more like probable that it was just made up by people. Again, I'm so bad. Like I'm just like, that's not even the argument that's here. They're just going on like some random red herring. Like,
no, it's all relevant. I think that is another way of thinking about how unclear Scripture is about what are supposed to be the core doctrines. That is the whole point of Scripture, right? So here's our modal and inductive and abductive. There's many important doctrinal questions about which the Bible is very unclear and ambiguous, and I think that is just very hard to dispute, other than just by saying, well, everyone who disagrees with me is wrong, which I don't think is just wrong. Not just that they're wrong, but they're like clearly and obviously wrong, which I think is the issue there. Best explanation for this is just that the Bible was written by different human authors who had different views about these things without divine inspiration. So I think that explains the way we see so many unclear and ambiguous points. Role of women is another one that comes to mind. And there's our Bayesian formulation. Incompatibility of creation and science. Now, some Christians are not going to have a problem with this, but there's still a lot of creationists around. So this is directed at them. Well, actually, it's sort of directed at all Christians, but some will find this more relevant than others. So if God inspired the Bible, it would not, that is, the Bible would not give a confused and scientifically inaccurate account of creation. The Bible gives a confused and scientifically inaccurate account of creation. So therefore, Christianity is false. Now, by confused, I mean like this.
Oh, sorry.
Where lies God? Well, confused, I mean in terms of, say, the fact that there's two creation accounts and the fact that, like, what is it that there's, I can't remember. The ordering doesn't make sense, right? So there's,
there's
like
the ordering's different up till Genesis.
Yeah.
Well, there's the two different creation accounts, but yeah, the planets are created before like light and dark and stuff like that, or whatever. No, it's
that was one. Yeah.
Plants are created before. Was it animal? Was it fish before? I can't remember what it was, but yeah, there's like.
Well, that's an example of scientifically inaccurate. The order is wrong.
Yeah, but there's something like I'm gonna get it wrong here, but it's something like fishes being created before plants or something, and it doesn't like make sense or.
Well,
like
that is the way it was. If the other way, because fishes are older than plants. Land plants are actually quite evolutionarily recent. But anyway, so I mean, I don't think we need to go through the details there. There's obviously a lot of nonsense there. And the thing is that even if you want to say, look, it's not supposed to be literal, it's still inaccurate and it's still a account of creation. So like, if God wanted to tell a mythology about the creation, why not at least make it so that it doesn't appear to contradict what actually happened? Like, it's still a weird thing for God to do, right? Even if it's not supposed to be taken literally. And of course, a lot of people do think it should be taken literally. So I think it kind of works either way. Here's the modal form here, inductive form, numerous aspects of the creation story that are fantastical and scientifically inaccurate. And that's just not what you'd expect if the Bible were divinely inspired. You'd expect it to kind of fit together and fit with science, even if it's not directly a science book.
Oh, that's the other thing as well. Like that, you've got like, so like in Genesis 1:11, you've got like a vegetation life cycle implying death as well before sin. Let the earth sprout vegetation plants yielding seed and fruit trees. I should think, is there anything else? I don't want to hold us back too much while I try and read my old like Christian Bible notes.
Oh, you've got your notes there. Nice. Yeah, and so here's just an abductive form of that. So the best explanation as to why we see such fantastical and inaccurate creation accounts is just because that the Bible was written by human authors who didn't know what they were talking about without divine inspiration. Because with divine inspiration, you'd expect it to make a lot more sense and be at least consistent with science. And here's the Bayesian formulation. All right, archaeological evidence against the patriarchs. Sorry, inspiring philosophy, but If God inspired the Bible, it would not present mythology involving the patriarchs as historical. But the Bible does present mythology involving the patriarchs as historical. Like I'm talking here about the whole, Abraham and his Israel going into Egypt and the Exodus and all that stuff, right? None of that is thought to be historical, and there's no evidence really for any of that. No good evidence, at least. Got to be careful here. Can't say no evidence. Got to say no good evidence, as we all know.
Yeah.
So this is just not accepted. And pretty much all cultures have their own mythological founding figures. And I think Abraham is just the one for I guess the Jews. But if Christianity was true, it wouldn't present this as historical.
Moses writing about his own death and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. Well, that's just a particular example, but like the whole thing is just nothing before King David is historically evident. So, but it presents all this as a history, and that's not what we'd expect if Christianity was true. So numerous aspects of the biblical story of the patriarchs are implausible and ahistorical. This would also include how long they lived, being another example of that. And that's so we have strong reason to believe that that's not true. Best explanation of all this stuff is that the Bible was written by human authors without divine inspiration. Because again, if the Bible was divinely inspired, you just wouldn't expect to see this like silly stuff that's not evidence. You'd expect things to make sense and to be well evidenced archaeologically, just like the stuff from later in the Old Testament is. So stuff from later in the Old Testament does fit with archaeology, like about the Babylonian captivity, for example. That really happened, right? So why isn't everything in the Old Testament like that? It could easily be. That's what I'm trying to draw out here by this is not what we'd expect. What are we going to say?
Just a couple of things that don't make sense about like how Moses writing the Pentateuch was meant to like know about all these events happening, because it's not like in Islam where like Jibreel is telling Muhammad like what to write or whatever, and he's like reciting it or writing it down, and there wasn't like an oral tradition put in place, whatever. So I don't really understand where the stories are supposed to have come from, like how Moses got them. And then the other issue I was going to say was isn't there like a big problem in ancient Near Eastern history where because people took like chronicles as history for so long, it meant that like they weren't looking for certain things in like the the Middle East and stuff when they're doing archaeology. And so because they were using the Bible as a basis for history, it kind of like undermined efforts to like do archaeology in like Egypt and that area and stuff like that. And then I
think that was true for a time, because this only really started in the 19th century doing this sort of biblical archaeology stuff. But I mean, honestly, most cultures throughout history didn't have much of an interest in preserving the past for its own sake. They only preserved parts of the past that were of interest to them. So this is how you have like, Christian authors scraping off, the writings of the, Greek philosophers and so on, because it didn't mean anything to them, and writing on Christian hymns and stuff like that. And there's heaps of examples of that. That was the norm historically. Nothing was valued unless it was valued. Like nothing from the past was generally valued for its own sake. It's just being old and worthy of preservation in an archaeological historical sense that we have now. So anyway, that's a bit of a tangent, but says our Bayesian formulation. Archaeological evidence against the Exodus. So same thing, but for the Exodus now. If God inspired the Bible, it would not present mythology involving the Exodus as historical. Again, sorry to inspire philosophy, but the Exodus almost certainly was not historical. Certainly not in the way described in the Bible.
Oh, you're going to attract the attention of the guy who laughed at inspiring philosophy now. He's going to come and get you, Dr.
Yeah, well, maybe, but it's just there's so many things like the number of people, especially like millions of people that left, and there's just no evidence for a migration of that size, which we would have. Linguistically, it doesn't make sense.
He's got a PhD.
Well, of course, that makes me wrong. But the thing is that basically all of the people with PhDs agree with me that study this sort of stuff. So
yeah, to be fair, he does admit that he's in the minority.
Yeah.
When it comes to that,
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But anyway, the thing is, again, that could if that really happened, there could be the evidence for it, and then we would find that, right? But we just don't. And so we wouldn't. That's not what we would expect if Christianity was true. So hence the modal and the inductive formulation. That's not what we would expect if the Bible was divinely inspired. Best explanation from the abductive formulation is that the Bible was written by human authors without divine inspiration. From what I was reading it, and here's your Bayesian formulation. From what I'm reading, it appears that the Exodus stories were just basically like a national origin story for Israel, because this stuff is written like hundreds of years later. I learned quite a bit reading about this sort of stuff because it's interesting to understand where these stories came from. But anyway, let's move on. So what's the next one here? Unfulfilled messianic prophecies. So you mentioned this sort of before. well, slightly different, but the true Jewish Messiah would fulfill every messianic prophecy from the Old Testament.
Right.
But Jesus failed to fulfill many of the prophecies concerning the Jewish Messiah from the Old Testament. Ask any Jew, they'll give you lots of those. We talked about this in one of our bad apologetics from last year, about how the Jews say that, Jesus doesn't fulfill all of these prophecies. Christianity claims that Jesus of Nazareth was the Jewish Messiah, but given that he doesn't fulfill all the prophecies, it seems Christianity is false. And again, he could have fulfilled all the prophecies if he really was a Jewish Messiah. He just doesn't, right? According to, the way Jews have currently interpret their text and did at the time, he just doesn't, right? So I think that's just not expected. So here's your modal formulation. Here's your inductive. Many Old Testament prophecies concerning the Jewish Messiah that he failed to fulfill, like restoring Israel and bringing unifying them under a new king and all this sort of stuff that just didn't happen. Here's your abductive version. So, of course, that the Christians typically get around a lot of these by saying Jesus will do these things in the second coming. But that appears to be just ad hoc rationalization that is not really justified on the Old Testament. They're only saying that because he hasn't done them yet, not from any other reason. And then here is your Bayesian formulation. Moving on, unfulfilled New Testament prophecies. So the New Testament makes prophecies, some of which have not been fulfilled. So this is what you were talking about, Nathan.
Well, because they haven't
Jesus'
happened
second
yet.
coming, for example.
They just
yeah,
haven't
because
happened yet.
they all will happen, right? But yeah. So here's your modal formulation. Inductive cases of unfulfilled prophecies are unexpected if it was inspired by God, but we do find them. So inductive evidence that Christianity is not true.
I can just see the probability ratio going up. Like every slide that you skip over.
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Abductive formulation, best explanation of why there are all these unfulfilled prophecies is just that it wasn't inspired. And the Bayesian formulation, as always. Contradictions in the infancy narratives. So the infancy, like the birth narratives of Jesus, are particularly problematic because they just don't make any sense and they're completely conflict each other. They have almost nothing in common, apart from the fact that Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Is about the only thing they have in common. So the nativity narratives found in the Gospels are contradictory and historically implausible. Like the fact that everyone would have to go back to their town of origin, for example, is just completely absurd, and we have no evidence that was done, and there's no reason to do it that way, among a bunch of other things. If the New Testament was inspired by God, it just wouldn't contain these contradictory and implausible stories. We would just have a consistent and sensible infancy narrative. Like, why wouldn't we have that? But we just don't have that, right? So I think that here's your modal formulation and the inductive formulation and the abductive formulation. The best explanation for the nativity stories as we find them is that they were written by men without inspiration by God.
So here's the gospel parallels, which puts all the gospels side by side, and you can kind of see like in the genealogy of Jesus, you've got here Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and you can kind of see like quite a big difference, and then. Let's see. The birth of Jesus, only in Matthew, not in Mark or Luke. The visit of the wise men, only in Matthew, not in Mark or Luke.
Yeah.
The flight into Egypt, only in Matthew there, not in Mark or Luke. Killing of the babies as well. Prologue, Luke and infancy narrative, prologue to the gospel, only in Luke. The promise of the Baptist birth, only in Luke. The Annunciation, only in Luke. Mary's visit to Elizabeth, only in Luke. The birth of the Baptist, only in Luke. The birth of Jesus, only in Luke. What was that one? The circumcision of Jesus and the presentation in the temple, only in Luke. And so if you think about it, and then there's just nothing in there's nothing in John about infancy narratives either, because that's just in the beginning was Logos. So
it's only Luke and Matthew that have them, and they're almost completely different.
And if you think of like nativities and stuff as like one coherent thing, like they're all very, very different there. Like you've just kind of mushed up all those different stories when they're getting it very different.
It's a crossover. It's a crossover event. The best of both worlds. Yeah,
it's science fiction.
There's just no reason why you would expect that if God was inspiring all this. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, discrepancies in the resurrection accounts. The same point here, but about the accounts of Jesus' resurrection. So Bart Ehrman makes his point very well, like how many women were at the tomb and what was the order of the finding and whom did Jesus appear to and did he tell them to go to Galilee and whatever else it was. And all of these things, you can see videos of his where he makes that point very well. But if the New Testament was divinely inspired, you just wouldn't expect to see these discrepancies. So here's your modal form, here's your inductive form, here's your abductive form. Best explanation of these discrepancies is that the accounts are written by men without God's inspiration. I'm emphasizing this point because to me that the accumulation of these many aspects of the Bible that just make more sense if they were written by men without divine inspiration is, I think, powerful, right? It's just like, why is it this way in all of these cases where it seems that it's just the sort of muddle we would have if it was written by men without divine inspiration, just muddling their way through. But it's not what we would expect if this is the product of God's divine word to mankind.
There was a really good video that Doug just uploaded as well, where he has the entire Gospel of Mark out, and he highlights like parts that are like mimesis, parts that are like riffing on like like Homer or Herodotus, or like parts that are like narrative and stuff like that. Like filler devices and things. And then there's basically like just a tiny amount that's left in total that's like actual history.
Yeah, I think I've seen one similar to that. Okay, so moving on to the next one. The paucity of evidence for the resurrection. So this is a point that I've made before. The historical evidence for the resurrection of Jesus is insufficient to eliminate rival naturalistic hypotheses, such as my RHBS model, or I guess Camille's Jesus in the cloud model, or Paul Ogier's, what was it? What does he call it? Just Paul and Peter hypothesis, or others as well. If God did raise Jesus from the dead, he would ensure that the evidence for the resurrection was sufficient to eliminate rival naturalistic hypotheses. At least if he wanted this to be like a symbol or a sign to mankind, right? Which is typically what Christians will say. Then the evidence would be sufficient to eliminate these as plausible candidates. But that's not what happened, so Christianity is false here. And of course, here's your modal argument. Inductive formulation is slightly different here. The evidence for the resurrection of Jesus is much less persuasive than God could have easily made it. For example, if Jesus appeared to people in the ancient Americas and in China and in Iran and in India, and they all wrote that down, and we preserve those texts from the first century to the present day, then the evidence would be way, way more persuasive than it currently is. But so God could have easily made that, but that wouldn't be plausible under naturalism. So that would clearly rule out, or at least dramatically favor, the theistic hypothesis. But we don't see that. And the fact that we don't see that is evidence against Christianity being true. At least if you accept 3 here, Christianity claims that God resurrected Jesus as vindication of his mission to the world. And the evidence we have just isn't really consistent with that claim. Likewise, the abductive version. The best explanation for why the evidence is so bad is that God did not resurrect Jesus as vindication of his mission to the world. And here's the basic formulation. The disorderly development of NT canon. So the development of the New Testament canon was a protracted, haphazard, and disorderly process. So I tried to choose these words carefully to kind of illustrate the point here. It was protracted because it took a while for them to work out what books would go in and what weren't. I think it was only the early 3rd century that we have like a full set of the New Testament books with.
Well, there's different canon lists.
Set.
Yeah,
there are as well. Yeah.
But like the Shepherd of Hermas. Yeah, and stuff like that. Like there's loads of things. There's loads of books that what would you say, like contain things that say like modern evangelical Christians would be really like, oh, what the hell, that's weird, that were considered canon by lots of like the early church fathers and things like that. And it's only and the interesting thing about the canon formation as well is that it's only really like Catholic authority that you'd kind of rest upon, right? In terms of why you accept this canon over that canon. And then Protestants again are going to like shoot themselves in the foot by going down that route.
Yeah, and so it took a while to work this out. It was haphazard because it was just like people arguing back and forward, and it was quite disorderly, right? And they had the councils that finally sort of cemented all this stuff. So it just seems implausible to me that this is how God would have done it if the whole thing was inspired. It's not what you'd really expect. Actually, this is exactly what Muslims argue, by the way. So this is not just they make pretty much the same point. This is not how God would do it if he was revealing himself to the world here. So here's the modal form of that. Inductive form. These disagreements and protracted development would be unexpected. Abductive form. Best explanation of this, again, is that the New Testament was developed, constructed by men without divine inspiration, just doing their best and working through it. I think that fits the evidence way better. And here's the Bayesian formulation. Pseudo-epigraphical books in the Old Testament. Now, I don't actually know if pseudo-epigraphical is exactly the right term here, because that is a book that claims to be written by one person, but actually was written by someone else. Now, almost all of the books in the Old Testament, I actually found to my surprise, they don't name the author. There are a few that where it's sort of clear who was supposed to have written them. Like some of the Psalms are attributed to David, for example, and Isaiah is clearly attributed to him. But many of the books don't even, like the Pentateuch, for example, doesn't say who wrote it in that. It's just attributed to Moses quite a while afterwards. Anyway, so I'm just using the term pseudo-epigraphical to refer to books that either claim to have been written by a person or were just sort of pretty much universally attributed to that person shortly afterwards, like the book of Isaiah, for example. But the book of Isaiah wasn't written by Isaiah. It was written by a series of people over time. And I don't know the details of this, but there's like three different authors of Isaiah, I think, is what's currently accepted. But sorry.
Yeah, there's. I was going to say, I think there's like two main sections it's divided into, but then like within that there's like more. So like in what's she called, Christine H, what's her name? She does like the Yale Old Testament lectures. Like she talks about how it seems like there were like schools like compiling text together over time, for example, especially so potentially quite a few authors.
Stop suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, Nathan. Gosh.
Well, there is. So I'm trying to keep the chat.
It's fine. I just
topic, and he was
that.
like posting all these like things about the Shroud of Turin, which is just the most ridiculous. Like I'm not going to be insulting, but I when people take that seriously, I think that they've got issues, and it's off topic anyway, and it's just irrelevant. It's derailing things. So I said, please stop posting about it. Kept posting about it. So I went, I'm just gonna put you in timeout, and you can sit in the naughty corner and think about it.
You just made him think about Romans 1.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can sit in a naughty corner and dwell on scripture. Shouldn't you pray for us, Atangelo? Pray that God, by his grace, will enlighten us and stop us from our mockery.
Yeah, so here's the modal form of this, inductive form. So many of the books in the Old Testament are pseudo-epigraphical and written by multiple authors and not the authors they're attributed to. So this is not what we would expect if it was divinely inspired. So that's strong inductive evidence that, it should say the Old Testament here was not inspired by God. Abductive formulation. Best explanation of why this is the case is that it was written by men without divine inspiration. I think a lot of Christians just don't realize the extent to which basically all of the books in the Old Testament were not written by the people they were attributed to, and were written by multiple authors long after the events they describe. Some of the prophets may well have written their books, but like the Pentateuch and the history books and the Psalms and all this stuff, that was all written well after it was supposed to, the events it describes and the people it was attributed to. And here's the Bayesian formulation. So we had pseudo-epigraphical books in the OT. Now we need pseudo-epigraphical letters in the New Testament. So this one is, I think, even stronger because we have letters that specifically claim to be written by someone who the consensus of scholars is that that they weren't written by this person. In fact, Camille even presented some statistics on this in some of his videos, right? Particularly, it's the pastoral epistles. So like James and Timothy, I think, are the ones that aren't pretty widely accepted to not have been written by Paul, plus Peter, the epistles of Peter and John. Well, John is tricky because it's like a million Johns, but anyway, so like which John was it that? But yeah, particularly Peter and the three pastoral
and Second
letters.
Thessalonians as well. 1 Thessalonians is Paul, 2 Thessalonians isn't. Pretty much everyone agrees on that,
right? Yeah, so I don't remember, but those are some of them. And the point is that why would this relates to the point about the messy development of the canon? Why would God allow the New Testament to have letters in it that weren't written by the people that they claim to have been written by? Doesn't really make sense. So I think here you basically just have to reject the idea that the premises got, the conclusions got muddled up there. This should be the New Testament. This one here should be the New Testament. You either have to reject a strong notion of inspiration, so that, well, he inspired some of it, but like some non-inspired stuff got through or something. Or you just have to reject the widespread scholarship on that. But the problem is, if you do that, then minimal facts arguments become highly suspect, because it's like you're just cherry picking which scholarly facts you like, pretty much.
Well, it depends, because again, this is the Chicago statement thing, right? So it's inerrant in all its teachings about salvation. So, those letters, they're inerrant right about what they teach about salvation, but that doesn't mean that, it might say it's from Paul, but it's not from Paul. Is that necessary for your salvation? No. But then it's like, this is just more expected under not theism than theism.
Yes, exactly.
You'd have this message.
It's way more expected that we would see this. Whereas why would you see this under theism? It's pretty strange that God would allow that.
Yeah.
And I think that the ordinary Christian doesn't know that. Even a lot of their apologists agree or open to the idea that, some of the Pauline epistles weren't written by Paul. I think a lot of Christians don't realize this. So there's your modal formulation of that, your inductive formulation of that, and your abductive
three should
formulation.
have been New Testament, just because I don't know how far behind the video is from the chat, but
that was this one here. That should be New Testament.
Yeah.
Because somehow they got mixed up.
Because you weren't
Nathan was
copy and
supposed to
pasting.
check all these for me. Of course I was copy and pasting. You think I wrote out 500 separately? Like, how dumb do you think I am? I mean, I'm dumb enough to do this, but I'm not that dumb, right? Nathan was supposed to check them, but he squirreled out of his obligation.
But he's immoral. I'm using you as a means to an end rather than treating you as an end.
That's right. Failing your Kantian categorical imperatives there.
Like you said, you're gonna as well. You're gonna put these in the.
I'll put these slides up on the in the chat or in the description. So the best explanation for why the New Testament has all of these pseudo-epigraphical letters is that it was written and compiled by men without divine inspiration. I think that is just a very straightforward explanation of why it's like that. Otherwise, you've got to think, well, why did God allow it? And you've got to hum and ha and come up with all this ad hoc stuff. And there's your Bayesian formulation here as well. More expected under not Christianity than under Christianity. Known insertions into the New Testament. So the New Testament contains passages known to have been inserted by later scribes. So an example of this would be the woman taken in adultery, which, Nathan's disappeared. So we know that was not in the oldest manuscripts for John. I know there are other passages as well, but that's one that comes to mind. So again, people more expert than me can fill in all of those, the rest of those. But there are several of these, and there may well be more that were inserted. We just don't know it because we don't have the earliest manuscripts. In fact, that seems to be a reasonable induction to make there. But if the New Testament was inspired by God, it would not have contained later textual insertions. God would have protected it from that. Again, this is just what the Muslims argue, that their text was protected by God. That's probably not true, but that's what they say, right? And they say, well, look, God doesn't seem to have done that with the New Testament. So if God was really inspiring it, then he would have done that. People might disagree with premise 2, I guess, but it's, of course you can weaken that a bit, but by saying that that's the modal version here, but you can reformulate it slightly into an inductive version. So there are several examples of later scribal insertions and additions to the New Testament. If the New Testament was inspired by God, the presence of later scribal insertions is unexpected, because why wouldn't God be protecting this so as to ensure that it wasn't corrupted? That seems to be much evidence in favor of the fact that the New Testament wasn't inspired. And an abductive version would say the best explanation as to why we have these later insertions is that the New Testament was compiled and transmitted by men without divine inspiration. Because you would expect that under under naturalism or atheism. You wouldn't really expect that under Christianity, or at least it's unclear why God would allow that. And here's your Bayesian formulation.
I think that the abductive is going to be way more convincing to people on those particular issues.
Oh, of course.
Because they're always going to go with the the Chicago statement inerrant in terms of everything that it teaches about salvation. But if you frame it in terms of like, well, what would we expect? How would we expect this book to look if it was actually just like other cults and things like that?
And again, so you can take the sort of vanilla version, as I call it, in the way Craig does, right? When he's pressed, he says, "Look, all he has to do is establish that the premises are more plausible than not." Right? Christianity claims that Christianity definitely claims that 3 is true. 1 is just a fact. And so then it all hinges on 2. And let's think about this. What's more plausible? Is it more plausible that if the New Testament was inspired, it would not contain later textual insertions? Or is the contrary more plausible, that it would contain if it was inspired? Well, plausibly, it's more plausible than not, right? given, well, why does God want the New Testament to exist? And he's inspired it, but then he's not looking after it. Like, doesn't seem to make sense. So 2 is more plausible than its contrary. 1 and 3 are indisputable. So logically and inescapably, it follows that Christianity is false. I'm trying to make a point here, right? These arguments are just silly presented in that form, but apologists just keep doing it.
Well, because I learnt most of my philosophy from Craig, like initially, I genuinely just never thought about the fact that he's doing that. Like, he's framing these deductive arguments, and then he's like setting the standard that he has to meet as like this abductive thing. So the conclusion would be weaker. It would be like a probably the conclusion follows. Whereas he's like, more probably than not, this premise is true. So I actually get, all the kudos as if it is like, secured and it
logically and inescapably.
Yeah.
Like, why does he say that? It's so manipulative. It just anyway. That's why
I never noticed him doing that though. Like I just need to show that the premise is more probable than not.
Yeah. So that's why I'm presenting in these different forms, because apologists will do this and they'll use Bayesian mathematics to make it seem more than it is. So
well, look at that. Yeah. That's all symbols and stuff. Like that's like big brain.
Yeah, I agree. The abductive forms of these, maybe the inductive and abductive forms are the best forms, but I show the other ones again to inflate the number, which I fully admit I'm doing, because they are different. They are different formulations.
Because that's what Cameron did.
So yeah, exactly. But also to illustrate how arguments like this can be misused. All right, argument from the synoptic problem. So the authors of the Gospels of Matthew and Luke copied from the Gospel of Mark. If the authors of Matthew and Luke were inspired by God, they would not have copied from Mark. Christianity claims that they were inspired by God, therefore Christianity is false. So again, let's look at this, okay? This is just a fact, because there are passages that are just like word for word identical, almost word for word identical. 3 is what Christians claim. So it all hinges on 2 here. And let's see, is this more plausible than not? Of course it's more plausible than not, because if you're writing an independent account of something that you experienced or that you're inspired to write, then you don't copy from someone else who already wrote about it. That's just ridiculous. Why would you expect that? So this is much more plausible than its contrary. Therefore, we've established the premises, and therefore the conclusion follows in it logically and inescapably. That's how Craig would present this argument if he was giving it, right? So that's what I'm trying to illustrate is... Sorry, go ahead.
I think there's another form of that argument that you could do as well about like bad mimesis, like where, where they've done mimesis, but on the Septuagint, however it's pronounced. And like, because of the Greek translation, like they've got it slightly wrong to what's actually in the original Hebrew, like with the
right, yeah, I've heard that as well.
Yeah, like the virgin birth, or even in the crucifixion, the pierced for pierced for our transgressions one, or the like where it's supposedly prophecy in the Psalms, but actually it's like like his arms are stretched out like lion's paws or something. It's like
I need Camille on for this. He knows all that stuff. But yes, I've heard some arguments to that effect, and that's not expected either under the idea that these are inspired. So here's your modal form. Here's your inductive form. So many passages, like there's a lot of them in the Gospels that are just copied straight from Mark, but that's unexpected. So there's inductive evidence that they were not inspired. And your abductive form, best explanation for this copying is that Matthew and Mark were written by men, and they were just taking a good thing, and why change it if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so they didn't have divine inspiration. And here's your Bayesian form. Probability is much greater of this under not Christianity than Christianity. Translation difficulties with the Bible. So there are many competing translations of the Bible, and they still argue about this, about the way, particularly certain passages where there's controversies about how to translate it best. Or like what name for God to use, I remember is one, or all sorts of things. You can look this up. There's still quite a lot of debate about this for certain passages. If the biblical text were divinely inspired, there would not be many competing translations, that God would make it such that, first of all, the text was just so clear that there weren't these disputes. And also, historically, just that there was a single translation that was just widely accepted. I guess this is what the King James version... Yeah, that's what they argue. Like, God actually did do that, and it's the King James version. The thing is that would be plausible. That would actually be compelling if that was the best translation. But we know that it's not. Like, more recent documents have been uncovered, and there's things that it just gets wrong. So that's the problem with that. It just isn't the best translation.
You and James White are in agreement. Well, this is, but I think when the theist says that that's just wrong, you wouldn't expect God to do that. You can just point to all these King James onlyists and be like, well, sort it out.
Yeah, and again, it's like, well, is the contrary more likely, that God would just want there to be or allow there to be a diffusion of different translations that people like about? Why would he want that? Like, which is more likely he would want?
Truth is relative, right? So he wants there to be all these translations. So whichever one, is like going to go with your truth.
Which premise are you objecting to, Nathan? Which premise are you objecting to? Are you saying that God would want there to be competing translations? Is that more plausible than premise 2?
God wants you to live your best life, and if that means reading the NASB or the Life translation or whatever, that's up to you. Whichever one resonates most.
It's all relative, boys and girls. It's all relative. So here's the modal form.
If Christianity is true, this is just what Christians believe. Morality changes over time. It's different in the Old Testament than today. Get whichever translation you want. They're just willy-nilly.
This point about translation, by the way, it's not just that there's specific details, but the methodology is disputed. So there's the approaches that try to have a very literal translation. Then there's, what was it, the NIV? There was a philosophy that they used, I think it was the NIV. I've forgotten the name of it.
Sorry, what are you saying about the NIV?
Philosophy of translation that it adopted.
Oh, yeah.
There's a word for it.
Yeah. That I know, what was that? No, I'm not going to come up with it, but I know they made particular evangelical decisions, right? That are not in the NRSV, for example, or the RSV.
Dynamic equivalence and formal equivalence. That's what I'm thinking of. People can look that up if you're interested, but there's all of these disputes about this. It's super interesting if you read up about it. Why would that exist if God inspired all of this? And people have to debate about the philosophy of translation. It's why would God even allow it to be the case that these texts were just written in a language that no one even speaks anymore, like ancient Greek and Hebrew? So there's so many things that make less sense. Or the best explanation for the fact that there's all of these disputes is that the texts are written by men without divine inspiration and preserved by men without divine inspiration. And here's your Bayesian false.
Maths.
All right, historical errors in the Gospels. So the Gospels contain historical errors. So I gave a few examples here, the infancy narratives being one, the Roman census dates don't line up being another one. If the Gospels were divinely inspired, they would not contain historical errors. Christianity claims the Bible was divinely inspired, therefore Christianity is false. Now, interestingly, a lot of Christians here are inerrantists, so they're going to agree with 2, and they certainly agree with 3, so it all hinges on 1.
Why would everyone have to go to their hometown for a census as well? That's something that I just never thought about. Why
the whole
would you
empire
have to
would
do
be
that?
Disrupted if that happened. It just
imagine
the roads would be completely
where you were born.
Yeah, especially the big cities. There'd be so many people clogging the roads. It would be a joke.
How much that would screw up the economy? Oh, everyone just gets a month off work. It'd be. I mean, think how much of a toll work from home coronavirus has had, right? And now imagine the Roman economy. It's everyone just gets this month off to go home for the census. What?
Yeah, it's very silly. So I mean, that's a clear example of something that I forget which gospel that was in, but whichever gospel it was in, the author of that gospel needed to get Jesus to Bethlehem. Why? Yeah. Because everyone knew Jesus of Nazareth was from Nazareth, not from Bethlehem. But the Messiah needed to be born in Bethlehem because that's a prophecy. So how do you square this circle? You make it that his parents had to move there temporarily because of a census that never happened. It's just such clear apologetic intent there, or theological intent, that's why it happened, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. But it makes complete sense if that's the reason for it. And that's just an example of this. These errors just make so much more sense if the Gospels, using modal form, inductive form, abductive form. The best explanation of this stuff is that the Gospel is written by men without divine inspiration. Makes so much more sense. And to jump back here, because this hinges on 1, the apologists just have to deny that these errors exist. So they just have to give these, I think, concocted ad hoc explanations for the Roman census and infancy narratives and the fact that they had to go home and these other points of errors that are in the Gospels.
And God's desires.
Really impossible.
God's desires about doing it that way. God has to have this whole host of desires about why he wants a weird book that's all broken and uncertain.
Yeah. It's all very implausible, I think. And that's what this argument is trying to get at here. Okay, now I really love this one. I think I made this one up. I think this is novel to me. It's the unreasonable length of the Bible. The Bible is unreasonably long relative to the number of theological and moral teachings that it contains. If it was inspired by God, it would not be so unreasonably long. And since Christianity claims it was inspired, so Christianity is false. So let's think about this, right? So what people typically say is, look, the Bible is inerrant with respect to the essential doctrines that you need to be saved. how many essential doctrines are there that you need to be saved?
Right.
How many pages would it take to explain those? Maybe some of the teachings of Jesus.
Repent and
his
believe on
resurrection.
Jesus. Yeah, something like that. A Protestant's
Like
going to say. Yeah.
You could fit this on like 5 pages, surely. Like 50 being generous, right? Why is the Bible so ridiculously long? There's all of this stuff in there that's apparently unnecessary. Why is it there?
Yeah.
God just likes being verbose for no reason and putting all this confusing, weird stuff in there that just causes problems and confuses people. So I think that 2 is very reasonable here. It just wouldn't be so long if it was actually divinely inspired. So there's a modal form of that and an inductive form of that.
Modal form of like...
Well, why not, eh? You can modalize everything. Yeah, obviously that's being silly, but that's sort of the point of it, right? Many of the books in the Bible are unreasonably long and contain theologically irrelevant details. Why do we need to know about all of this stuff that happened in the Old Testament? Even in the New Testament for that matter, but especially the Old Testament. It's just completely unclear what purpose it serves. And this is the bind that Christians are in, right? Or like the apologists are in. On the one hand, there's a lot in there that seems to be wrong. And so that's a problem. But they want to get around that by saying, okay, it's allowed to be wrong in things that aren't theologically essential. But then the other aspect of the bind is, if these things are not theologically essential, why are they there? God just likes to put theologically inessential things in his one like book to reveal to humanity. Seems a bit odd. Like you wouldn't really expect that. But I think you do expect that if the books of the Bible written by men at different times in different places for different purposes without divine inspiration, that is just, it makes so much more sense why the Bible is the way it is, because everyone's arguing for their theological viewpoints. They're trying to make a point. They're trying to make their name, like all of these usual purposes that humans have, give a narrative for the origin of Israel. That's why all the books are written, and they're accumulated over time by different, processes. And so what we get is sort of a hodgepodge of different ideas by different people written at different times that has all sorts of stuff that is probably not really relevant to us. That makes a whole lot of sense if the Bible was not divinely inspired. Doesn't really make much sense if it was. And here's your Bayesian formulation, of course. Argument from divine genocides. The Bible contains reports of God commanding genocides. Now, note that here I don't actually say that God did command genocides. Yeah. For a start, that would imply God exists. But it contains reports of him commanding them. Now, if the Bible was God's revealed word, it would not contain reports of him commanding genocides. I think that's a very plausible principle here. Now, Craig may disagree with that, but he can disagree with it all he wants. I think this is exceedingly plausible that if an omnibenevolent being revealed his word to us, it would not contain reports of him commanding genocides. But Christianity claims the Bible was God's revealed word, so Christianity is false. And you've got your modal form of that and your inductive form, because there's of course more than one divine genocide there, which is unexpected. If God was, if God's word was, if the Bible was actually God's word. And your abductive form, the best explanation of one is that the Bible was written by men and not revealed by an omnibenevolent God. And your Bayesian formulation. Argument from biblical endorsement of slavery. The Bible endorses the practice of slavery. We know it was the good slavery, not the bad slavery. But see, this is robust to that, because it doesn't matter if it was the good slavery. It still would be the case that 2 is true, even if the Bible was if the Bible was inspired, it would not endorse the practice of slavery, whether it's even the good kind or the bad kind. Yeah, even good slavery, because omnibenevolent God wouldn't want that.
Where good slavery is defined as the kind of slavery that
exactly.
Yeah. If the Bible was inspired by God, it wouldn't endorse the slavery that God commanded, though. I mean, 2 does seem a little bit implausible on like an internal critique, but I mean, we're going for 500.
I don't know. It seems quite plausible to me.
It seems plausible to me, but the problem is that the distinction between good slavery and bad slavery is that good slavery is the kind commanded by God, whereas bad slavery is the kind not commanded by God.
Right.
So it's like, if the Bible was inspired by God, it wouldn't endorse the kind of slavery commanded by God. Like,
well, that obviously doesn't make sense. But I would say if the Bible was inspired by God, it would not endorse any type of slavery, period. Full stop.
Yeah, but it would endorse the good slavery, though, because the good slavery is the one.
Well, here's the thing: so we've outlawed slavery, not just the bad type of slavery, like all types of slavery, because they're all bad, right? This is, that's the idea here. This is the idea of believing in objective morality, right? It doesn't just become moral because like it was in a time a long time ago and like it wasn't really that bad. No, actually, slavery is just bad. Anyway, so it's.
But this is the point, though.
You can have it too.
When the theists come out with the good slavery objection, there's nothing we can say to that. They've got their good slavery. They have their theistic worldview with their kind of slavery that they want on it, and we've just got to leave them to that. We can't.
Yeah. Well, they've just got to presuppose a form of slavery. I mean, many of the Calvinists are probably just going to say this about all of our arguments. Shut up, fool. Romans 1. Shut up, fool. Romans 1.
Well, we had, the Atangelo guy who was here is one of Darth Dawkins' sycophants. So he was,
really?
Yeah, I bet they'll be in Discord talking about it. He was actually there, like, right.
Well, was he the one bringing up the Shroud of Turin?
Yeah,
or was that someone else?
Yeah.
There you go. So here's the modal form of slavery. Here's the inductive form. Multiple passages in the Bible either endorse slavery directly or discuss it without condemnation. So that's like the New Testament. Slaves, obey your masters. Not just if you're the good type of slave. All slaves obey your masters. If the Bible is God's inspired word, then you wouldn't expect this, which I think is eminently reasonable. So it's not. We have inductive reason that it's not Christianity is not true. Abductive formulation. The best explanation of why passages in the Bible endorse slavery is that the Bible was written without divine input by men in societies that accepted slavery. I think that is eminently reasonable as an explanation for why we find this there.
I disagree. It seems like it came from a mind that is just incomprehensibly wise and knowledgeable.
Omnibenevolent and really wanted us to have this form of slavery. Yeah. All right. And the Bayesian form, of course.
But I suppose when you put it in mass.
Endorsement of sexism. Yeah, well, when it's in mass form, it becomes more persuasive, of course. The Bible endorses sexist practices and beliefs. This shouldn't be controversial, but I guess it still is. In some quarters, at least. If the Bible was inspired by an omnibenevolent God, it would not endorse sexist practices and beliefs. I think plausibly. That's more plausible than false. More plausible than not plausible. Yeah, so then there's your modal, your inductive, your abductive. And I'll just read out the idea here. The best explanation of why passages in the Bible endorse sexism is that the Bible was written without divine input by men in patriarchal societies. Again, to me, that just explains all of the stuff that we see there much better than God has these hidden reasons why it's not really sexist and blah, 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 and whatever contortions you want to go into. This is just a very natural and straightforward explanation of this.
Well, there's also, like that. We know that there's actually like a man essence and a woman essence, and like this is best explained under theism than like sexism is just inherently built into the lobster hierarchies that exist in the world. And, because God created it. Yeah,
we need Peter Jordanson back in chat. All right, Bayesian argument, of course. And, endorsement of homophobia, same point again, endorses homophobic practices and beliefs. If it was inspired by an omnibenevolent God, it would not endorse homophobic practices and beliefs. Now, this is an interesting one where Christians are probably just going to
deny it, maybe.
Like, they're going to accept one and deny two, basically. So, but, I mean, that's more to their problem, really. So here's the modal point, here's the inductive point, abductive. I'm not going to, I think this, we don't need to belabor the point here, and the Bayesian form there. Now, the missing moral teachings argument, which I think is actually quite persuasive.
Yeah, I think it's a good one.
So the Bible does not contain clear and explicit teachings about human rights and similar ethical practices. So that's just an example of something that I thought is a missing moral teaching. But you can come up with anything that you think is an important moral teaching that is not clearly and directly in the Bible. So examples like that men and women are morally equal and should be given equal respect and rights in all circumstances.
Don't genocide.
Genocide would be a good one. Slavery is bad.
Do genocide. Not just does it not say don't genocide, it says sometimes genocide.
Everyone should be treated equally before the law. Democracy is like a good thing, by the way. Declaration of Human Rights, Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen, all this sort of stuff. We don't see any of that there. It seems that humans had to come up with that themselves because God didn't think it was important enough to include in the Bible, which is, I think, evidence that it's not divinely inspired.
No taxation without representation.
Yeah. Any of this sort of stuff you think is important, like it's not there. Or if it was there, it took Christians about like 1800 years to figure out that it was there, maybe 1700 years.
They needed to change the paradigm by Jesus dying to then cause like the Renaissance later on, and Protestantism and Protestant thinking. Like, you just read Tom Holland's Dominion; it's all in there.
Yeah, it just took God quite a while to get to that important point instead of just sort of starting off with that. So modal inductive forms. Okay, so this is a bit of a different formulation, so I'll read this one through. So there are many passages in the Bible discussing ethics, but none of them provide a clear and explicit articulation of the concept of human rights. And, you can give many examples of that, such as we just did. If the Bible is God's inspired word to humanity, such an absence of teachings about human rights is unexpected. So I think that's strong inductive evidence to believe that Christianity is false, because it's like these are really important fundamental moral precepts that are the grounds of current political and ethical discussions, and they're just not in the Bible. So like, why aren't they there clearly and decisively? Not like, well, you can sort of see it, and it took them 1800 years to work it out. That's not. There should be clear and decisive and not subject to like the 10 Commandments. Why don't we have a 10 Commandments except it's for human rights? That's what I want to know. That's
if you lose a democratic election, do not try and overthrow the government. Or something like
exactly.
That.
Yeah. Divine right of kings is not true. Like that would have been a good one as well. Torture is not a good form of punishment. There's lots of things that could have been in there.
But instead, the interesting thing is though that we see like literally the opposite, like plausibly divine right of kings from the Old Testament.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Abductive form here. The best explanation of why the Bible doesn't contain these teachings is that the Bible was written without divine inspiration by men from pre-modern cultures who lacked a concept of human rights. Very straightforward and direct explanation of why we would see that, which I think is just sort of true. But God could have told them about human rights and similar concepts if he wanted to, but he didn't. Best explanation of that is that he wasn't telling them anything. And here's your Bayesian formulation. All right, the argument from now this is sort of me being cheeky by calling it this. The argument from Marcionianism, or Marcionism.
Marcionism,
Marcionism. Sorry. So this is the idea. Marcionism is the idea that you should throw out the Old Testament. So this is not exactly that.
Or that the Old and New Testament gods are different gods.
Yeah. So the Old and New Testaments provide conflicting accounts of the nature and character of God. But if the Bible was inspired, then it would not contain conflicting accounts of the nature and character of God. So Christianity claims the Bible was inspired, so therefore Christianity is false. So, I mean, there's lots of examples of this that you can give about the conflicting accounts. Obviously, Christians harmonize these, but it's a question of how plausible you find the harmonizations. I don't find that persuasive. It seems that the New Testament focuses a lot on God's, mercy and the fact that he's love and the fact that he's, going to save us and things like that. Whereas I don't get a lot of that from the Old Testament.
Yeah,
I guess that's just me.
Is it in Numbers where where God just makes them eat like quail all the time until they're like sick of it, and then like when they're like grumbling about the fact that they've had like quail for like weeks on end, God like makes the ground swallow them up or something.
Yes.
Like that.
I gave you this food and you're so ungrateful.
When the kids call someone like bald and the bears come, like God sends bears to kill
I've
them
got some further examples of that coming later on, but yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah. So again, there's your modal form, inductive, unexpected.
So I guess though, here's the strongest argument I can think of against this, and it's not really a good one for Christianity, but it's that, well, actually, when people don't pay their tithe, New Testament God kills them as well. So it's the same God. He's just still a dick.
Yeah. Well, he's the same yesterday, today, and forever. So he never changes. Where are we? So here's your inductive form, abductive form. So just to clarify this, the best explanation of one is that different books in the Bible, particularly the Old and the New Testaments here, were written without divine inspiration by men with differing theological viewpoints and beliefs. So very natural why they would present different accounts of God there. And here's your Bayesian form. All right, biblical absurdities and superstitions argument. So this is one of my favorites just because I think it's fun. Where have you gone? The Bible contains absurd and superstitious tall tales. So the talking donkey, pig exorcisms, divinely commanded bear attack, the wicked fig tree that Jesus cursed, and the fish that ate, who did it eat? Jonah. These are just some examples. Like, they're just so dumb. Like, they're just ridiculous. Like,
I've got to say, like, the fig tree is like, it's more plausible, right, than like the talking donkey or the fish swallowing Jonah and stuff, right? But it just makes no sense that, like, if you think of, like, they want to get you to identify all these like moral intuitions you have about goodness and stuff with God, like, like the best morality you can think of. Well, that is God, and he exists and he loves you and stuff. And then he's also this guy who withers a fig tree for like not having figs on it. It's not the tree's fault. You made the tree that way. It's not like the tree is thinking about that. You evil tree without figs, like being, showing that you're in season when you're not. It's so dumb. It's clearly like a theological, obviously, like it's got a theological meaning. The Pharisees are showing they're wearing all the robes like of religiosity and stuff when they don't actually bear any fruit or whatever. But
But it presents it as something Jesus actually did, not just as a parable or something. Like, why not just make it a parable and not pretend that like it actually happened? That's the issue here. So I did try to check these, because sometimes people take things as absurd that were just like parables or stories. As far as I can tell, these are all things that are presented as if they occurred.
Yes.
So that's one does have to be cautious there. But
and the donkey, like, because I remember as well, I listened to like an audio Bible of Numbers, because Numbers is the most boring book ever, and I also read it as well. But and when it comes to the talking donkey, the audiobook put on like this weird voice for the donkey as well. And not like, you've got to remember the reason that the donkey is confronted by an angel as well. So there's an extra element of weirdness, is that, what's his name? He's like the magician guy. E something. It begins with E. He's like this magician for the other nation that isn't Israel, and he's on the donkey and he's going somewhere, and so the angel confronts him, which causes him to fall off his donkey or whatever, and the donkey like shouts at him about how he's been like mistreating it or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Like, why is there these? So I like the pig one, because it's just so silly. Like the demons go out and they go into the pigs and they run off a cliff. It's like, who came up with this? It's so stupid. Yeah. So
why did they need to go into pigs? Why couldn't Jesus just destroy the demons? Like,
what did the pigs do? I mean,
isn't that's animal suffering? Like, the argument for animal suffering, Jesus is just going to like give demons to pigs, like.
And the divine bear attack, I think was it Elijah or someone? One of the prophets was going along, and there were just like these teenagers making fun of him. Calling him bald. And then so he just like subjects these bears to attack them. It's like, what? That's not a proportional response.
It's in Numbers, because there's the talking donkey's in Numbers. Sorry, because someone asked in the chat, because so they're wandering, right? They've escaped the Exodus from Egypt, and they, like the people of Israel, they've not got like the nation yet, right? Balaam, that's his name. It didn't begin with an E. And and there's like this alternative nation. They're like passing through the land, and so the leader of the other nation is like, I'm going to use my magician to tell a curse or whatever. But their magician is so powerful that he figures out that Yahweh is like the actual God or something. I can't remember. It's messed up.
So here's your modal form. Here's your inductive form. Here's your abductive form, and I'll just read out the formulation here. The best explanation for the presence of such tall tales in the Bible is that the Bible was written without divine guidance by ignorant and superstitious men, which I just think was the case, at least for many of them.
And the snake, the bronze stick as well, because this is a foreshadowing of Christ. When Moses, Moses strikes a stick and the water comes out. I mean, you just say that. I mean, that's a pretty convincing miracle. Okay. I mean, there's not good enough evidence for it. But the other one is when God sends like snakes to attack them. And then Moses holds up the bronze stick, and that like stops it. I forget if it revives people or if
I don't remember that one.
Snakes attacking them. Yeah, because they say that this is a foreshadowing of Christ being held upon the cross. So the bronze
Christ is a snake.
No, because the snakes biting people like represent sin and like what sin's done to man, and the bronze stick that Moses is holding up like represents like Christ on the cross for all of humanity throughout history, defeating sin and like saving people from the snake bites or whatever.
I guess when you've got a lot of books to work with, you can scrape the bottom and find some stuff like that. Like I think Camille talked about this. Like, how many parallels could you find to different figures, real or imaginary, if you just scrape through like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or whatever? Like, I guess that's the challenge there.
Well, this is what I thought. If you do like why it could be a really good machine learning problem of like trying to like generate narratives that like retrofit the Old Testament, and then you could find like a best fit. And if that narrative could be like really, you could say like, here's how Christianity like fits the Old Testament narrative, right? There's this much of an overlap or whatever, and then you could like find a story that like optimally fits, and it's like a perfect overlap, and you could go like, yeah, so this is like the actual Messiah. Like we've got.
That would be quite interesting. Actually, an example of this is Mormons, because there's so many. Do you know there's so many prophecies of like Joseph Smith and the restoration of the church that you can find in the Bible? It's just full of it. Well, there are.
Oh, really?
Just ask the Mormons. There's lots of them there. So I mean, it's not hard to do. Anyway, so let's move on. I think this is the last biblical one. The argument from biblical incomprehensibility. Much of the theological teaching of prophecy in the Bible is almost impossible to understand, such that even learned scholars cannot agree on what a lot of it means. If the Bible was inspired by God, it would not contain so much incomprehensible teaching of prophecy. So therefore, Christianity is
I
false.
don't know. I think you need 6 PhDs to be saved. That's
Well, this is why does biblical interpretation and criticism and theology have to exist? Like, well, I think it's because of one. It's because so much of it just doesn't make any sense. I think a lot of ordinary Christians are honestly, at least if like in their heart of hearts, believe this or something like this, right? They're probably just denying two or something.
why do you need a
here's
master's
your
degree
motivation.
in apologetics? You need, like if it's the Holy Spirit convincing people and stuff through, like, why do you need a master's degree in apologetics?
Romans 1 or something. I don't know. Well, because you can do a better job than God could, I guess, in revealing something. I don't know.
The presuppositionalists listening are like they're loving this right now. Like if Atangelo is still here listening, like, yeah,
Shut up, fool.
No,
Shut up,
get
fool.
those. No, because they hate the evidentialists. They hate like.
Oh,
what
right.
Craig's
Yeah,
doing, 'cause, yeah.
I agree.
Like you don't need a degree. You don't need a degree to do apologetics you just need the Bible. You just need,
Many chapters and indeed whole books of the Bible are almost impossible to understand. So, like Isaiah, for example, if the Bible was God's inspired word of humanity, the presence of incomprehensible passages is unexpected. So we've got strong inductive evidence here that it was not so inspired. And here's your abductive. Now, here's what's my explanation. The best explanation of why so much of the teaching is almost impossible or very hard to understand is that the Bible was written without divine aid by men who struggle to communicate their often confused and conflicting ideas. Ouch. Shots fired. But like, we understand why so much writing is hard to understand because people are just bad writers and they don't even know what they're talking about half the time. So like, plausibly, that's the case for a lot of the Bible as well. And here's your Bayesian formulation. Incomprehensibility is much more plausible under Christianity, under not Christianity than under Christianity. All right, we got through the biblical arguments and we're moving on to the historical arguments now, which is more about like things that happened in the history of the church or development of belief, although there's sort of overlaps here. Now, I learned a little bit about this when compiling this, and this is actually really interesting. The origins of the belief in Yahweh. So Jewish belief in Yahweh emerged over centuries of religious syncretism and slow doctrinal change. This is the standard view of people who study this, right? I'm not really going to get into details now, but like one thing that I learned about, for example,
Christine Hayes Yale lectures.
One thing that I learned was that the idea of the so there was Elohim and there was Yahweh, and they were originally separate gods. Elohim was basically like just a version of the generic word for God, and Yahweh was like a specific tribal god, essentially, of I think Israel. Yeah, and it's called the God of Israel, but there's never a God of Judah mentioned, right? So what happened was eventually Elohim and Yahweh became merged, because that's quite common that gods would become merged, and the Jews adopt belief in Yahweh. So basically they adopted the God of the kingdom of Israel, which was not, but was separate from Judah. And then some of the early prophets basically elevated this Yahweh to a position of being like the only God. Whereas previously it was thought that like this was their God, but there were other gods as well. But the early prophets were pushing for a strict monotheism. And that's what won out eventually over the centuries, particularly with the Babylonian captivity when they were trying to rethink things, and then they were formulating all this stuff together. So that's my half-assed explanation of all this stuff, but it's really interesting stuff. I encourage you to learn more about it. So, but one is just like basically a fact. Like that's this is what the scholars of the Old Testament are saying. Like belief in Yahweh emerged over centuries of religious syncretism, which means combining different religious elements and slow change. But if Yahweh revealed himself miraculously to the Jewish people, then this is not what we would see. So Yahweh did not reveal himself miraculously to the Jews.
This is as well to do with like when people do like textual criticism on like the Pentateuch and the Old Testament and stuff. Well, one of the things is like the JEPD hypothesis, which is talking about how there's like these different schools, and you can kind of see the seams of the text where like the Yahwist and the Elohist and the priestly and where they've kind of been sewn together, these different kind of school trains of thought and ideas. And this is something as well that so David Falk, who was the guy I mentioned earlier, the Egyptologist, I think he rejects the JEPD hypothesis. And I don't think Cameron Bertuzzi had heard of JEPD before as well. I don't know if he was just saying, what is that for, like, because being an interviewer, or if he genuinely didn't know. So maybe that's an uncharitable interpretation. But
what's the D stand for?
Deuteronomist, I think.
Oh yeah, that's the there's like 4 different people
Yeah.
or traditions at least, and they're all
Yahwist, Elohist, priestly,
yeah.
and Deuteronomist, I think, are the 4.
That's right.
But when he said he rejected the JEPD hypothesis, he did say as well he was in the minority in doing that. I think I'm pretty sure that this is again just like a mainstream way of like, you know, you look at the text and you can see that that's how it's kind of been put together, and that's what most people who are experts in the area believe about it. And in this case, it's not like it's like an appeal to relevant authority. Probably in this case, it's not like a
so here's your modal argument, and I guess the idea is that if Yahweh revealed himself decisively, like miraculously, to the Jewish people, then you wouldn't expect this doctrinal syncretism or this degree of gradual development of belief here. It doesn't really make sense. And so we have strong inductive evidence that Yahweh did not reveal himself decisively, miraculously to the Jewish people, which of course is what Christians claim is the case. And abductive version, Jewish belief in Yahweh emerged over centuries of religious syncretism and slow change. And that's the best explanation of why that's the case, is that Jewish beliefs about Yahweh were developed by men without God's guidance, which is the case for every other religion on the planet. You have religious syncretism, slow doctrinal change. That makes a lot more sense if people are just working it out the best they can without God helping them.
Well, this is the interesting thing as well. When you take it off of say what you believe now, and you look back at like the theological innovation that's going on in these like ancient cultures, is like the Pentateuch's being compiled and various parts written and stuff like that. It is interesting because you can look at like Protestantism, Calvinism. You can look at even like liberal theologians that you disagree with, you know, like Karl Barth, is it Paul or Peter Tillich, Paul Tillich, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, all these people. And you can go like, well, these liberal theologians, they're just doing, you know, like it's theological innovation in the same way. You can see that basically what's happening now is like no different to then. We just have like a different background cultural beliefs.
Protestantism is theological innovation. It's always theological innovation. That's what continually happens, and that's just it's much more consistent that that's sort of all there is, rather than saying that, well, yeah, there's innovation, but somehow God's inspiring, but not enough to make it such that you don't need this innovation. Or it doesn't really make sense to me. Anyway, so where are we? Okay, question 1, moral character of Jesus. So Jesus performed actions that are morally questionable. So some of the examples here might be him basically ransacking the temple when they were doing things he didn't like, which is kind of weird.
Trading in my father's house, yeah.
Yeah, but isn't it just that they were selling animals that people would purchase and then use to sacrifice? Was my understanding.
Sort of. So there were
money changes like, as well, helping them change currencies.
Yeah, well, I think the idea was that there were, built into Judaism, there were practices that either involved, you know, like buying animals for slaughter and stuff, or there were jars as well. I forgot the exact term, but like people could put money into them. And I remember it, like the coffers in terms of like supporting, I guess it's like a donation thing for supporting the temple or whatever. And that is where that comes from is, I don't know if you know the verse where, you know, like there's a tax collector who is unright, and he said, or is it like a woman with pennies or something? And, you know, like she puts them in and she's like, oh, it's all I've got, but forgive me a sinner, God, or whatever. And someone puts a load in and they're like, oh, look at this woman only giving God pennies. And Jesus, like, one went home blessed that day, the other didn't. That's one aspect of it. But I think the idea is that, you know, it had become like a way for a lot of people to like make profit off of what was going, like, you know, by like having like inflated exchange rates and like, you know, marketing practices and stuff. Maybe like slogans like, by the way, Judaism is true, or whatever, selling t-shirts and
well, I mean, I thought
only Q&A.
I thought socialism was inconsistent with Christian teachings, right? So what's wrong with making a bit of profit or loss over the temple? Like, so that's why I let him pray to you. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
So Jesus gets frustrated that what's meant to be like, you know, like sincere worship of the divine or whatever. And again, I think this fits with like the non-cognitivism thing, which I was talking about earlier, where it's like, you know, what are our highest standards or whatever, and you kind of like bastardize it by turning it into just profit. And then Jesus is like, you know, you've turned I forget the exact quote. I need to maybe reread the Bible and stuff again. But, you know, like I've turned my father's house into a house of something, house of trade.
Den of thieves, doesn't he say?
Yeah. And then he overturns the table.
Which is a very cool expression. I don't know if that expression comes from the King James or also, but anyway.
And the other inconsistency is whether that's like right at the start of his ministry or right at the end. Which is
Oh
different.
yeah, I remember that.
But
that's questionable. I was just like, if it's wrong to profit off sacrifice in the temple, is it wrong to profit off making apologetic arguments? I don't know. Like
having
that's
a Patreon only Q&A, for example. I'll answer your questions pertinent to salvation and doubts, but only for a price. Yeah.
So that's one thing that's questionable. Another example that comes to mind would be that Sumerian woman he talks to, where he says something about like throwing something to the dogs or whatever. It's like it's just a really weird interaction.
Yeah,
yeah.
She says,
like the whole thing comes across as super racist.
So she says something like, "Aren't the breadcrumbs from the master's table even fit for the dogs?" Which is to do with her race because she's not a Jew. And he says, he says like, by your words, these words you've shown that you're blessed or something. Now go home and be justified, but tell no one. But yeah, it's like when you unpack what it was that she said, it's like racism at least like prejudice against her ethnicity, because they were a different ethnic group. Or a different tribe or whatever. They had a different kind of Judaism. So she's referring to herself as dogs.
So those are a couple of examples. I mean, someone also points out the fig tree.
Yeah.
So I just don't think, I mean, and of course, that's just as the Gospels present him. You could argue what he actually was like. But so this is just an idea that, well, look, we wouldn't really expect to see that if Jesus was God incarnate. None of his actions should be morally questionable. So here's the modal, inductive, abductive, and Bayesian forms. I don't think we need to belabor that point any further. Doctrinal confusion of the early church. In the early church, I'm talking like first few centuries, there was extensive and prolonged confusion concerning core Christian doctrines. So this is why they had all the councils, for example, because they needed to work out what the nature of God was in his relationship to Jesus and the Trinity and all this stuff. Like, very controversial. If Christian teachings were revealed by God, there would not be extensive and prolonged doctrinal confusion in the early church, because it would just be clear, and you wouldn't need a Council of Nicaea, because the Nicene Creed would just be in the New Testament, and it will be completely clear and non-controversial.
Yeah.
So therefore, teachings of Christianity were not revealed by God, and there's your modal form.
What's it called? What's that other document called? Is it by Diocletian or something?
Diocletian was not a Christian, so I.
Oh, sorry, not during the time. Not by Diocletian. Sorry. During that time, and it is called. Oh, I can't remember. But basically, like, as you had all these like rival theologies, like duking it out, and there's all these like kind of like political theological like power plays and stuff like that between groups and like cross persecution and trying. But there was a book that was produced that is like an early Christianity source that was like a particular group's like where they stood on some of these doctrinal issues.
I'm not familiar with the one you're referring to.
Yeah,
but yeah, there were quite a lot of them, and most of them eventually ruled heresies and persecuted, like Arians, for example, and monophysitism, and a bunch of others I don't even remember the names of. Lots and lots of different views that, it's not clear why, if God inspired all this, that this would have happened, or that anyone could have come to any different belief. It would just be clear. Like, no one disagrees about what the 10 Commandments were. I mean, I guess maybe interpretation of some of them, but like, it's pretty clear. So why not just be that clear? Best explanation of why there were all these disputes and disagreements is that the doctrines of Christianity were advised by men without divine inspiration. And likewise, the texts that they appeal to were not always clear about this. And here's your Bayesian form. Okay, the proliferation of Christian denominations. This is a similar point, but made in a bit of a different way. So there are thousands of Christian denominations, many of them teaching contradictory doctrines.
Didache, that's it. The Didache. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
If Christianity was God's true religion, there would not be thousands of Christian denominations. For a combination of reasons, such as that God would make what he wanted to say clear and unambiguous, and so there wouldn't be all these disputes. Also, God would want to ensure that there was a sort of a consistent mechanism for delivering his truth and spreading it through the world. So God would preserve that and not allow this massive. And it's not small denominations either, splintering off a core group, but you've got your Oriental Orthodox, your Eastern Orthodox, your Catholics, your Protestants, and a million varieties of those, plus your Restorationist churches. It's just this. There's so many of them, and they all teach. Well, many of them teach different things. And here's your modal and inductive formulation, and the abductive form. Best explanation of the existence of all of these competing Christian denominations that Christianity is a religion developed by men without God, just like all of the other religions. Presumably, is what Christians think. every religion has splintering denominations: Buddhism, Hinduism,
Right.
Islam, Christianity. They all have splintering denominations.
You actually,
So-
so I guess you could
And
point to
Bayesian.
some. Oh, I mean,
Sorry?
no. I guess you could like point to these features, right? In the case of false religions, and the Christian is going to be committed to like a natural explanation of why you see like splintering, theological difference,
Yeah,
in those cases. But then they're going to have this additional special category when it applies to Christianity, which is why it's true, and you also see this.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to.
That's why the best explanation is just that, like all the other religions, it was just created by men who were just arguing about themselves, about what they believe, so, and not divinely guided. So, yeah, exactly. Analogues of Jesus in Near Eastern mythology. So this is the this is the Near Eastern influence. I'm not even going to make a case about how good these arguments are, but I felt they needed to be put in there, so here they are. There are many analogues of Jesus in Near Eastern mythology. If Christianity was God's true religion, there would not be many analogues of Jesus in Near Eastern mythology. It wouldn't have borrowed from these, is the argument there. Don't have a whole lot to say there, but I thought they should go in. So here's your modal, inductive, abductive.
It's just by this point,
ideas.
you know, like we've
Bayesian.
done so many. Here's your modal, inductive, abductive.
Yeah, exactly. Like you got to put them all because they're all different, right? You got your S5, you got your inductive, inference best explanation, you got your Bayesian. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Christian support of colonialism.
Oh,
So many Christian leaders supported the project of colonialism for different. I mean, some didn't. Right? Not all of them, but a lot of them did, including many popes, for example.
yeah. The Catholics were especially bad on that.
Not just Catholics, though, especially later colonialism. There were a lot of Protestants involved there, and saying that this was spreading God's word to the heathens.
What was the word though? The savage.
The savage, yeah.
Yeah.
If Christianity was God's true religion, then Christian leaders would not have supported the project of colonialism, which I think is plausible. If God is influencing or inspiring his leaders in some way, you'd think that would be
meager moral
true.
fruits as well, right?
Yeah, so it's another example of that. So here's the modal form of that, inductive form. So many Christian leaders from different denominations and different nations supported colonialism, and that's unexpected if Christianity was God's true religion. So strong inductive evidence that it isn't. Best explanation of why there was so much Christian support for colonialism as Christianity is a religion developed by men without God. This explains so much, right? If you believe this, so many weird things in Christianity are explained and the Bible are explained. They just make perfect sense because that's what you get in other religions. That's what you get in politics and other things that are man-made. But if it was all divinely inspired and set up by an omnipotent, omnibenevolent God, then why are all of these bizarre features or unexpected features? And your Bayesian form. Christian support of crusades. So this is a similar argument, but many Christian leaders supported the Crusades. Christianity was God's true religion. Christian leaders would not have supported the Crusades. And it's interesting because the Crusades, or at least some of the Crusades, were supported by both the Eastern Church and the Western Church, so the Catholic and the Orthodox churches. Because originally it was actually the Orthodox Church asking for help because it was like because the Turks came in and they were taking all this Byzantine land. And so the Orthodox Church was like, hey, we need some help. And then the Pope sort of took that and decided, listen, to the Holy Land. Which was not really what they had in mind. But
wasn't there also a papal schism at a certain point as well? So there were two popes at a certain for some.
And
of
then there were three popes. Yeah, so that was in the 13th century, because they tried to say, look, here's a new pope that's going to replace.
I'm the real pope.
So, now they got three popes here, but eventually that was sorted. But yeah, that was after most of the Crusades, though, so a bit of a different point. But yeah, that was an amusing instance. It's just like, what is going on here? Yeah, so here's your modal, here's your inductive, here's your abductive.
And the Children's Crusade as well, wasn't that?
Oh, that was awful. That was actually before the First Crusade. That was yeah. I didn't even want to talk about that. It was just so nasty. You can read up on that if you're interested. The argument from Christian anti-Semitism, which I think is actually a very strong argument here. Many Christian leaders and thinkers throughout history have endorsed and promoted anti-Semitism. The most prominent of which is probably.
I don't know what you're going to go for because, like, the Bible itself, right? Like Judas is.
There's the Bible itself, but like Protestant, I'm thinking.
Maybe Martin Luther. You're thinking
Martin Luther.
I don't know. Well, I don't know because as well. Aside from, I mean, I guess he's got that whole book. Is it called
The Jews and Their Lies?
Yeah, the Jew. Yeah, he's got. But the other one I'm thinking of is like in England. Oh, I forgot. Like. I don't know. Yuval Noah Harari wrote a bit on this, and I've forgotten what it was.
there was a lot of persecution of Jews for because of Christianity, and I forgot who it was that promoted it. It was like some Church of England guy. Like where they they were like lynching all these like Jewish kids and stuff because. And again, it was anti-Semitism to do with, it was to do with like latent Christian anti-Semitism because Jews are like deceitful and but yeah, maybe I don't know that I can actually like measure who like has done the worst.
I just said I don't know, but he is very prominent and very very direct about his anti-Semitism. So yeah, but there's lots of examples, including in the Bible itself. What was it? The where it says the Jews take the blame to the whatever generation for killing Jesus, which was used for centuries as justification for pogroms and so forth. Just horrific.
It's so messed up that like just because because society is relatively tolerant today, people tend to forget about like historically how people have like really believed Christianity and been like, Jews, you're the ones who betrayed Jesus, you betrayed God, you murdered him, and like actually like dirty Jews, get out of my city and stuff, because it's so messed
Christ
up.
Killers they called them.
Yeah
there were so many ridiculous beliefs about the Jews. We don't need to go into all that here, but yeah, it was promoted by so many Christian leaders throughout history until fairly recently. This is normal to be anti-Semitic in the Western world until the early 20th century. So here's the inductive form. This is not expected if Christianity is God's true religion, and abductive, best explanation is that it was built by men without God. And your Bayesian form. Christian justification of slavery. So it's all the same thing. So particularly I'm talking here more about the bad type of slavery that even some Christians, actually quite a lot of them, in the bad place, the place that had bad slavery rather, tried to justify on biblical grounds. But if it's God's true religion, it would not be the case that so many prominent Christians would have used their beliefs to justify slavery for a bunch of reasons, including that they would have been morally transformed into, people who didn't want to do things like that, unless they just were like no actual real Christians in the American South in the 19th century or like early.
Well, do you know the way I see people go with this is they sort of like it's sort of like look over there, a squirrel argument, which is to say, well, the Ottomans and Turks. Yeah, it was, the Ottomans, the Turks, whatever, like, they're all doing this already. And then, poor white people, they're the victims here. They just got involved by like, they were just sailing around Africa and they had no choice but to accept these slaves from the evil Muslims who were engaging in slave trading already. The trans-Saharan slave trade was just about, it lasted for longer and carried a similar number of slaves as the transatlantic. But I don't see how that explains why Christians tried to justify the slave trade on biblical grounds, which is sort of the point here. Well, they try and make out that like, I think like the look over there thing is like, well, if they were already doing it, like it's not bad when we did it, or like it's not off. We just got involved in. Like,
someone's got to buy the slaves. If we don't buy them, who else is going to?
Yeah, but it's like, like the point is that if Christianity has like this, you would have expected them just to come along and go, no, Jesus teaches that, they're made in the image of God. We're, and that's not what happened. They just went, here you go, have some guns, kill each other.
There were some, it should be said, who opposed it, but there were just many who didn't and argued that it was justified on biblical grounds. And, they bore the mark of Cain and all this stuff that.
Well, this is generally later, though, anyway, isn't it? Like when we're talking about Christians who opposed it, this is after it's like middle passage trade route and everything is like established. There's people like whoever. Yeah,
that's right. That generally came later. And remember, many of those were non-conformists. They weren't like your Anglicans or your Calvinists for the most part. They were minorities. So it really bothers me when Christians try to take like Christianity led to the bottom. Yeah. There's a few non-conformists, right? As well as like the first nation to abolish slavery, at least in Europe, like was revolutionary France. Now Napoleon brought it back, right? But the point is that they abolished it, and that was clearly secular, right? Anyway, I guess we didn't get into all of this, but they try to take credit for it, but I think that's really, really dubious. So here's the modal, here's your inductive. It's unexpected that you see significant numbers of Christians using the Bible to justify slavery, especially the bad type of slavery, like it's super bad. And your abductive, best explanation is that Christians are not guided in their beliefs by God. Boom.
Right.
I guess you could say we're not guided, but I guess they are now, so because they've sorted everything out. And the Bayesian formulation of that. Christian endorsement of exorcisms. So it's a bit home. So exorcism they're just so terrible. So most Christian denominations have and continue to endorse the practice of exorcism. I think that's true. I mean, if you don't like it, you could replace it with many, but there's certainly plenty that still do. Exorcism is a barbaric and superstitious practice. I just think that's just a fact. I don't see how you can argue against that. Plausibly, at least. If Christianity is God's true religion, it would not endorse a barbaric and superstitious practice, and so Christianity is not true.
Right.
It's just so silly. and so, yeah, I mean, we have the concept of mental illness now. We don't need to talk about exorcisms, and we shouldn't. So here's your modal, here's your inductive, here's your abductive. So, yeah, the explanation of why Christian theology still includes primitive superstitions beliefs is that, hang on, how have I formulated this? Many Christians and Christian denominations have continued to endorse the practice of exorcism. The best explanation of why this is the case is that Christian theology includes primitive and superstitious beliefs. If Christianity is true, it would not include primitive superstitious beliefs. Therefore, it is false. And your Bayesian formulation. I think William Lane Craig at one point appeals to demon possession as evidence in favor of substance dualism.
Oh, really? I don't think I've ever heard that. But that would be.
It's more of a throwaway thing that he mentions in some of his books. Like, it's not a main point that he makes, but I criticize him for this. Where I'm saying, well, like for those of us like myself who think that exorcisms are a barbarous and superstitious practice, this is not going to be a persuasive argument. Like, it's just unbelievable that people are still defending this. Argument from corrupt Christian leaders. So throughout history, many prominent Christian leaders and teachers have engaged in corrupt and immoral behavior. Christianity God's true religion, it would not be the case that many of his leaders engaged in corrupt and immoral behavior. I think that's quite plausible, even if Bishop What's-His-Face denies this.
Especially with the divine right of kings, they've been put there by God to sort of flow down his authoritarian power over the nations that they govern or whatever, and all that.
Yeah, and all the Christian leaders in Nazi Germany who just went along with it. I mean, plenty of them didn't, right? But plenty of them did. Like, lots of them did. So there's lots of examples, but that's just a few that are relevant there. I mean, you look at the wars of religion in Europe, it's like not a lot of Christian behavior there.
Yeah.
So here's your modal, inductive, abductive, and Bayesian forms. I think we can move past those fairly quickly. The argument from the failure of ecumenicalism. This is something that I'm kind of interested in. So attempts to achieve ecumenism. So basically, a rejoining together or reconciliation of the different denominations have repeatedly failed. If Christianity was God's true religion, attempts to achieve ecumenism would not have repeatedly failed, because they still talk about the idea that there's a church, like there's one church.
Yeah, right. Not the church we see, not the church we see with our physical eyes.
Yeah. It's not an actual church. It's just an idea. But like, if that's what God clearly wants, because everyone seems to agree that that's what God wants, then why would God not have ensured that would happen? Or at least that would be like overwhelmingly where most Christians are. But it isn't. So I think that's the he's your modal and inductive. I think the best explanation for why ecumenism has repeatedly failed is that Christian churches have no divine guidance and are led by men with conflicting beliefs and interests. Savage. But I think that is a clear explanation that accounts for the data very well. And there's a Bayesian version. Historical recency of Christianity. Now, this one I kind of like, because I think this is interesting and it doesn't get discussed very much.
Did you see William Lane Craig's recent, like a 2-minute video, why is the traditional view of Adam being challenged now? I think you'd find that very interesting. And he's basically talking about, he begins to sound like an atheist, frankly, where he's saying like, we have like, these like cave paintings, like bone findings, like arrowheads, tools, carbon dating. And he's like, and it just becomes untenable to believe that humanity has only been around for a few thousand years. And then he talks about like allele frequency and how if human populations had only been around for like a few thousand years and came from like 2 people, that you couldn't have like the distribution that we have and stuff like that. And it's so, I just found it really funny, because I think like only a year or 2 before this, he was doing in his defenders classes, the doctrine of Adam and the fall or something like that. And he was holding to like the traditional view of Adam before this. Not like a young earth creationist traditional view, but like not like a this is like a story, there's some like metaphor in there, or this like means this and it's a bit different. But like like an actual like Adam and Eve is like historical persons and in this time frame.
The thing is, so there's something interesting about Craig. I actually, oops, that was an accident. I actually think that he does actually follow the evidence fairly well, as long as there are two, like subject to two constraints. One is that it doesn't conflict with his experience of experiencing God, because that's the most important thing to him. I mean, he says that, right? So I don't think that's me. And the second thing is that it doesn't conflict with any of his fundamental metaphysical intuitions. So like, about the time is tensed and that libertarian free will and stuff like that. Like if one of those comes up, then it doesn't really matter what you say. He's going to accept that first. But if it doesn't challenge any of those two other things, then I think he often comes into quite sensible views. It's just his intuitions and his experience of God are pretty influential. So everything is shaped around those. But anyway, that's just my hot take on Craig.
Do you think, here's a question, right? Do you think if we had the evidence we have for Christianity, and we also knew that prior to Christianity for like 2,000 years, there were like a sect of Jews who, okay, they weren't the mainstream, but they read the scriptures a little bit different, and they thought that there was going to be, God was going to incarnate and he was going to die on a cross for people, like basically like kind of like Christian theism. Do you think that would increase how plausible Christianity seems to you?
I think it would, although I don't think it would be enough. Depends how much other things have changed, right? Yeah. But that would help. It would undermine a few of these arguments here, like inconsistencies and lack of prophecies and so forth, because it just doesn't seem that Jesus really fulfilled the expectations of the Old Testament for what the Messiah would be. But if that was the case, then there'd be extra plausibility there. But there's still a lot of other problems. I think that on balance it would. At least somewhat.
I find it difficult because I think in that case I'd probably think that maybe Jesus was just like acting in the way that they expected him to, like, or something like that. So it'd be
that's
really
true. So it depends on the details, but
yeah,
I mean, in general, I still would lean in that direction, because there are going to be some things that you think you probably didn't have control over. So I mean, I still think that there's a lot of stuff in the New Testament that is just like later development, or even Jesus doing things to enact the role that he felt he had for himself, like going to Jerusalem, for example. And I think he expected him to be killed. So, but there may be some things that he couldn't have controlled as easily, like the manner of his death, for example. Could have been a bit trickier. Yeah. So anyway, but that's interesting. Interesting question there.
Sorry.
So the historical recency, so Christianity is quite recent. But if Christianity was his true religion, then it would have emerged very early, not thousands of years into human history. Because what about all these people beforehand? Why the wait? In other words, it doesn't really make very much sense. And there's a modal form of that, and there's an abductive form of that. Inductive doesn't really work here because it only emerged once. But the best explanation of why Christianity emerged so late in human history is that it was the product of human invention, not divine revelation. Because if it was finally revealed, then plausibly you'd expect it to be earlier. But if it's human invention, well, it can only happen after certain prerequisites are met in terms of, base of Judaism. And then that developed as a result of, the syncretism of the Canaanite gods. And, there's all of these things that happened first. And whereas it seems that you'd expect it a lot more to be earlier if it's the true religion that God wants everyone throughout human history to know about. And the Bayesian form. Now, that's through the historical arguments, and we're on to the last category, the miscellaneous arguments. So there's a few fun ones in here. The rationality of hoping for atheism. So hopefully it's clear that this is a parody argument of one of the ones from Cameron's stream here. The greater the evil, the more rational it is to hope that it not be true, as long as it's believed possible. I think that's just taken straight from one of the arguments there. The more rational is to hope for something, the more rational is to devote your life to it. I think that's the same premise as well. The existence of a God who condemns people to eternal hell would be a great evil. Therefore, it is rational to hope that God does not exist. So I've just changed premises 3 and 4 there, I think. And I think 3 is true. Obviously, Christians are probably going to disagree with that because they would say that it's a great good, but I think that would be a great evil. So it's rational to hope that God does not exist, or at least that type of God doesn't exist. I mean, you better believe that I hope the Calvinist God doesn't exist, because that's just such a monster. Apparently, I'm not the only one. Who was it that you said cried when they found out Calvinism was true? John Piper?
I think John Piper says that, but also I think R.C. Sproul says that. I think he says, like when he came to terms with it being true, he cried for a while. I don't know if James White says that. James White said like people who have sympathy is like weakness or something. I can't remember. He said like in a tweet recently.
Oh gosh. Okay, the will not to believe. So for people maybe where this is a spoof on William James's The Will to Believe. I mean, I actually quite like that essay, and I take it seriously. But nevertheless, there has to be. There has to be a parody version.
He waited for Rome to build all the roads. So the message. I just saw.
Yeah, there you go.
Why wouldn't he wait for the internet or quantum internet?
Wouldn't that be easier?
Yeah.
Or just ensure that roads are built a bit earlier, or use the roads that the Persians built or something. I don't know. If someone evaluates the evidence for atheism and theism as comparable, then they rationally can believe in atheism if their passions lean in that direction, and if the belief in atheism is force, live, and momentous. So these are the terms that William James uses. That there has to be force, so you have to choose live, so it's plausible enough. So you could choose, and momentous, so it's important. But belief in atheism is force, life, and momentous, because everyone worships, right? So you either worship God or you worship yourself or something. So it's forced, it's live. Well, that's a premise, right? But if you evaluate the evidence as comparable, then it will be live. So that sort of follows from one there. And momentous. So obviously it matters whether you're an atheist or not. So there are people whose passion leans toward atheism. That's certainly true. So for those people, it is rational for those people to be atheist, to disbelieve God, even if the evidence for atheism is insufficient. So this is just a flat parody of the will to believe there. The societal benefits of non-belief. Again, this is a parody argument. So some of the happiest, most functional societies on Earth are those with the least religious populations. So the Nordic countries come to mind. The observation in one. It provides evidence that non-belief in God can have pragmatic societal benefits. Therefore, we have pragmatic justification for non-belief in God. The possibility of future knowledge argument. This is my formulation here. I quite like this one. If God existed and intervened in nature, the possibility of a miracle, that God could perform a miracle, would always be a defeater for knowledge claims about the future, because you never know when God's going to create a miracle. Remember, the prior probability of miracle claims is not low because God exists and can make miracles. So you can't say it's low, which is what a lot of theists want to say about arguments for Jesus, resurrection. It's the prior probability of a miracle is not low. So therefore, that's always a defeater against at least confident knowledge claims about the future. Yeah. But now knowledge claims about the future can be justified, sufficiently confidently in many cases, and are not always defeated, which is basically just saying that we don't have to be skeptics about everything.
And we also have to remember in this argument that miracles aren't violations of natural laws. They were returned to the way things ought to be. Cameron Bertuzzi.
Correct. And that's quite consistent with this here, because it's just saying that we don't know what things ought to be. So we are always defeated in our knowledge claims about the future, or at least in a wide number of cases.
Yeah, and we can't do science.
Yeah, it all falls, because remember, science requires all of these presumptions, and one of those is the uniformity of nature. But if you don't know that God's not going to do a miracle, then science just collapses.
Yeah.
And Christianity claims that God does exist and intervenes in nature. Therefore, Christianity is false. And of course, there's a modal form of that. The nomological argument for atheism. So there are laws of nature. Nomological means relating to laws. There are laws of nature. Laws of nature do not contain implicit ceteris paribus clauses. That means all else being equal. If the laws of nature do not contain implicit ceteris paribus clauses, then miracles cannot occur, because the laws of nature don't allow for miracles. You can only fit miracles with laws of nature if there's implicit ceteris paribus clauses, which say that, God doesn't perform a miracle or something like that. But that's just not what the laws of nature are. Scientists never talk about laws of nature as if that there's these sort of ceteris paribus clauses there. You can't see them if you read the science textbook. So that's the justification of two there. Christianity claims miracles do occur, but miracles can't occur by three, so therefore Christianity is false.
Wouldn't you say Newton's laws about the relationship between two objects is like a ceteris paribus formulation, right? Or is that wrong?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess there might be people who disagree, but if you think about, say, the universal law of gravitation, so F equals G times the product of the masses divided by R squared, right? That's the law. It doesn't say that unless there's no miracle or something like that. I don't quite see that where the ceteris paribus clause would fit in there. I think that's ad hoc to say that that's there. Anyway, I mean, you could debate that, but that's what the premise is stating here, and I think that's plausible. And remember, it only has to be more plausible than not. Okay, Christianity is unnecessary in life. Now, actually, Nathan inspired me for this argument here. were some things he was telling me, basically. The belief in, I mean, the argument is mine, but some of the things he was telling me made me think of this. Belief in Christianity is just not necessary for living a successful, functioning, fulfilling life. Because lots of people who aren't Christians do, and even most Christians will agree with one here. But if Christianity were true, then belief would be necessary for living a functional, successful, and fulfilling life. Because that would be what life was all about. So that would be what it's directed towards. That would be its entire teleology. So why can you do so well without Christianity if that's what the whole purpose of life was? It seems a bit strange. Therefore, Christianity is false. Like, you can't live a successful, functioning, and fulfilling life whilst being like not breathing or not eating, right?
You know, something I'm going to think
never
about,
using your brain.
How a Christian would challenge too. Well, they would say, you know, like the meek shall inherit the earth. The first shall be last. The last shall be first. It's not about having a successful life. It's successful in God's eyes, not in our own eyes, or something like that. I think this is one of the ones that a Christian could push back on more. I mean, I get what you're saying, like, because I think that what it highlights is this tension between a couple of things that a lot of Christian theists will argue for. One of which is like, well, you know, like if all the millennials deconvert, then, you know, they'll all be gay and debauched, and the morality in society will be bad and stuff like that.
That's what lots of Christians do say, the conservative ones particularly.
Yeah, lots of Christians say that, but then they also believe that God is using the weakest to, like, you know, elevate himself, and the first will be last, and it's kind of like they don't like really believe one of those, like they can't, because they
yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah,
so of course we've got the modal formulation of that, and we've got the inductive formulation of that. So many non-Christians live successful, fulfilling, and functional lives, but if Christianity were true, then that's unexpected. So that's strong inductive evidence against Christianity. And abductive, the best explanation of why this is the case is that Christianity is man-made religion, not derived from God. And of course the Bayesian form, the fact that you can live a successful, fulfilling, and functional life without believing God is believing Christianity is a lot more probable under non-Christianity than under Christianity. All right, now more parody arguments here. Oh, I wanted to respond to. Nope, I already shared that. Just on the Ceteris Paribus argument, I don't agree with this interpretation here. So the way I would take the universal law of gravitation to say that the gravitational force between two massive objects is equal to the gravitational constant multiplied by the product of the masses of those objects divided by the square of the distance between them. I don't think it's saying that the entire force between them. I don't know if that's what Newton thought it was saying, but I don't think so. Anyway, but so that's just a clarification there, but we don't need to keep going on that. The cumulative credence raiser argument. So the more independent arguments there are for some belief, the higher one's credence should be for its truth. There are more than enough arguments against God's existence to justify that God possibly does not exist. But if we're justifying believing that God possibly does not exist, we're justifying believing that God does not exist. So we're justifying believing that God does not exist. This is literally word for word from the slideshow they had. I just basically changed it to say not in all the cases. All right. The argument from so many arguments. There are many persuasive arguments for atheism. The best explanation of why there are so many persuasive arguments for atheism is that atheism is true. Therefore, we have reason to believe atheism is true. You might think that these are joke arguments, but again, I'm just taking this from Cameron's trend. I'm just changing it to atheism.
yeah.
The argument from so many arguments, there's a prima facie version as well. The prima facie plausibility of the arguments gives us prima facie reason for accepting atheism there. Christianity is foolish. Many core Christian teachings and beliefs appear foolish to non-Christians. If Christianity were true, its core teachings and beliefs would not appear foolish to non-Christians. Therefore, Christianity is true. Now, interestingly, a lot of Christians accept one. I guess they would deny two. But the question is, if we're built to know God and Christianity were true, then why would the teachings appear foolish? I guess they're going to say the fall, right? But then why would God set things up in that way? It just seems a bit ad hoc.
Your super chat there, by the way, from Plixiplox. I'm wondering, is Plixiplox an RB and Chief fan?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
RB in Chief was like a series of like Halo fan fiction.
Oh,
yeah. I wonder if that's where the names come from. It might not be. But...
not familiar with that. Yeah, we're still at this. We're nearly done. We're about to get to 500, and then we've just got the Excel fun to finish up with. So we're nearly there. Okay, the modal version that Christianity is foolish. And the abductive version. The best explanation for why many core Christian doctrines and teachings appear foolish is that they are false. Therefore, every reason to believe Christianity is false. And, of course, your Bayesian formulation of that. And your prima facie version of that. Because, of course, if many core Christian teachings appear foolish, we have prima facie reasons that they're foolish. Because, of course, things often are the way they appear on the face of it. So, prima facie, we can make those sort of deductions. So that's perfectly fair. Now, I think that this is unique. I don't know that anyone else has argued this before, but I just find this amusing. Christianity is boring. Engaging in Christian worship and study is boring. If Christianity were true, engaging in Christian study and worship would not be boring. Therefore, Christianity is false. So, I mean, I think 2 is pretty plausible. If like we're designed to have a purpose of coming to know God, then you wouldn't expect it to be so boring. I mean, obviously not everyone finds it boring, but a lot of people do. So that's the one to consider. And of course, there's your abductive version. The best explanation for why engaging in Christian study and worship is boring is that Christianity is man-made religion. Appeal to misotheism. The God of the Bible should rightfully be hated. But Christianity claims that the God of the Bible should be loved and worshipped and not hated. Therefore, Christianity is false. I don't really see the need to defend one. I think that we've already given enough reasons to defend one. At least if you take the Bible, like the Old Testament, like seriously, then I think that's going to be true. Misotheism is hatred of God, by the way, which apparently is what the real reason why we're all atheists. Especially if you watch what's that terrible movie? God's Not Dead.
I love that. You know, here's a weird thing that Christianity did to me as well. When I was a Christian, I really liked God's Not Dead. I was like I watched it before I was a Christian, and like as like a 17-year-old or something. And I remember being like, "This is so dumb," but just like watching it for the meme. And then when I became a Christian, I watched it again, and I was like, "Yeah, you know, like this atheist professor is just what atheists are like. Like they think they've got it all figured out, but they're all miserable." And like.
Argument from revulsion to Christianity. So I'm rightfully revolted by many aspects of traditional Christian teaching and practice. So this is a version from earlier when we're rightful of the revulsion against aspects of the natural world. Christianity, which will not be rightfully revolted by many aspects of traditional Christian teaching and practice. Probably Calvinism is the clearest example of this, but like there's obviously many other examples as well. Yeah. So Christianity is false. The outsider test for faith. Christianity fails the outsider test for faith. If Christianity fails the outsider test for faith, it is not justified to believe in Christianity. Therefore, it's not justified to believe in Christianity. How would you describe the outsider test for faith? I feel like I have an idea of it, but I think you could probably define it better than I could.
I'm going to give a bit of a wordy definition, maybe, and I'm not doing a very good job at thinking today or speaking. But it's something. It's basically like you testing if the person applies their standards like consistently, right, to other religions. So you basically put them in the shoes of like looking at another religion with essentially all of the same claims in favor of it, and then you see whether that actually convinces them and pushes them over the line of that religion being true. So for example, you know, if someone's going to say, well, it's a cumulative case for the resurrection or something, and then you can say, well, my granddad flew, you know, we've got this book, there's an early creed, that you layer in all the evidence. And if that never convinces them of this sort of like miraculous claim that your granddad actually flew, then it's not good enough. But you do the same with like Mormonism and stuff. So the one that kind of worked with me was I was like, I've got the internal testimony of the Holy Spirit, which, you know, Reformed epistemology defeats all defeaters, blah, blah, blah. And then Pine Creek Doug saying, well, you know, like the Mormon's going to say they've got the burning in the bosom. So how can you tell the difference about who's right here? And that's the way I kind of put it. Yeah.
And so here's the abductive version of that. The best explanation for why it fails the outsider test of faith is that it is not divinely inspired, or I guess it's not true if you prefer. And argument 500, the last argument, which I've called the anti-Craigian modal argument against Jesus. I don't even remember why I called it that. It's such a silly name.
What kind of a mental state were you in when you were writing this argument, James? What?
Oh, no, I remember why I called it that, because I wanted to call it the anti-Craigian modal argument against Christianity, but it wouldn't fit, so I just put Jesus in. But as to why it's anti-Craigian, why did I call it anti-Craigian? I think it was just because Craig makes this modal argument. It is possible that God exists. If it is possible God exists, then God exists. So this is just, and also it's a spoof on one of the arguments in the Cameron stream. So it is possible that Christianity is false. If it is possible that Christianity is false, then Christianity is false. Therefore, Christianity is false. It's kind of dumb, but it's a direct spoof on a couple of arguments. So that's why it's in there.
It's because I was going to say, I mean, just to say what the Christian's thinking, you know, like, well, necessary existence is built into the concept of God, whereas, you know, necessary existence isn't built into the concept of Christianity being false. So you'd have to possibly necessary it and S5 it, but
not quite yet, V, because we have So we've just gone through 500 arguments. Oops, I stopped sharing, but I can't actually see us. Okay, I'll just...
We've got to calculate the probabilities of like all that we've just done as well.
So hang on, I stopped sharing because I just want to show you the categories again, just to remind you of everything we just talked about. So there was... I'll just show you here. Cosmological, teleological, ontological, theological general, theological specific to Christianity, epistemological, axiological, experiential, anthropological, biblical, historical, and miscellaneous arguments. All 500.
And just think of
those 12 categories.
Think of J. Warner Wallace now when he's talking about, you know, different strands of evidence. Like we're in a court of law and we've got all these different strands of evidence combining, you know, joining up to the same conclusion.
Now we've got something special for the very end of the stream. Where the heck is it? Ah, here it is. All right. Now, hopefully this is big enough. I'll zoom in a little bit more. Oh, hang on. I'll close that. Where's the God arguments? I have to jump back and forth to keep seeing. I think that's visible.
I can
enough.
see it. Yeah, I can see it quite well. Yeah.
So, what we've got here is, I was just distracted by chat. What we've got here is an Excel spreadsheet.
That proves God doesn't exist.
So just to explain here, so here's the number of arguments in different categories of strength. So we've got strong, medium, and weak arguments, both for and against God's existence. Or I guess you could say Christianity specifically. Maybe I'll say, yeah, Christianity, because that's what I've said in the conclusion here. And the starting probability and final probability that Christianity is true. So we're going to start at 0.05 because we're going to be fair. And what we're going to do is we're going to put in different numbers of arguments. So I suppose I shouldn't have started with all of those. And these likelihood ratios, if you're wondering where these come from, these just come from Cameron's stream. So they I think they twiddled with these a bit, but at least these are some numbers that they used. They put different numbers in.
Yeah, we can do this, but what they did was they put it, they made like strong arguments like weaker, and they made weak arguments weaker and stuff like that to show that even if you like put the likelihood ratio lower for those, that you still get like it's just overwhelmingly likely, I guess, that Christianity is true. That was what they showed.
And these likelihood ratios are just the reciprocals of those for Christianity. So it's symmetrical for and against. So we're being fair here. Now, our spreadsheet is superior because they only had arguments in favor of Christianity, but we're giving arguments for and against Christianity, and we're gonna see how it stacks. Now, it should be said that we're assuming that the arguments are all independent here, which is a completely ridiculous assumption, but the Capturing Christianity did it, so we're going to do it as well and see where we go.
It's not ridiculous because they did it, and they had, you know, professional production quality, music, intro music, outro music, like, you know, full-time ministry. So it couldn't be ridiculous.
All right, so I guess let's jump straight to the story here. So let's put in our 500 strong arguments against Christianity, and they're 154. And I'm just going to be generous to say they're all strong. And the total likelihood... this is 10 to the power of negative 166. What's her name?
Chad?
Oh, no. The one who likes the low likelihood ratios. McGrew, what's her name? Lydia McGrew. Lydia McGrew would just love to have likelihood ratios this low. This is like a dream of...
So how many what was the analogy they used with the picking white and black balls out?
I couldn't be bothered putting that in. They had like the number of balls equivalent for pulling out. I was too lazy to add that. So I just can't. It's so stupid. All right, but let's see what happens if we put down, let's say half of our arguments are actually weak arguments. Let's go down to and we
oh wow. Like Christianity is just so bad. Like even maths proves it. Like
even if half of the arguments are actually weak, then we still have a 10 to the minus 56.
I'm gonna just like not think about the maths and just look at like, you know, like look at the numbers and simp a bit like Cameron did and just go like, yeah, like.
But let's be more generous and say that the starting probability for Christianity is 99%.
That's not 99, yeah.
It doesn't even change it because it's
Try it as 0.9999999. Let's keep.
I don't know
let's just
how many
keep-
nines I'd have to put in for it to make a difference. Well, hopefully this is working.
Let's just keep going.
It's taking it from here. It's taking it from here. I think it's just because it's so low. It's just not making any difference. But hopefully, it's already gone to 0. Okay, yeah, it is working because when I put
it
1
is
in there, it
working.
goes to 1.
Just
So
keep
it is
putting the
working
nines in. More nines.
It's still too low. I'm gonna have to use scientific notation to enter this because no, it's actually more fun if I just put it. It's still because it cuts it off. It can't accept anymore. Even hang on. Oh, it can't even display this. There we go. Even when it's this, this is how unlikely it is. Devastated. Oh man.
That just proves it. Hang on. Let's they've got a strong argument. It's 154 strong. Let's make all of ours weak. Let's just say all of ours are weak.
Yeah, hang on. Let's put this a bit more reasonable and delete this. So I actually tried this. I'm pretty sure that they actually win if all of ours become weak.
Okay.
Let's see. What was it? 500.
500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's all about the strength of the argument. You see.
Well, let's try 250 medium. 250 medium. Let's see, because this is what reality is like. You just fiddle with the numbers in the spreadsheet and it says what you want.
Yeah, even if 250 are medium. Let's see how many of them we need to be medium for it to. What would be 450?
That's a good idea. Oh no! So 100. Let's try 400. 400. 100.
No, it's still too high. We need some more mediums.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, it's still a bit too high. So we just a little bit more. I can't add up.
Somewhere around there.
3. I can't add up. 280.
280. Yeah.
There we go. That's we can have 280 weak arguments, and that's if they're all strong. They're not all strong, right? So that's a very generous assumption that we're just giving them all strong arguments. If we change that to 154 medium, which is more reasonable,
don't do that. Don't do that.
Then how far does it go there? There you go. So we can have. So that's a 0.3. So,
what's the point? Like, is this Cameron Bertuzzi? If you're watching this, right, and you do all your stupid syllogisms, like, is this what you want? Do you want to address 400 weak arguments for atheism?
Well, and this just proves the power of weak arguments, right? Because if you have lots of weak arguments, then they together with 100 medium arguments, they can together overcome the force of 154 medium arguments. So those 400 are doing the same work as 54 medium arguments, right? So together they have a very strong cumulative effect. Now, if people are interested, I counted how many arguments that I had. If you like, because I had the vanilla and then the modal and then the inductive and so forth. So I counted how many I had if you just collapse all those into one. And I don't even think that's fair because sometimes the abductive and inductive versions were actually quite different. Not just the same thing, but with modal. But being generous, there were 113 of those. So you say, well, Cameron's still got more. But the thing is, you'd have to collapse his as well, right? Because that's me not double counting the same argument in different forms. And I decided not to do that because that's going to be a judgment call as to how similar they are because they didn't formulate them in the same way. So if people are interested, at a conservative count, like for the Christians, that is 113, like not different arguments that are not just like modal forms of the same argument. It's up to you to decide how many Cameron had because that's going to be a judgment call as to how similar is similar. I think it's considerably less than that. But
who could have?
I'll leave that up to you.
You know when Cameron did this, like completely unself-aware and thought it was convincing, right? Who could have even thought that you could just do the opposite and put more numbers in, put bigger number and like do the opposite? Like who
tell you who thought it. I thought of this immediately when I saw this. Like, I can do that too.
But how the hell did he not like? It's so ridiculous.
Oh, look, we all know that these arguments aren't actually very convincing, right? So let's suppose all of the arguments are weak across the board. Everyone's only got weak arguments.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, it's still overwhelmingly unlikely. Look, let's even boost it up for the theists because our plausibility is just so high for Christianity. Oh, there we go. We got it up. So we got up to 1/3 likelihood. That's if the prior is 0.99999. I can't even count the number of nines. That many nines. Then they get to 1/3. It's still more less likely than not, and that's with all weak arguments on both sides. All right, so I think we've all learnt an important lesson today. What lesson have we learnt from this spreadsheet? What's your takeaway, Nathan, from this spreadsheet?
My take is that we're in hell right now. that's what I've learned. It's just, I think the main thing to draw out, I mean, amongst the fun and the friends we've made along the way, as Joel Sonny said, which is the real probability, is that just the critique of the methodology. Like, it's just so dumb. Like, what's going to happen now is Cameron going to come back and do 501 arguments, and then like we do 502, and we just keep going until like one of us dies, or like, and then whatever like. Whoever dies first, so just can't continue generating more syllogisms. Like that dictates like what's true of reality. Like yeah, it's so stupid. But the fact, I mean, like I don't. Obviously, like Chad has put a lot of effort into like learning all these arguments. Yeah. But how the hell did he not like see this as well? Like come on, like Chad. I would have thought Chad is a like PhD philosopher, I think, like would have been like, yeah, this is just dumb. Like, why would you even do this? If like, who can put more sentences together is the one that, I mean, okay, what were they doing?
He's got you here, Nathan. Cameron can't die. He just gets relocated.
well, here's the symmetry breaker, right? Because they were doing it from peer-reviewed journals. But here's what I'm doing, and I've not quite finished yet, but I'm nearing the end of my program that's just going to literally rip it off the internet and do it forever. So it's just going to be who's got the more powerful computer wins then in that case. And it's just still as dumb, because I'm just like I'm sorry, but my program can text mine JSTOR quicker than like you can like learn like like pay for these journals and stuff like that. So
here's all of the 500 here in a Word doc, which I'll put on the I'll put in the description if you're interested in a concise list. So one of the purposes of this stream was to illustrate how silly this is, and that the number of arguments is just really irrelevant. Another purpose is to bring together a resource for people interested in arguments against Christianity, because I do think there were quite a lot of good arguments, along with some dumb arguments and some really unnecessary duplication. So there was substance here, along with some poking fun. And again, I don't claim all the arguments were good, but I think some of them were good.
Just one argument for each eyewitness of Jesus's resurrection.
Who's saying that?
The 500. Then he appeared. He appeared to the 12. Then he appeared to the 500.
That's right. Yeah. So,
one argument for each eyewitness.
Well, they're all those 500 are all independent, right? So I guess we got to up the number, up the number some more. So another lesson we can draw from this is that I am a very sad person, because I spent so many hours compiling this, like researching for it, and then writing down like all the premises, conclusion forms for 500. Have you ever made a PowerPoint presentation with 500 slides before?
Yeah, I genuinely don't think so. Like, even for like, not even close. Like maybe like 60 or something, but not 500 is.
Yeah, so I will do another version of this video that's more serious, where I'll just take like the best, 20 or something. Which is a good point. But yeah, I think it was still interesting to me, because I thought about things in a different way. So it was a useful exercise, and I do think it was helpful for Chad to develop a list of arguments and a resource there. It's just the way it was presented was really silly, with the whole upping the number and then the Excel thing at the end. It's just anyway. So hopefully we've further illustrated why that's not a good approach. By the way, Nathan and I did a bad apologetics covering every single one of those 154 arguments. So I'm looking forward.
We've done away with them. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to. So this is what Craig was saying. Like, until we've refuted every one of the 154. Well, we've refuted all the 154, and we've put 500 of our arguments. So unless and until Cameron refutes all 500 of our arguments.
Atheism's true. Until he does this, he's going to have to go through every single one. I mean, this is his full-time job, though. Like, so if we can do this on like weekends and stuff, come on, like Cameron Like, Cameron, this is your full-time job, mate. You've got to spend all week. I expect you to spend all week next week dealing with every single premise with these professional philosophers and with.
Yeah, a lot of these arguments are actually taken from either from journals or from like standard discourse that people use. So a lot of these aren't just sort of, or they're parodies of theistic arguments. So there weren't any out-and-out joke arguments here. All right.
I think.
Oh yeah, we're going to finish out with some.
Well, while you close us out, maybe I can do some press-ups while you give.
All right. Well, I'll give a bit of a summary of what we talked about here. So as Nathan does some push-ups here. So what did we talk about today? I guess it's a bit distracting having only you. So I'll put me here as well. We talked about some of the reasons to think that Christianity is false. So we covered the cosmological arguments, which focused usually on the fact that God wouldn't have any reason to create, or he couldn't cause the universe because of the nature of causation, or God would only create deities or things like that. We looked at teleological arguments, so arguments in poor design, or the fact that God is too complex to be a good explanation of the universe, or he wouldn't use evolution, cognitive biases, stuff like that. We looked at ontological arguments, so basically spoofs of the ontological argument for the existence of God, that minds can't be necessary things, that there's no maximally great being, and other Platonism as a defeater for theism and other factors like that. We looked at theological arguments against theism, so incompatible properties arguments, physicalism about minds arguments, divine hiddenness, and other such factors. We looked at theological arguments against Christianity specifically. So the absurdity of the Trinity, incarnation, blood sacrifice, Mosaic law, hell, unlearned, prayer being ineffective, unfairness, and all of these other such factors. Epistemological arguments against the reasonable, arguing for the reasonable belief in atheism. So belief, the plausibility of philosophical skepticism, proper basicality of atheism, explanatory impotence of theism, consensus gentium among philosophers for atheism. We talked about Russell's teapot, evolutionary psychology debunking of religious belief, and the failure of theistic evidentialist philosophers. We looked at axiological arguments for relating to morality. So the logical problem and evidential problems of evil, problems of heinous suffering, animal suffering, ordinary morality, Euthyphro dilemmas, free will offense arguments, teleological evil, social evils, natural inequalities, duty of non-interference, and others. We looked at experiential arguments, so atheistic existentialism, desire for God, arguments from ugliness, and atheistic natural science. We looked at anthropological arguments for atheism, so meager moral fruits of belief, Hume's argument against miracles, Feuerbach's divine projection theory, opiate of the people argument, and demographics of theism. We looked at biblical arguments against the truth of the Bible, so conflicting theologies, lack of perspicuity of scripture, implausibility of the creation account, lack of evidence of patriarchs, Exodus, failure of messianic prophecies and other NT prophecies, inaccuracies and implausibilities in the New Testament, resurrection, and so forth, the disorderly development of biblical canon and pseudo-epigraphical works in the Old and New Testaments, known insertions in the New Testament, synoptic problems, translation difficulties, historical errors, unreasonable length, genocides in the Bible, slavery in the Bible, sexism in the Bible, homophobia in the Bible, lacking moral teachings like human rights and others, inconsistency of the Old and New Testaments, and other oddities and superstitions. We looked at historical arguments against Christianity, so the syncretistic origin of belief in Yahweh, questionable moral actions of Jesus, doctrinal confusion in the early church, proliferation of denominations, Christian support of colonialism, crusades, slavery, and anti-Semitism, as well as Christian support of exorcisms, bad actions of moral leaders, and the late emergence of Christian belief. And finally, we talked about miscellaneous arguments, including the rationality of hoping for atheism, societal benefits for atheism, the possibility of future knowledge, which Christianity would seem to deny because of miracles, the fact that Christianity is just unnecessary, the fact that there's just so many arguments for atheism, the foolishness of Christianity, the boringness of Christianity, appeals to misatheism, and the failure of the outside test for faith. So hopefully you found these arguments interesting, and if so, then feel free to check out my channel in the future where I'll be talking about more of these, Nathan's channel where we'll be going through more of these in the future. And yeah, remember, it's not the number of arguments that matters, it's the quality of the arguments. Anything you'd like to add, Nathan, before we finish out?
Yeah, I just think, like, the part of the funny thing that we did is also, I guess the way that Cameron put this forward, he probably wasn't expecting a response of this kind. I mean, I don't know that he'll ever watch either our rebuttal to what he did or what we've done today. I've got no idea. He's probably aware of them though, because I've seen him make several tweets and comments and things that are definitely about you, like the vegetarian,
the plants one, yeah.
Yeah, and the other one, he put like a meme up yesterday about atheism is a lack of belief or something, like and with the Chad, like the Chad, like no or whatever. Like
Yeah, right.
And so I think he's kind of aware, but I think the funny thing is that he's just trying to play like a particular game, but then like we're like, well, we can play like the silly game, and we can, we're sadder, we have less of a life, we have even more dare I say autistic obsession with like silly things that we will be able to that if you want to play that game, that's fine, but we will just infinitely like stream and like do silly things. But if the converse side of it, I think what we're presenting is like, if you also wanted to like actually discuss like what we think is true in the world and stuff, we're also open to that. But let's return to normal discourse in that case. So this is mostly like a parody and a riff on like, Cameron's ideal philosophical world, perhaps, where everyone engages in the same way that he does, but just from the other side of the coin.
Yeah, and also I'd like to extend an open invitation to Cameron or Braxton or others to like talk about some of these arguments. I'll pick some of the ones that I think are best, to some of the maybe more neglected aspects of things that I think are just better explained by atheism or naturalism, and we'll have a chat about them, and engage in the discourse in a more thoughtful and sensible way, rather than just putting out ridiculous
shouting arguments. Yeah.
All right. Cool. I think that's all from me. Thanks a lot, Nathan, for joining me on this marathon. A little longer than I thought, but I think we had a bit of fun with it, so that was good as well.
One more thing to say, James, by the way,
sure.
as well, is that for everyone who's watching, James has finally been accepted onto a PhD program now.
Oh,
so say congratulations in the chat.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Nathan. That's exciting, and I'll be starting that hopefully in a few months, doing decision neuroscience, so trying to understand how we think and reason, which of course we all know can't be explained without God. So I guess the whole project is pointless, but we still try. Thanks everyone for coming. It was really good to see so many people live as well. We topped 100 a couple of times, and chat was lively. So, sometimes it was even talking about what we were talking about, which is a novelty for these live chats. Of course, there was like a 4 or 5 hour debate about, I don't even know what it was about.
Oh, the Maverick's still there, but it was like he was mentioning like quantum stuff, and then there was like trans issues.
They're still going about free. We have to find somewhere else to argue. I'm about to close out the stream. So only a few years, and I'll be able to debate. And then I can tease Craig for why he won't debate me, because I have a PhD. Cool. Thanks everyone, and have a good day, and see you next time.
See you in a bit.